And the Durham side, well, they've left out Alex Lees and they've gone with Clark. Amelia Gay will open the batting alongside Graham Clark. Rhodes have got that magnificent 100 for them the other day. Stokes is in, so the Stokes effect will mean that the crowd here, which is growing beautifully, will be nice and large. Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge, the captain, Drizzle, Minto, Ghaffari, and another Robinson, Luke Robinson, as the umpires start to stroll towards the middle. Hampshire, I should tell you, have won the toss and have chosen to bat. Beautiful day. That's probably the correct decision, you'd think. Runs galore between these two sides over the 4 matches that they've played so far, which Hampshire have won 2, lost 2. They've scored just shy of 1,100 runs. Durham, who've also played 4 and won 3 of them. In fact, their only loss was the other day on Friday against Yorkshire. They've scored just over 11,000 runs. So runs galore. Welcome, Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Yes, and well, it's another sunny day. I mean, how many times have we said that this year? And no prospect of any breaks. And this wicket today is cut well to the right, to the west side of the ground as we look. And I'm told that it's an occasional wicket, this one. So this hasn't been used this year, unlike many squares up and down the country where the wickets have been flogged to death, quite frankly. And this is no different. So this one's a pitch that's being used for the first time this year. Spoke to groundsman Simon Lee earlier. He was used for a championship match a few years ago, so that will show you how unused it is. But it's a short boundary away to our right. I'm sure Ben Stokes will be looking forward to hitting one over there, Sanjay, at some point today.
Yeah, it's incredibly over to the right, isn't it? I mean, the championship match, yeah, it's you definitely want to be picking just one side of the boundary there. But the rest of the square, Kev, as you say, is looking pretty worn, especially the middle sections, which I guess, now is having to accommodate the 100 matches for the Southern Brave as well. So they do well, don't they, to get all this so much cricket on in the midst of the height of the summer. Do well to get so many matches on. As I said, Hampshire won the toss, chose to bat. Ali Orr is opening with the captain, Nick Gubbins. 1100s in this format of the game, Gubbins. 5 for Ali Orr and a young lad called James Minto, who is only 18 years old. Looks like he's going to be opening up from this Hilton Hotel end for Durham. Do you want to go first, Kev, or shall I take the first? How do you feel about things?
Oh, mate, I'm a little nervous, so I think I might let you take the first over.
Was that the tech troubles we had this morning that's causing the nerves?
Well, fortunately, it wasn't my problems.
No.
But no, I'm always nervous at the start of a game, and having not done one for a week or so, I'd far rather take my lead from you, Sanjay. Thank you very much.
Crikey. James Minto then, left arm, fast medium, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Ali Orr in bowls, and he just leaves it outside the off stump. Good length, good lines, and encouragement from Minto. Have you seen much of Durham over the last couple of years or so?
I saw them in the quarter-final of the T20 up at their place last year. Saw quite a lot of Chris Lynn and Toby Hubbard that day, if I'm honest. Durham a bit outplayed, but yeah, it's not a venue that we go to too often. It's up there for a championship match, I think, a couple of seasons ago, which we never got a ball bowled. That was a long trip.
2 slips away Minto as he bowls, and again, same line, same length, and outside the off stump. Good pace, good carry to Ollie Robinson. Yeah, it's a long way, isn't it?
It's not so bad if you fly up.
Okay.
Which I did up for the championship game, but it's a bit difficult to book a flight back because obviously you're never quite sure when it is. So I tend to find that the travel up is all right. The travel back is very long.
Is it? And what do? You sort of get a coach back or something? Do you will come.
I wish.
Minto again, left arm over. It's like and he plays and misses. Good ball, just on a length there, and just left. Ali Orr did that, and words of encouragement for the bowler. Good start this from young Minto.
A little bit of swing, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of swing.
Part of the England under-19s that played against South Africa in the recent series last month.
Got some runs the other day when they played Glamorgan, got 30 not out. So they bat. I was looking at their scores the other day. They bat deep. Do Durham as Minto Bowls. This is straighter now. He just touches it into the leg side, into the offside. Sorry, there's Ali Orr, and there's first runs of the day. He trots through for a single. Hampshire won without loss.
Well, we had a good crowd here for the Middlesex game. What's today? Sunday. A week ago.
Sunday, yeah.
Or was it? No, it wasn't last Sunday, was it? It was Friday, I think. And 2,500, I think, were here. I think they're expecting just a few more than that today. So I think there'll be quite a good atmosphere here
it's
today.
Filling up, isn't it?
It already feels okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's one of the concessionaries are open. There's a lot to do and a lot to see. It's Nick Gubbins then who is going to face up to this. What is its fifth ball of the over as Minto bowls and cut away on the offside. Beautiful shot for the first ball he's faced, and there's no point chasing that. As Kev said, it's a short boundary to the offside of the left-handed Gubbins, and that's gone for 4, and that's a good start.
Nice easy ball, that one, wasn't it, really?
Short,
nice ball.
wide,
yeah,
climb
nice ball.
Into it.
Nice ball to receive first up.
Yeah, exactly. You've still got to hit it, as they say.
You've still got to
hit it.
Correct. Yeah. Although, to be honest, on that side of the ground, I don't think it needs to come out in the middle of the bat.
That's very true. Gubbins on a bit of form also, a couple of 50s in the last 2 matches. Final ball of the over then, Minto. And this is on the leg side, and that's probably get given a wide. A bit of carry, a bit of bounce. Well, taken by Ollie Robinson, but it is a wide, so he's got to bowl that one again. Young Minto seems to have some decent pace about him. The young man, 18, as I said. Quite a stocky character. But it's pretty good. You've got some... You've got to hold your nerve with this Durham side. You've got Stokes throughout, Alex Lees, Amelia Gay. You've got some... you've got some talent, and they're captained by a young man as well, in Casey Aldridge has Minto in again, and this is outside the off stump, left by Gubbins. End of the first over, and Hampshire are 6 without loss.
So if you're on Ben Stokes' watch and you're hoping to see him bat, well, I think you can go back to sleep for a little while and set the alarm for some time this afternoon, because Hampshire are batting first here. Stokes watched him have a little knock up in the nets before the start of the game. Didn't have any pads on.
No, I was watching. Yeah, I went
just
down
a few throwdowns, and I thought, well, don't whack him on the knee or anything. Fortunately, most of what he was playing was hitting the bat. See young James Minto there. The speeds on the screen there, around about the 80 miles per hour mark. That's the way to pick us up today. We're on the Hampshire Cricket website. And that is being beamed back to the Durham Cricket website as well. So 6 without loss. It's 5th against 4th here. Top 3 sides in both groups qualify for the quarterfinals. The top teams qualify for the semi-finals. They go straight through. That's a new over from Luke Robinson, which is edged down to 3rd man by Ali Orr. Right arm over Luke Robinson. And Orr moves on to 2.
I should have said in my introduction that if you did want to get in touch with us today, we've got a different email to the normal one. It's actually solentcricket@gmail.com. So send us your comments, your thoughts on the game today, solentcricket@gmail.com.
2 left-handers out there for Hampshire. There's a few in the Durham lineup as well.
Yeah, they open with a couple of lefties.
They do, well. Yeah.
Well, no, actually, no, Graham Clark's right-handed.
Yeah. No, Alex Lees today. Yeah. I'll try and find out why that is, because he's been a prolific batter for Durham. That's played out on the onside by Gubbins. Well, we've had a few emails already. Thank you, Shirley Jackson, about the commentary around the ground. Yes, I'd forgotten to switch it on. It was my fault this time. I actually don't mind admitting it when it's my fault. It was. I just saw your email and I very quickly nipped across and turned it up. So we're on around the ground as well as on the live picture feed. Kevin
Maybe
James.
Shirley can tell us if she can hear us now.
Well, she probably wish she didn't. 8 balls gone, 7 without loss from the pavilion end. Robinson bowls, full delivery, driven up to mid-off by Gubbins, and there is no run. Yes, thank you, Neil Prowse, as well. Yes, I did forget to turn the knob around to the right. Apologies. David Lane has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Remember, that's the email we're using for this 50-over competition, certainly the group stages. Most other teams playing on outgrounds in front of sellout crowds. Will be great watching games this week on YouTube. Sadly for me, as that's coming in down the leg side, it wraps Gubbins or on the pad mainly. Was there an inside edge on that? No, it was all pad. 4 runs, 11 without loss. Sadly for me, Hampshire keep playing at their home ground. Do you know what? This was a conversation I had earlier this morning with one of the people here, and Hampshire don't really have an outground, do they, Sandra?
No.
There's no standout ground, if we're honest, and not being unkind to a lot of the clubs locally.
Yeah, was it Martin Hills you were speaking with this morning? Because he sent a message.
It wasn't him, no.
Basingstoke.
No, it wasn't him.
Where I watched many a game.
Yeah. That's the ball played out on the onside.
He says he saw Michael Carberry go on to score another century in Hampshire's second innings when they played at Baines. Yeah, they used to, didn't they? Used to go around the county. I guess when you've got such a facility as this, the cost of upkeep, the cost of I guess if you are going to play at an outground, you've got to take everything there. I mean, look at the kit just in here, and the facilities have got to be able to accommodate taking the kit and everything else there. So I guess it makes some sense to just stay here.
Last ball of the second over, 11 without loss. Robinson right arm over into Gubbins, who plays a length ball back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. Yeah, I think the point being really is that this competition, especially when you look at the venues that many of the counties are playing at, Sedbergh School, York, and such, that there's no real dedicated outground which Hampshire could play anybody in this county in this competition. The only feasible ground really is the Isle of Wight, and let's be honest, that's such a faff getting over there.
That's true.
I mean, it's fine the first time, it's maybe even okay the second time, but by the time you've done it more than about 5 or 6 times, believe me, as lovely as the place is and as lovely as New Close is, it's a faff.
It's Minto then to continue to oar, and outside the off stump, and Orr just has a little fish at that, and not a shot that he needed to play, but the ball does go through to Ollie Robinson. No run. The score remains 11 without loss. He's started with some decent pace here, has young James Minto, in the sort of the mid to low 80s. 84, I think, was his quickest ball of his first over. Turns now, a very steady run. Bowls full and a nice looking drive by Orr, but it's gone straight to Colin Ackerman, who is fielding at mid-off for no run. And it's actually not Colin Ackerman, it's Ben Stokes. How did I not see that it was Ben Stokes? But it is Ben Stokes fielding there. He's at mid-off, wearing Durham colours, obviously a different number to what he would have worn with England. Wearing 77, then is Minto as he approaches the crease now and bowls, and there's another flash outside the off stump by Ali Orr. Ali Orr swishes his bat in disgust the shots he plays, and he practices a more measured cut to the offside, and wishes he'd played that instead. 11 without loss here, Hampshire. Orr on 2. Gubbins on 4. It was that beautiful square drive, square cut that he played off the first ball that he faced. Minto bowls now and just shorter and well defended by Orr into the leg side, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay for no run.
Did you read all of Martin Hills' email?
No, it was long.
It was a long one, wasn't it? It was. But you're up to it. Sanjay, I know you're up to it.
No, I'm up to it. I've got to stand, a bit of a distance away nowadays, eyesight-wise.
Oh, really?
To see it. There was a partnership of 300 between Carberry and Michael Lumb, which flowed until Dale Blenkenstein came on to bowl. And he's Minto full, and this time well left. Good line by Orr. Were you there?
When was this?
I don't know. It's
2010.
Okay.
Hampshire Durham at Basingstoke.
Oh yes, it's in the title, isn't it?
Yeah, Stokes played, got 99. That was part of the email as well.
He sent it this morning.
I don't think I was there. Well,
No.
No, I don't remember it.
He didn't bring any devices to cricket, preferring to concentrate on the on-field activity. Hopefully he's listening to us. as you read out his email, as Minto in again then bowls, and this time it's nicely
Shot.
steered off the back foot by Ali Orr. Short boundary, 4 runs. Well batted, he moves on to 6, Hampshire on to 15 without loss at the end of James Minto's second over. He's gone for 10 off his 12 balls. Who else has said anything? Have we done all of them? So look.
I think we have.
Oh, there was a Stephen. Oh, so you did this. Oh, there's a new one. Here, look, we got one here from Dave Adams. Who's talking about outgrounds as well. Watching you, he was play. So that's a while ago, isn't it?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah. Playing with the many giants of the game at Portsmouth back in the 90s. What was that? Was that the Combined Services? Is that what it was
Yeah.
called? That, yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice place, that.
Yeah, I don't think I ever did anything there. Luke Robertson in from the pavilion end. That's a slight leading edge from Gubbins. The ball works its way down to third man. Picks up a single, 16 without loss in the fourth over.
Yeah, he says it's desperately sad that that we no longer see high quality cricket in the city of Portsmouth. What are the barriers to returning there ever? Is the pitch simply not up to standard, or are there other facilities, or are the other facilities lacking? I guess it's a combination, isn't it? I mean, you've got full-time ground staff here of a international standard.
Robinson into all this time, or works that to mid-on, just a hint of in-swing. The problems with the ground at Portsmouth was the wicket became virtually unplayable for a decent standard.
Okay.
So there's no way we could have gone back there.
Yeah.
The same thing happened at Bournemouth, where the wicket just became... in the end, you would have just been deducted points every time you went there, so you basically couldn't. And the ground at Basingstoke, I think it just became... Everything became just too small, really. Short outside the off stump, or works that to backward a point, no run.
We're talking about a short boundary to the right of us here at the commentary position, which is in the hotel end. And the short boundary of Basingstoke is shorter than this. Up towards the pavilion there.
Yeah.
But I think cricket's just changed, isn't it?
Agreed. I think just
kind of what it is.
The expectations and the what you consider now to be the norm.
Yeah.
It was kind of okay a few decades ago, but what was okay a few decades ago really, is not right now. As Robinson bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, not timed, by Ali Orr, who's on 6. Gubbins is on 5. It's 5th versus 4th in Group B here. Quite a full fixture list today, certainly in Group B, which we'll keep you up to date with, because we are now into the second half of the group stage in this year's competition. Just a reminder, the top 3 qualify. Top of each group has a home semi-final. They bypass the quarter-final. Second against third plays out a quarter-final with second at home. That's a nice shot off the back foot. Steered backward a point. That's nicely timed. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a great shot by Ali Orr. He's practiced that shot a couple of times, even though he hasn't actually connected with the ball. And this is the first time he's actually really got hold of that to the longer boundary to the left of us here at the Utilita. Left of us being we're in the hotel end. Good shot. Yeah, he's looks on fine form. He's what's he done? He didn't get any runs against Essex, but got 20 or 27 against Worcester the match before.
Robinson in's got a slip, bowls, that's way outside the off stump, and that is dangerously close to a wide, but not called. And that is 4 overs gone. Hampshire winning the toss, selecting to bat first. They are 20 without loss.
Neil Prowse, just picking up on our chat about outgrounds. He actually doesn't believe that we should play on outgrounds anymore. He just says, maybe it's just me, but I don't see why everyone keeps going on about outgrounds when you've got such a wonderful facility as the Bowl. Why would you want to watch somewhere inferior, such as a school's ground, or that the other counties use? I mean, Middlesex, one of your counties, go up and play at Merchant Taylor's done there, and at Radley. It's James Minto bowling, and this time it's outside the off stump, and decent pace, decent carry. He's getting some good carry here. Is Minto, and Robinson actually just looking at his speeds coming up. They're both bowling about the same sort of speed, aren't they? Sort of the mid 80s, 83, 84, with decent carry here. It's Gubbins who's on strike. He's on 5 off 9 balls so far. Said before, a couple of 50s in his last 2 innings for Nick Gubbins. He's in good form, looking to continue that today. Minto there. Oh, and he beats him outside the off stump. He plays off stump and the ball just leaves him. Roddy Robertson's looking at the line. The ball went down with some confusion, I guess. But he was beaten there, and he remains on 5. Hampshire remain 20 without loss. Nice crowd, nice murmur. There's still people coming in. We can see to our right here. Minto. Full, and he just attempt to drive through the offside. He doesn't connect with it properly, Nick Gubbins, and the ball just squirts out onto the leg side, where it's fielded by Ghaffari, the Afghanistani. No run. Gubbins on 5. Hampshire remain 20 without loss. Yeah, it's a wonderful day to watch cricket here. It's great. We are talking about facilities, and I guess you've got everything you need here, Kevin. You've got places to eat, places to drink. Minto. And oh, it's up in the air. Oh, beautiful catch. One-handed at cover. That's the end of Nick Gubbins, a false shot. And he has gone for 5. And that's the first wicket for Durham. James Minto strikes. That's his 7th wicket in this format of the game. Graham Clark leaping up in the air, one-handed, good catch. And a disappointing Nick Gubbins leaves us for 5.
Just pushed on that a little bit, and the ball just straightened on him a fraction. Just at the last minute. What a catch that was. If it didn't need to be any higher for Graham Clark.
No, timed his jump well, and that's the breakthrough that Durham were looking for. They've bowled well this morning. Well, 4 overs, 4 balls for 21. They've taken the first wicket, and it's Toby Albert, who normally opens in the T20 match, keeps wicket as well, but he won't be doing either of those today. I'm guessing that Ben Brown's going to keep. But he comes in now to face the last couple of balls of this James Minto over. He's bowled well. I think he's deserved that wicket, hasn't he?
He's had a little bit of movement, hasn't he? Just looking up his figures for the England under-19s in that recent series against South Africa last month. Had a best of 3 for 60 in the first innings of the test at Beckenham. Picked up a couple of wickets in the second innings. Steady bowling from him. That's actually his 5th wicket in this year's competition. He's played all 4 games for Durham to date.
Yeah, he didn't take any in the last match against Yorkshire, but took one against Glamorgan. Expensive though, went for 78. Gets in his 10 overs, but he started well here. He's bowled 2 balls shy of 3 overs. He's only gone for 10. Taken that wicket of Gubbins. He's just got Toby Albert, right-handed bat, but he's going around the wicket to Albert. 2 slips. Point as Minto and again bowls, and just defended to the fielder at point, who comes in and fields for no run. Yeah, there's we're in the power play. See the first 10 overs of the power play. So 2 fielders outside of the ring, and they are positioned at 3rd and at sort of a squarish fine leg. You've got 2 slips. You've got point, cover, mid off, mid on, 2 on the leg side as Minto stays around the wicket, bowls, and defended by Albert to end Minto's 3rd over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 10. Hampshire 20 for 1 with the loss of Nick Gubbins in that over. Ali Orr is on 10. Albert yet to score.
That's a wicket maiden for young James Minto. Don't forget the email we are using for this competition, certainly in the group stages, is solentcricket@gmail.com, not the usual one. We won't confuse you what the other one was, but we'll come back to that. But at some point we will. But it's solentcricket@gmail.com.
Well done. What does Mike James say? It may be too much effort for journalists, BBC journalists specifically. I'll tell you in a second.
Here's Luke Robinson. Bowls wide, and it's driven off the bottom of the bat.
He hasn't
Oh.
underlined BBC or anything, but
Well, it's a bit specific, if I'm
very
honest, Mike.
specific.
It's a bit too for me. It's a bit too specific.
To come to the island for one game a season, but what about the many Hampshire fans that live here? It's called Hampshire County Cricket Club, not Southampton County Cricket Club, or CCC. It costs a fortune for island supporters to get to the bowl. Mike James, that's an economies question, isn't it? I mean, there's obviously a lot of people who
Robinson bowls. Albert pushes forward, goes out into the covers.
live in the rest of Hampshire. And look, I think I'm going to stick with cricket has changed, and not just in terms of where they play, but the style of the game, the equipment that they use, the power of these batters, all of the things that the requirements of the media, BBC, and I can't imagine Sky lugging their kit over to the Isle of Wight to go and cover a match. So I think all of those things just mean that one home is better than going around.
Robinson comes in, bowls. Albert drives, nice shot, just in front of square. Over pitched from Robinson. He just used the pace. 25 for 1. Albert's off the mark. Well, to be honest, I found that email too specific. But in my defence, I'll go anywhere where I'm paid to go.
Yeah, we need Nasser Hussain here or something like that, don't we? To say, Nasser, do you fancy going to the Isle of Wight to cover a game? I think you might be looking up where the Isle of Wight is.
So Albert playing today in place of Toby Middleton, Fletcher Middleton. That's what he called his dad there. It's played out behind point, and there is no run. I think the feeling in the Hampshire camp is that, obviously, with the championship restarting in the not too distant future, that it was probably time to give Toby Albert a game. He hasn't played since the final at Edgbaston, the T20 final. Robinson comes in. It's got 2 slips for Albert. Bowls, and Albert drives, finds cover this time. So he's in. Felix Organ, same sort of situation, really. He'll be playing in the championship when it resumes. He's been short of cricket over the last 2-3 weeks or so. So he's in the side as well.
He's on the card to come in at 8.
Yeah, well, that's not unheard of for Felix.
Okay.
I suppose that lower middle order is quite fluid. Short, so it's up in the air, and he's got in a real tangle there, and the keeper, Robinson, trying to come round, can't get his hand underneath. Got in a real tangle there. Albert got surprised by the short delivery. It got high on the bat on him, just looped away on the leg side. Fortunately, just out of the reach of a lunging Ollie Robinson. Good ball to end that over, 26 for 1.
And the quickest ball of the over was 87 miles an hour. That was, Ollie Robinson, he ran a fair distance to his left, and I was watching it, and I thought, just at the end, he just wasn't sure if he was going to get there or not. He put the dive in, but couldn't get there. So, yeah, escape for Albert. They'd gone through for a single. Albert's on 5, Ali Orr's on 11, 26 for 1. It is James Minto, who is going to continue from this hotel end. Just the one slip now. They've strengthened the leg side with a short, straightish mid-wicket bowls, and outside the off stump, he's staying around the wicket to the left-hander. Interesting fielding position that I believe is the captain, Casey Aldridge, has put him in. A very sort of straightish, what would you call that? Straightish mid-wicket, I guess?
Short mid-wicket.
Short mid-wicket, yeah. Stokes is at a more orthodox, well, he's at mid-on, and there's a fielder just in front of square on the leg side as well. As Minto approaches the crease, very full and dug out, and he sort of like edged it over the keeper. I think that bounced hit into the ground before flying over the head of Ollie Robinson for 4, and Albert moves on to 9. Strange shot.
It was, yeah. I think the ball's just straightened on him a fraction. But yeah, bounced away. Mind you, it's so hard out there.
Yeah. I don't know if he chopped it into the ground or whether it was just a genuine edge. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. If we can see the replay of that, we can tell you. But in the meantime, at the top of his mark is Minto. Bowls now, and it's outside the off. Some good line by Minto and well left by Albert. Remains on 9.
It's good shape. Good shape for a left-armer, that coming into the right-hander. Still shape on this ball into its 7th over.
It's 2 balls, isn't it?
Well, yes, you're right, yeah. So it's into its 4th, this one.
What do you think of that? Do you like it?
Well, yeah, I remember, when I was playing, the white balls were first introduced and they were horrible.
We're going to find out why in a second. As Minto bowls now and just climbs a bit that on Albert, but he manages to just drop it into 3rd where it's fielded. I guess there's no shot there. The umpire signaling that, so no shot. Hence they didn't run, even though the ball did go down to 3rd. Yeah, why was the ball?
Well, they just lasted about 2 overs and that was it.
Oh, really? Okay.
So getting 2 new balls into the game is obviously makes it last a little longer. But they just go horrible very, very quickly. Soft, loses it loses half the leather.
Don't want that, do you? There's Minto in short and kind of leg side, always aerial, and it's just gone between the 2 fielders on the leg side. Missed shot by Toby Albert, but it does go for 4. He moves on to 13. Hampshire 34 for 1.
And he somehow found a gap. I don't think there's a very big gap there between the man in front of square and short mid wicket, but he's found it somehow. It's a nice shot there of the hotel.
It was
early,
nice.
which is where we are at the top, looking down on the action.
Last ball then of Minto's over. Bowls left. Good carry through to Ollie Robinson. That's the end of this. What over? The 7th over. 7 gone. Hampshire 34 for 1. 4-11. Albert on 13.
Kevin Oliver is the latest to email us. silentcricket@gmail.com. Don't forget, is the email we are using for the group stages of this competition. Do you see Andrew Neil as the natural successor to Liam Dawson? Says Kevin. Well, I have to say, I do think Andrew Neil is having a cracking tournament. Not just with the ball, but with the bat.
Yeah.
He's played some notable innings in the lower middle order. Helped James Fuller to their win over Essex in the last game. Nearly got Hampshire over the line against Worcestershire last week. Here's Luke Robinson, right arm over from the pavilion end on the line of leg stump, and gets struck on the pad as they come through for a leg by. 35 for 1. I think he is. I think he's a good left arm spinner as well. In the championship, Felix Organ gets the nod. But in this competition, I think he's he's more than useful anyway. I think he's a good bowler. I don't know how much you've seen of him. From what I've seen of him, I think he's a good find. Length ball to Albert, place it back to the bowler.
Yeah, high action from what I remember.
He's tall, very tall. Yeah.
And I did, what was it, the Kent game, the Kent Blast match. He took a brilliant catch. It's Kent, one of the 2. Took a brilliant catch down here, diving to his right, one-handed. So, I mean, he seems to do everything, bowls well. He seems to have a great attitude, good fielder, and he's got some runs.
In comes Robinson again to Albert. Albert drives. He's found the gap, and it's the short boundary side. It'll roll away for 4. 39 for 1. Albert moves on to 18. David Atkin has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning from a sunny County Durham. Whilst being able to watch the cricket, which is better than nothing, the coverage is not great. He says, all we see is the bowler delivering and the batter's shot. Apparently, Graham Clark made a good catch. Well, I have news on that, actually, David, and for everybody else watching the stream. As Robinson comes in. Pass to Albert. Short. Not surprised he's given him another short one. After what happened in the last over, something's fallen down and we're okay, don't worry. Whatever it wasn't
us.
Too close to us anyway.
No.
So the news is that because this wicket is cut way to the right as we look, and well to the left of the pavilion, that apparently there is another camera, or so I'm told, that should be online, but apparently something's happened because of the wicket position. Albert pushes forward. He plays it so late, the ball bobbles away to Robinson, the keeper of Robinson, the bowler. And somebody has been dispatched down to a local
on a Sunday
electric store to get some sort of adapter or some sort of cable or something. And when they're back, something should happen that will enhance the coverage. There you are.
Sticky back plastic.
Here's Robinson bowls. Albert drives. It goes up to mid-on. And that's the end of the over. So Luke Robinson has completed 4 overs, none for 16. And James Minto has 4 overs, 1 for 18. And Hampshire are 39 for 1 after 8. So that is the latest. So we'll all wait for this part to arrive, be installed, and then the picture feed should be enhanced by a fair bit.
However, it sounds like your audio needs enhancing because Simon Baker has emailed in to say Kevin's audio is horribly, then there's a word that it might have misspelled, but it's a very weird word. It's not very good. Let's go with that. On the in-ground commentary, quite painful to listen to. I think he specifically means that it's your audio, not you as an individual.
Well, I'm sure he means both.
Could you poke an engineer? Minto's going to continue then from the hotel end bowls, and it's tucked away nicely into the leg side by Ali Orr. They're going to come back for 2 quite comfortably in the end. The boundary's in a long way on the side that has the groundsman's kit and stuff in, and they come through for 2. He moves on to 13. Hampshire 41 for 1.
Regarding the in-ground commentary, I don't know. I've had one message from somebody saying it's working fine, and now another message saying I don't sound that great, which I won't take it personally. I have no control other than switching the knobs over, which I forgot to do earlier.
Minto, full leg side. That's going to be given a wide by the umpire, which it is. Did you read Mike Collis out? Is that the one that you read? Yeah, I think he said the same thing as your man from Durham. Poor camera angles and coverage. We've covered that one, haven't we? Sticky back plastic engineer gone down to a hardware shop on a Sunday to try and get the parts. Excuse me, my in-ground camera doesn't work. If you've got anything that could fix it. In it comes again, Minto. Oh, that's beautifully picked up on the leg side, but it's gone straight to the fielder at fine leg, and they just come through for 1. Potential there for big runs. If he'd have caught hold of that, Albert got a bit squarer, but he didn't. But he moves on to 17. Hampshire 43 for 1. Steady start this. Both sides. Simon Baker's responded with a word. I should tell you what that word is, but it's still the same principle, Kev, about your audio. As Minto bowls outside the off stump, wide and left by Albert. He says the word is...
You really do need... Who?
Sibilant.
Sibilant?
Yeah. It's horribly sibilant. Yeah, can you just go, that's it, get your phone out and have a look and see what he means by that. I wrote down some words to practice today. That wasn't one of them, I've got to say. Minto then, what's he done so far? He's bowled 4 balls, actually one of them's a wide, so 3 legitimate deliveries. Left arm round the wicket, and Albert just defends that to the offside for no run. Have you got it?
Definition of sibilant.
Yep.
A speech sound that makes a hissing or hushing noise, such as the letters S, Z, I presume, and sh. There we are. That's probably what I sound like.
Shirley says you're fine on in-ground commentary.
There we are. So I think it, and this problem's been before, it depends on where you are sitting around the ground. And that's happened.
Minto round the wicket. Bowls and defended onto the leg side by Albert. They come through for a good single, well run. Important to turn the strike around here, whilst the 2 Durham quicks are bowling so well. Hampshire 44 for 1, Orr on 14, Albert on 18. Yeah, so where should you sit?
Well, I don't have that information, if I'm honest. I've never actually done a study and gone round the ground and sat at different positions and listened. But I have, over the seasons that this has been going, around in the in-ground commentary. I do get different. Come back to
Minto, last ball of his over. Oh, it's not going to be, because that's gone down the leg side. It's missed everything. It's missed the keeper. It's hit the boundary markers just behind the keeper for 4 wides. That's not what the young man wanted.
He's tried the inducker there. He's just got it wrong. No, speaking to various people around the ground over the last 2 or 3 seasons, I think you do get situations where, depending where you are in the ground, depends on what sort of reception you get. I think that's happening.
A question about the camera stuff. We should say, actually, this is all new, isn't it? The cameras and the kit. It's all been upgraded, so it's a bit work in progress here. It's to finish off, and it is straight, defended well by Orr, who remains on 18. Albert on 8. He remains on 14. Sorry. Albert on 18, and Hampshire 49 for 1. Because he says this is from Trev Bog. Yeah, why is the outfield camera work so poor after all these years? But to tell the management. Is it not just because of their location on the ground, or relating to the pitch positions? Blah blah blah. It's just new kit, isn't it, as well? Yeah.
I have not spoken to anybody specifically. You may have done, so I don't know.
I believe that they're having to, as part of this the ECB money that comes down from the 100 and from generally the support that the counties get from the ECB. Part of that is infrastructural improvements, and they've got to improve the live stream cameras, everything about the live stream, to make it up to more broadcast standards. So I think that's a case of just waiting and see what happens.
Change of bowling. We've got George Drissel, who's an off-break bowler, who's coming on for Luke Robinson. So he's bowling from the pavilion end. He's got a slip. He's bowling to Albert, who works her way to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Luke Robinson completed 4 overs, none for 16.
Do you think we're going to see Stokes bowl in this?
Well, I think a lot of people would like to see him have a bowl, wouldn't they? As Albert's on the back foot, works it back down the pitch, and immediately slip comes out.
You said the crowds for the Middlesex game were decent as well, didn't you?
Yeah. It was 2.5, something like that. And this is not far off. This is a decent crowd already.
It is, yeah.
It's worked up towards deep mid-on. I think Ali Orr got in the way of the bowler a little bit, but Ali Orr can't be penalised for that because he was just standing his ground. That's the 50 up for Hampshire in the 10th over at the cost of Nick Gubbins, who went in the 5th. Well caught by Graham Clark, one-handed over his head in the covers of James Minto for 5. That was 20 for 1. These two have put on 30. Slip goes back in for Ali Orr. Bill Cunningham's on the emails, silentcricket@gmail.com. We'll come to that after this delivery. Orr is 14 currently, facing, and he's bowled. And immediately Drissel strikes, and Orr's on the back foot to a good length delivery there. And he goes. Hampshire have lost their 2nd wicket. Watch this again, and it's come in with the arm. I think Orr is looking to find an angle there, and he's just, rather than looking to play that straight, just found the gap between bat and pad. And he goes.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to work that away on the leg side, Ali Orr. He's gone for 14 off 22 balls. He started well, got stuck a bit, strike rate of 63. 2 4s in his 14. But yeah, spinner striking straight away off his 4th ball of that over. And who will that bring to the crease? It'll bring Jake Lehman to the crease.
So his 2nd wicket in this year's competition, playing his 3rd game, George Drissel. I think Ali Orr might be a little bit disappointed with that. It hasn't really turned off the pitch at all. So Jake Lehman in. He's played all 4 games for Hampshire in this year's competition. Just under 160 runs, averaging 39. Bill Cunningham is back on the emails. I did mention that earlier. This is what he had to say. We were talking earlier about outgrounds. He says, last year I went to all the Hampshire Metrobank games and the Roses match. The outgrounds were varied. Neath, Scarborough, York, were very good. Radlett, he says, and this is Bill Cunningham's words, was poor. But New Road, that's Worcester, was the worst. Wow. Outgrounds increase interest. York for the Roses game was packed. I must admit, I was there a couple of years ago when Hampshire were there. So it was a lovely ground, actually. I did enjoy it there. But it's one of the better club grounds that you go to. So Lehman, left-handed, just doing a few exercises here, just practicing his forward defensive. Hope he doesn't play too many of those. He's ready to face. Just was around the wicket, flighted, and Lehman does play a forward defensive. Not into the covers.
So I'm guessing it's a county-by-county decision as to whether to play it outgrounds or not.
So balls, and Lehman push drives that up towards mid-off. Just one run off that. Trissell's introduction has immediately brought reward, and Hampshire are 50 for 2 after 10.
End of the first power play then, 50 off that Albert was on 19. Lehman without yet to score. Obviously he's just come in a couple of balls after the dismissal of Ali Orr, who played for some turn that was non-existent. It's going to be spin at both ends here at the Utilita, because Shafiqullah Ghaffari is going to come on. He bowls leg spins, or bowls googlies, which is going to be interesting to watch. Field having a couple of changes. Stokes is in front of us here at kind of a deepish mid-off. The mid-on's quite deep. In fact, Stokes is going further back now towards the boundary. One slip. Power plays are allowed 4 fielders outside the ring now. So you've got 2 on the offside. Boundary rider, square of the wicket. Stokes is about 10 yards in off the boundary as Ghaffari comes in bowls, and a sort of attempted drive by Albert. We've got thick outside edge, but there's no fielder down at the third boundary because the fielder's in. That goes 4, and Hampshire move on to 54 without loss.
Interesting story, Ghaffari's.
Yeah, the asylum.
Yeah, had a successful asylum claim. Hence why he plays as a homegrown.
In again bowls, and good looking shot on the offside by Albert. He's guided that just behind the fielder, who is square on the offside, and he comes back for 2 immediate gain. Here's the fielder that's positioned there. They've got what's the split? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg side for Ghaffari. Balls again, and again driven. He's got his hands on his head, Ghaffari. I think that's the googly that didn't necessarily get picked by Albert, but needless to say, he's gone through for a single, which brings the left-handed Jake Lehman onto strike. Staying over the wicket to the left-hander. Not much of a field change. In fact, hardly any field change apart from obviously the slip. Moving from one side to the other, but pretty much everybody is exactly where they are, which is interesting. Then practices a couple of more attacking shots than he did when he first came in. Ghaffari approaches the crease, bowls, flighted, and again an outside edge. It's the same shot that Albert played, and will it have the same result? No, because it's pulled in just short of the boundary, and they come through for 2. So a couple of false shots by the Hampshire batters against the googlies that Ghaffari is bowling. Maybe struggling to pick him, quite possibly. 2 balls left in the over. Ghaffari in, bowls outside the offside. That's a nice looking stroke by Lehman, but there is a fielder positioned on the point boundary, and he saves anything. And because it's so short, even though it's well struck, they only can get a single. Sorry, last ball of the over. Driven nicely down the ground but it's only going to be a single there by Toby Albert. That's the end of Ghaffari's first over. A good one, even though it's gone for 10 runs. Because a couple of times he got false edges, but end of the 11th over. Hampshire 60 for 2. Lehman is on 1, and Toby Albert looking good. 28 of 29 balls. Yeah, I was reading that the asylum story, Kevin, and when there was also one when I did the Kent match with Matt Cole from BBC Kent here, the T20 match. Muyeye was playing for Kent, batted beautifully, but he's another one who's going through that same process.
Drissel with his off breaks over the wicket to Albert, drives back to the bowler.
And I was talking to Geraint about it, Geraint Jones, and he thinks that come next summer, Muyeye will be England qualified, which would be interesting.
Drissel bowls again. Albert's on the back foot, plays and misses.
He bowls a good, he bowls decent speeds, doesn't he, for a spinner? Drissel pushes it through, which might have been what Ali Orr was done by.
Drissel from that pavilion end. In again, bowls, and Albert's on the back foot. Works up to one of 2 mid-wickets. Did you read the email out from Michael Spooner?
Michael Spooner.
I don't think you
No,
have.
I didn't. No, that's the long one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you do.
Here's Drissel again. That's driven by Albert. Well stopped by the bowler. Okay, sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, I understand the reasons why they play all the matches at Southampton. However, for people like me that live in the north of the county, we have no way of watching Hampshire play live. I'm visually impaired and therefore cannot drive. As one of those mid-wickets gets pushed out to the boundary, and Albert plays it on the offside for a single. 62 for 2. The earliest bus from my village is 6:21 on a Saturday to the station and then up to Woking. That's in the opposite direction, I think, to get the train back to Hedge End. As for getting home, I would have to leave shortly after lunch. And as for Sundays, you're having a laugh. No buses out of this village on a Sunday. As Drissel comes around the wicket, and that's cut away to backward a point for no run. And I would have to fork out for taxi fares. Some of my happiest boyhood memories were at the Maze Bounty, that's Basingstoke. And my father told me that Hampshire had played in Winchester, Aldershot and Alton, that's the end of the over as well here, in the dim and distant past. Still love Hampshire, still love Richards and Greenwich. What a team we had. On the bright side, it's only 10 seconds to a cold beer from the fridge. There is always a positive. Michael, there's always a positive to everything. 12 overs gone then, 62 for 2. Lehman has 3, and Toby Albert, who's replaced Fletcher Middleton in this game, he's 28 not out.
Will be Ghaffari to continue from the hotel end, flicking the ball hand to hand. Slips waiting as comes in, bowls, and it's an attempted drive by Albert, but he doesn't get any of it. And no run. They're trying to be aggressive against Ghaffari here, but he's even though he went for 10 in that first over, he started well. He's got good control. Bowls and driven into the gap between the bowler and fielder at extra cover, and Ben Stokes comes in off the boundary, and Albert walks through for 1. He's on 29. Yeah, Stokes is about 10 to 15 yards off the boundary. Of the 2, long on and long off, he's the only one that's back. And long on now for the left-handed Lehman, who just pushes down the pitch in a defensive start. He stays on 3. People still coming in. One side of the ground seems a lot fuller than the other one, Kev. It might be a sun thing. Ghaffari, slightly fuller, and defended again by Lehman.
I think it's a wicket thing.
It's a wicket thing. Because?
That's closer.
Oh, yes. Okay.
To the wicket on the right, and that's a lot much further away on the left.
Very good, yes. Yeah. Engaged brain, Sanjay. Very useful. Ghaffari over the wicket. Lehman just chops it into the offside, but that short boundary where all the people are, the audience, the viewers, get stopped on the boundary. Just a single, which sends Albert on to strike. Just a couple of singles off this over. Last ball of it, Ghaffari building his leg spin, his googlies. Flatter, oh, and a chop and a miss by Albert. Hangs his head back in the air. It was a quicker delivery from Ghaffari. Pushed it through. End of a good over then. And he has gone for 13 off his 2 overs. Hampshire 64 for 2. Lehman 4. Toby Albert on 29.
Bill Cunningham back on the emails, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, back again. The lack of a suitable outground last year and a clash with 100 resulted in the home quarter-final being played at Radlett. Thoughts, says Bill. Well, yeah, I remember that. Hampshire had the advantage of playing at home, but couldn't because Southern Brave were here. As Drissel starts a new over, Lehman works that quietly away on the onside. The only problem with that, apart from, of course, having to make an extra trip, was the fact that Hampshire, who won that game, then had to play up at Scarborough in the semi-finals. So it was like a double whammy. Lehman works that up to mid-on for a single. And he moves on to 5, 65 for 2 here at a sunny Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cricket, isn't there? I mean, you know, the scheduling is somewhat of an issue, but it does give, like I say, it does give the people in the outer.
Down the wicket comes Albert, works that up towards deep mid-on.
Outer reaches of the county to, or counties, not just Hampshire, but anywhere to watch their team in action.
Have you read this one from Barry Brain?
Barry Brain, let's have a look.
I think you're clicking on these and they look like they're red, but they're not. So I'll come back to that one. That's driven up to deep mid-off.
Oh, the Ravi Bopara one. No, I was going to ask you that.
So Barry Breen says he was listening to a cricket match. One of the commentators says Bopara will be joining Hampshire next year. I've not heard that. So
is he not retired? Didn't he retire this year?
I have no idea.
Just to do commentary.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've not heard that one, but that doesn't mean that would be not happening. He's playing a miss in there again, Albert, as he's trying to play that square, that full delivery.
Well, I guess the great retirement or not conversation is the man who's fielding just in front of us.
Who's that?
So.
Albert works that half fielded by the bowler, deflects it to mid-off. They come through for a single.
Will Stokes come out of retirement to play in the Ashes? Rob Key did an interview the last couple of days and didn't rule out the possibility. What do you think? Just rumour mongering or supposition, isn't it? Obviously, but
I really don't know that one. And maybe even Stokes doesn't know that himself.
No, I think
it's too quick. It's too quick after what's happened.
Yeah.
I think if I was that burnt out, it's too quick to make a decision.
Wouldn't be making any decisions at all. That fielding position short on the offside is back for Ghaffari this time. Short mid wicket as he bowls into Albert, and Albert drives beautifully on the offside. That's going to, no, it's not Amelia Gay. He is coming round to cut that off on the offside, but a nice looking shot by Toby Albert. He's looking good here. He moves on to 31. Hampshire 70 for 2. Lehman is on 6. Yeah, he's got good control, doesn't he, Albert? Just pacing his innings. 4 fielders on the offside. The slip's gone now. As Ghaffari bowls, and again onto the back foot to chop it to Amelia Gay, who's fielding at a deep point just for a single. Then Albert 34. So we don't know about Ravi. We don't know about Stokes.
We don't know anything really,
do we?
Don't
know much. No. Fielding position change. The fielders who are at shortest, 3rd and 5 have just swapped over for the left-handed Lehman. Bowls and he just defends on middle and leg and pushes it into leg side where Ghaffari does his own fielding. Score him at 71 for 2. So it was unfurled a Hampshire club flag over there, which is nice to see. Ghaffari over the wicket to Lehman, who drives it down to Ben Stokes. who is fielding out long off. They just wander through for a single. The two fielders swap round again. That's it. Must be a hand thing, is it? They swap. It's the same fielder swapping from third to fine leg for the right hand and left hand. There must be right hand and left handed throwers. That's all I can think of. Really, as Ghaffari into Albert, who aims an expansive drive, but the ball just turns on him and he gets the inside edge, but just trickles down the pitch for no run. He remains on 34. Ghaffari 0 for 17 as he approaches the last ball of his third over. And there's a big appeal for LBW. The umpire isn't interested. His hands on his knees, Ghaffari.
That's the googly.
Albert, it is the googly and doesn't get picked by Albert.
Just watching this on the picture feed. Oh my word, that's done too much.
It's missing leg.
It's done too much.
Done too much. Yeah, when it hit Albert, he could see all three stumps. So not the most difficult decision for the umpire. Anyway, that's the end of the 15th over. Hampshire 72 for 2. Lehman on 7, and Toby Albert has just survived that LBW appeal. Is on 34.
So if you're just joining us, Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. Toby Albert and Felix Organ into the side for Fletcher Middleton and Ollie Williams. As Driscoll starts a new over. It's short outside the off stump. Lehman doesn't time that cut, goes out to backward a point. Alex Lees out of the Durham side from the one that lost to Yorkshire in their last game. James Minto, the left arm seamer. The one change in the Durham lineup. Lehman off the back foot, cracks that away up to deep mid off, 73 for 2. Nick Gubbins went in the 5th over. Well caught by Graham Clark in the covers, one-handed above his head off Minto for 5. That was 20 for 1. And then Ali Orr going back to a good length ball from George Driscoll, who's currently bowling from that pavilion end. One that went on with the arm. Ball just sneaked through bat and pad, was bowled for 14. That was 50 for 2. Here we are, 73 for 2 in the 16th. As down the wicket comes Albert, works that up to mid-on. Takes him on to 35, 74 for 2. Kevin James, Sanjay Murthy with you today. And David Kemp has emailed sonoccricket@gmail.com. Is there any way the camera work can be adjusted? I'll repeat what I said earlier, that somebody has been dispatched to a local electrical store. So that's driven up to the bowler by Lehman, and there is no run. I'm told because the wicket is well cut to the right that they've had to get an extra part. So until that has been paid for and come back and been inserted, and we'll just have to put up with things the way they are at the moment. I don't think it's too bad actually from what I'm seeing. As Lehman works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Hannah Banks has also been on the email. sonoccricket@gmail.com said Hampshire could always use Winchester College for this competition, and spectators could use a shuttle bus. As Lehman drives back to the bowler. 2 runs off that, 74 for 2, 16 gone. It's a beautiful ground, Hampshire College. Well, it is nice up there. That's your neck of the woods as well, isn't it?
I could just walk there.
Oh, that'd be nice for you.
Easier. So we could do that. Jamal Makhlouf has messaged to say that he's enjoying what we're doing, but Kev is incredibly loud versus me on YouTube, and I'm on max.
You are.
And he turns it down when you're on. I don't think he turns it completely down. I think he just turns it down a bit, and then turns it up. And he has to listen to me. But we've just done some adjustments. If you can just let us know, Jamel, if that's any better. It is Ghaffari then to continue to bowl to Albert. Goes on the back foot and defends for no run. Remains on 35. And Jake Lehman is on 8. Will we see Stokes bowl? There's no sort of warming up activities. Fielding in front of us. A long off with his hands on his hips as Ghaffari throws one up on the offside, and it's just squirted away behind square by Toby Albert. He threw his hands and it's gone for 4. He did get back on it, and he moves on to 39.
Just going to see if I can turn you up a fraction. Hang on. Not sure I can do much more.
No. Maybe I can talk a bit louder.
No,
Let's
that's
go
right.
with
No,
that.
you're fine. Actually, that has improved a fraction.
Oh, has
actually.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Ghaffari then. 2 Albert. Flighted and makes it into a full toss, does Albert, and pushes it into the leg side where it's fielded at long on by James Minto. Is that James Minto? No, it's not. It's Will Rhodes. It's a single, which brings Lehman on to strike. Not much of a field change. Ghaffari bowls and onto the back foot. Just a quicker ball from Ghaffari, and Lehman just digs it out. Albert signalling for something to the change rooms. Gloves maybe, drink maybe. We'll find out soon. Quicker ball. A little trigger movement as Lehman. He steps across to his offside. He does that now, and Ghaffari bowls and driven, and Rhodes, who is fielding on the ring on the offside for the right-hander, just prevents anything more than a single. He now drops back onto the boundary, so they've got long on and long off back. They've got 2 straightish mid wickets. A really interesting fielding position on the offside for Albert, not make it extra cover and cover, both very straight. As Ghaffari finishes it over. His 5th over is gone, so 17 overs gone. Ghaffari 4 overs, sorry, not for 23. Driscoll 4 overs, 1 for 8 so far. Bowled well. We're going to wait for a technical update, which Kev's going to deliver.
Well, I'll let Wes do that in a minute, actually. He's been more on it than we have. Neil Prowse has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I said earlier about why there's more people to the right than to the left of the ground as we look. And he has given his response to that. I said it's because the wicket's cut to the right, the west side of the ground. Neil says, thanks for ruining my delusion. Because he's part of the Shane Warne Wrinklies. They are sort of a older generation people that sit up in the Shane Warne stand to the right. As Driscoll starts a new over with his off breaks, bowls, Lehman works it around on the leg side. There'll be runs as the ball makes its way down to fine leg. Should be 2. It takes the Hampshire total on to 82 for 2. He said he thought that everybody would want to sit near them. Apparently not. Wes is here. Wes Spearman, how are you?
Good afternoon.
You've been running around
I have, yes.
trying to sort out. So just give us the latest on what's happening as regards the technicals.
The technical, well, as things stand, they're all working. The pavilion camera is just not quite in the right. It's on a wonk. It's about 4 pitches over, so we'll get that moved at some point.
Drizzle bowls and Lehman drives up to deep mid off. Moves on to 12, 83 for 2.
So yeah, I've been running around sorting a whole host of technical issues.
You have.
Shout out to our IT guy Max, who's basically following along and watching him do most of the work.
So there we are. There's the latest. Had several messages about things, as you'd expect. As Albert drives and stopped by the bowler with his right hand. Driscoll's into his 5th over, 1 for 11. Bowled well. So's Ghaffari. It's just been a little bit of turn for Ghaffari. Maybe not so much for Driscoll. He comes in and bowls. Quicker ball, shorter. Albert works it away square on the leg side. Moves on to 41. 84 for 2. But you look calm now, Wes, having run around.
For now. I'm as calm as I can be now. Yeah, it's been a decent start by Hampshire. What did you say? 84 for 2. No, they lost both openers gone. But Toby Albert into the side. First innings in this competition. 41 not out.
It's played away on the offside by Lehman, and that's a single.
1 ball left. So from Driscoll. And good from him from the pavilion end.
Comes in again and bowls, and down the wicket comes Albert. Works that up to mid on. 86 for 2. That's the end of the over. Driscoll's completed 5 overs, 1 for 14.
Yeah, decent stuff from these two. Rebuild slightly, but important innings for Toby Albert, who's not got to 58, or hopefully you will go on to get his 50. But coming in or replacing Fletcher Middleton, who got 47 in that win on Friday, a much needed win for Hampshire against Essex, and important runs down the order. Tom Prest with another 50. James with a career best 58 not out.
Mm.
It's going to be Ghaffari to continue from the Hilton end. Bowls right on over to Albert drives. Single back to the deep point fielder. 87 for 2. Keep up with that one, Kev, on Friday?
I watched the highlights.
As did I.
Did you? Yes.
Yeah. Important win.
Yeah.
You feel is Hampshire would have lost that. 1 win out of 4 games, half the competition gone. Needing to win pretty much every other game to stay in the top 3 as Ghaffari is in. Punched back down the ground by Lehman. There's a chase on for Stokes towards the boundary. Gets a foot on it and just about stops that before it goes into the rope. Down below us. A couple runs to Lehman. Standard sort of senior player fielding that one. You see that one there. So a few people would have done that on the club grounds yesterday.
Yeah, it was quite interesting watching Ben Stokes warm up in the nets. Even the Hampshire boys were sort of, just clocking in more than you would do normally when they're having their practice.
Far into Lehman, places one into the onside, there's no run. Do you think that's playing on their minds? I'd like to have someone like Ben Stokes come back into...
When you've got somebody like that, of course it does. I think even we, we're sort of, noticing him more than perhaps other players.
Ghaffari bowls some tossed up, driven by Lehman powerfully, but diving stop out there on the cover boundary. Short boundary to our right-hand side. 90 for 2, Hampshire.
I love this email. Philip Harboard, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, considering that the coverage on YouTube is free, I'm more than happy with the quality. Quite sure how to take that.
Comment noted. Ghaffari into Albert, puts this one into the onside, there's no run. One ball left to pass over. 4 runs off it so far from Ghaffari. Twirls the ball in his hands. Bowls now to Albert. This one slightly shorter, cuts away off the back foot by Albert. Beats the diving fielder at short third. Come back for a couple. The ball won't go all the way. Another couple of runs to Toby out. Takes him to 45. Hampshire 92 for 2. 19 overs gone.
Email here from Ian Todd, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Durham each year play one fixture at Gosforth. That's right. Hampshire were there up in 2024. Which Durham won quite convincingly. I remember that was a nice sunny day as well. A bit windy, which is only just over the border into Northumberland, says Ian. But this year they will also be playing at Darlington. I played against Durham at Darlington, gosh, in their early days. A likely factor is the increased use of the Riverside by the Durham women and the hosting of the international T20 versus India as Drissel bowls and Lehman's off the back foot. Swats at that one, goes to extra cover. It's the same case here and all around the grounds because there's so much good weather. There is so much cricket being played and the main grounds are just being overused as Lehman drives up to deep mid-off, moves on to 17, 93 for 2. He signs off by saying, Ian Todd, in brackets, a Durham fan in London, but thwarted presence today by South West Trains engineering work. Obviously didn't fancy getting the replacement bus. Have you ever taken a replacement bus?
Yeah, a few times.
As Albert drives powerfully up to mid-off and it's half stopped. He'll still take a single, moves on to 46. I've been lucky. I don't use trains a lot, but when I have, never had that. What's it like? It must put hours onto a journey.
Takes a little bit like, yeah, luckily for me, I haven't done long journeys on it. It's just been usually just 1 or 2 stops. And yeah, it's not been too bad.
That's good. Drissel bowls. Pulled away by Lehman up to deep mid-on. He moves on to 18 and it's 95 for 2. Tony Cook has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. We're getting through a few here. Enjoying the stream, says Tony. That's good. We'll put that in the tick box.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, not too many of those at the moment. As an Isle of Wight resident, I'm disappointed that Hampshire stopped their yearly visit to play at New Close, as that's played away on the leg side by Albert, and he moves on to 47. The 3 games played there between 2019 and 2023 always seemed well attended, as they were. The whole Isle of Wight cricket community look forward to the game each year. What chances of it being repeated? Says Tony, who's in Ryde. I think Hampshire are talking about it, but I think there needs to be a bit more substance. That's played on the leg side. It's gone very, very fine indeed. Lehman turns. We'll have to hurry for the second. He'll get home. And that is off. That's a wide, actually. It's not touched Lehman or any part of Lehman. Hampshire are in a quandary because they can't use their nursery ground, and by all accounts, there'll be some work happening over the next few years over there, which means there'll be no cricket played there whatsoever. As Lehman pushes forward, that's not out in the middle of the bat, goes out square on the leg side. End of the over. 20 overs gone then of this 50 overs side contest, and 99 for 2 are Hampshire, with Albert on 47, Lehman on 18. So Hampshire do need to find something somewhere.
I think so, yeah. And you think it was only a few years ago that we were on the Isle of Wight, I think 2023.
Yeah.
I think for a one-day cup game. We were over there twice in recent years in this competition against Kent and Northamptonshire. I think both really good games, actually. I wasn't there, unfortunately. I was off with 100 during those times.
Yes,
but,
sure.
I remember that game, watching the Northamptonshire game back at New Close. Really, really close game, really close finish. And I think it was Jack Campbell, the star that day, left arm seamer, to win the game for Hampshire on that occasion. Going to be a change of bowling here at the Hilton End at Utilita Bowl. Will Rhodes, Durham's leading wicket taker and leading run scorer in this competition. Career best in terms of runs against Morgan a few weeks ago. Right arm over to Albert, drives through the covers, picks up a single. He moves to 48, and that's the 100 up for Hampshire. The 21st over. Warm round of applause. And a pretty healthy crowd here at Utilita Bowl today. Roof terrace is packed up there on the top deck of the pavilion. Healthy smattering of supporters in the Shane Warne stand as well. The pitch being over to our right as we look, and as on the right on the stream at the moment as Rhodes is in, bowls to Lehman, clipped off the legs. Look for 2 here. Don't think the ball's going to win the race. Squalling fielder comes round. It will be 2. Lehman on to 20.
How many expecting today? Crowd was
2,500
yeah.
in today, so sort of what we'd expect. You'd hope the Ben Stokes effect might entice a few more people down.
Yeah, he'll be batting later, or you would think he'll be batting later.
Rhodes past the umpire, bowls to leave this one driven down the ground, but hits Toby Albert and probably cost him a single there. Did Toby Albert? It was hit powerfully by Jake Lehman.
It cost him a run out as well, didn't it? I wonder what's the situation with that. If it ricochets off your pad and it goes out into the covers like it did there, but Lehman can't get back and has run out, I suppose that's legitimate, isn't it? I suppose
so. We've seen you can be caught off someone, can't you? It's someone at non-strikers, Rhodes in, driven by Lehman. That's what he was trying to do the ball before. Tries down to long on. He will get a single this time. Slightly wider of Toby at that time. Yeah, there's been a few. There was one in a test match fairly recently, wasn't there? I want to say Henry Nichols or Darryl Mitchell, one of the 2. No, not in the recent series. He's going back a couple of years now.
Right.
Off Jack Leach's bowling, and whoever was at the non-strikers end basically middled it into. It might have been Alex Lee's the catcher actually. Rhodes bowls to Albert, clipped into the mid wicket. There's no run. I think there was, again, going back a few more years where it was Michael Clark and Andrew Simons and ODI. I don't know. I don't even know if I was alive during that game. There's Rhodes. Begins his run now. Last ball of the over. Bowls to Albert. Attempted cut. Beats the bat of Albert. And it's the end of the over. 4 runs coming off Rhodes first. Hampshire 103 for 2. 21 overs gone.
Adrian Kirk has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says the picture feed is working perfectly for me. Got the thumbs up from Wes there. Great colour balance, much better than other counties if we're being honest. I too used to enjoy the matches at Basingstoke, but for now YouTube is a wonderful addition, and thank you for the excellent commentary. Thank you very much. Stephen Clark has emailed. It's the first email of the day from Stephen. Something must have happened. Perhaps he got to the ground late.
Usually gets them in early, doesn't he?
He's normally the first, and if he's not the first, he gets very annoyed. Here comes Drissel with his off breaks, and that's played watchfully behind square on the offside, and there's no run. He says, some of us have moved away and sit elsewhere on the ground. Yes, you're part of the executive club, Steve. Yes, we know. He was part of that Shane Warne Wrinkleys in the stand, but he's moved on to bigger and better things. 104 for 2. He says, I am not prepared to say whether or not it was influence. However, he sat in hospitality at Worcester. I therefore now feel justified not sitting with him in response to Neil Prowse, his earlier email. Just was over the wicket. Down the wicket comes Albert, works it to mid-wicket. It's a lot of wickets in that sentence. We're in the 22nd over here of this Group B contest. Quicker ball. Albert's off the back foot. Steers that up to deep mid on and moves on to 49. Alex McKinley has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the commentary. He says, having seen Ashu Sharma struggle mid-innings in his 4 knocks so far, it seems that role really doesn't suit his game. He just plays a lot of shots, doesn't he, really? I suppose law of averages that says one time out of the 8 group games he's going to come off and make a huge difference. That's driven past a diving Drissel. Up to mid-off, Lehman moves on to 23, 106 for 2. So I wondered whether there might be merit in promoting him to open. Whoa. If he fails, we haven't lost much, but if he could get us off to a real flyer in the power play, I know pinch hitters are out of fashion. Yeah, they are a little bit, aren't they? But I still remember the scare Ali Carter gave us in the 2005 Lord's final. I remember that as well. Interested in your thoughts. There's a 50 for Toby Albert. It's come off 62 balls with 6 fours, and that is his 6th half-century or more in list day cricket, and today he's playing his 25th. Yeah, that's a good point. Pinch hitters, yeah, they used to be a rage, didn't it, a few seasons ago. Neil Carter, says Alex McKinley, that's right. Yeah.
So Ali Carter's a snooker player, isn't he?
I was going to say, yeah. Not sure he would have done too much damage.
Yeah, with Ashton, like you say, the way he plays, more at some point it's going to come off and he'll get an 80 off a 40 or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, his career strike rate in list day cricket is 125. As Rose begins a new over from the Hilton end, Albert drives this one through the covers beautifully, splits the fielders, or trying to chase it down. Can they even? Ooh, he might have just got there. No, signals 4. It's a good effort from the fielder coming around, but he just took some of the rope with him as he stopped the ball. It's 4 more to Toby Albert, takes him to 54.
It's Emilio Gay. A little bit of a hand injury there. Seems to be favouring the hand a little bit, doesn't he? I wonder if anybody from the England hierarchy is listening to this. They'll be slightly concerned.
I think they've got the physio teamed up to walk in the outfield now. Check on him as Rhodes is in to Albert. This one driven back down the ground. Single out to long on, 112 for 2, Hampshire. Yeah, test series against Pakistan coming up later this month. Really good. She did okay against New Zealand. Got that 50 in the first test at Lord's. Got 40 odd at the Oval as well.
Couple of 50s.
Couple of 50s, yeah. So here's Rhodes. Some round to Lehman. Cut away on the offside. Just be a single. Lehman to 24. What changes do you think England will make in this Pakistan? Obviously, no Ben Stokes, which, as we saw in the second test, particularly disrupted the side quite a bit. I know they had quite a few debutants, Sonny Baker being one of them. As in comes Rhodes. Past that Albert, driven, but finds the field at short cover.
Yeah. Who would you have?
You turned this back on me now.
Yes, I very quickly. Because if I'm honest, I can't think of anybody.
I feel like we had a similar-ish conversation with Charlie Harden during the last home game. He mentioned Craig Overton. I think it'd be a good option. As Rhodes is in, bowls to Albert, driven out to long on.
Especially the way he's batting.
Exactly, yeah. I think he's got 300 or 400 this year. Good knocks towards the end of T20 games as well.
And he got some runs in the 100 at the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
Towards the end. Off his brother, didn't he?
He might well have been.
He was hitting his brother, wasn't he? I think.
Here's Rose then. Last ball of the over to Lehman. This one defended back up the pitch. There's no runs. 7 runs coming off the 23rd over. There's going to be a change in commentary. I'm going to make way for Sanjay Murthy.
Thank you, Wes, as he does. Bill Cunningham's back on the email, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, what's happened to all the young fast bowlers? In earlier Metro Bank series, we had John Turner, Campbell, Kelly, Jack. Are they all broken? Says Bill. Well, in the instance of John Turner, not so long ago, was playing one-day cricket for England. As Drissel bowls, down the wicket comes Albert, drives it into the covers. He's been injured all year, and I think he's still struggling. Dom Kelly, well, he played the first game in this competition, I think, J, if I'm right. It's
He's not played the last two.
No. And Eddie Jack. Actually, I don't know about Eddie Jack. That's the one question I haven't asked.
Has he got a 100 contract?
Oh, he's got 100. Oh, of course he has, yes. Brad Wheel's still injured, I'm afraid, with a back problem. That's played back to the bowler by Albert. Campbell. Can't think of one off the top of my head. Campbell?
No.
I think he might have just added one there, Bill, randomly to throw us. And it certainly has, as Albert works that away to deep point. Moves on to 57, 115 for 2.
Yeah, maybe Bill could tell us what Campbell he was thinking of.
Yeah. I can't think of one, can you?
No.
Off the top of my head.
And if you can't, then...
Well, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one floating around somewhere. Just can't think of it. Tristan is into his 8th over. Here's by well, 1 for 26. That's pulled away by Lehman. Couple of bounces out to deep square leg. Just picked out the fielder there, Lehman. It's a short boundary side. A couple of yards either side would have seen that go over the rope. Lehman's on to 25. Now this partnership now has put on 66. Albert's on the back foot. Plays that back to the bowler. So we've had 24 overs here. So very close to halfway. I think Hampshire will be fairly happy with the way things are going. Nick Gubbins for 5 and Ali Orr for 14, the 2 wickets that have fallen.
And we're yet to see Ben Stokes bowl. Rhodes is going to continue. I know it looks like they've given the ball to Minto. Let me just confirm that a second. We'll see. I was watching actually a couple of balls ago. No, it is Rhodes to continue. And he's going to be bowling to Lehman. Right arm round the wicket bowls and a big drive from Lehman. A couple of bounces down to Ben Stokes, who's fielding long on. So therefore, just a single. I was watching when Emilio Gay did that dive down there on the boundary, and it ended up being a 4, but he sort of ruffled the ropes. And then Ben Stokes tried to put them back. It's Rhodes in, bowls to Albert, who drives on the offside, and it is Emilio Gay, 10-15 yards off the boundary, little fumble. But just a single. When Ben Stokes was trying to put the Rhodes back, looked very confused because you got to stretch it, and it isn't stretched down there, it's kind of folded over. I was kind of thinking, what are the rules in terms of putting the rope back in the right? I mean, you can put it back anywhere, can you? Ultimately, as Rhodes round the wicket to Lehman, takes a step towards the bowler and just drives it for a single down to Zafari, who's fielding it long off. And we could just nudge it in or nudge it out, depending how we feel. No one's looking. So, well, this guy he's pretty good on the offside, let's say. We'll just pull the boundary rope out a little bit every single time. And see if they don't get caught. No, not giving anybody any ideas. Rhodes to Albert, drives to Stokes. That'll just be 1 to take Albert to 59. He's batted very well so far, Toby Albert. He batted well in the blast as well, didn't he?
Yeah, patches. I mean, he had an awesome season last year with top run scorer in the competition. Not quite as many this year, and by his own standards of last year, not quite as good. But he was he threatened to sort of really get going, but it never quite happened for him.
Rhodes Fuller and nice looking drive from Lehman. It's gone straight to Zafari though. They're picking out the fielders here. Rhodes is bowling well, so dealing in single off every ball of this over so far, which has gone for 5.
Yeah, didn't actually pick up a half century this year. Played in every game. He faced 3 balls in the final over the 2 matches.
Last ball of the over, then Rhodes down the leg side, and Albert just gets a bit of a bat on it and drops it into a vacant-ish mid-wicket area where they trot through for single off every ball, therefore 6 off the over, halfway point. Hampshire 122 for 2, and we're going to have some drinks. Kev Lehman's on 28, Albert 60.
So while we have a break, let's go through the other
Who
scores
haven't
that are happening today. Just a reminder that Hampshire come into this game in 5th and Durham are in 4th. Also in Group B, Derbyshire are taking on Sussex. Derbyshire currently sitting 6th with 4 points. Sussex bottom of the table with just 2. Derbyshire 113 for 2 off 19 overs. Harry Kane, formerly of Hampshire, 32 not out. Martin Anderson's having a good season there. He's gone for 39. Essex are taking on Worcestershire today. Essex sitting 7th with Worcestershire in 3rd. Essex have started well there, 147 for 1 in the 22nd. Noah Thane, who's had a great competition, a couple of hundreds, hasn't he?
Back to back.
So far, yeah. 69 not out here is Tom Wesley with 57 not out there. And in the other game in Group B, Middlesex taking on Yorkshire. That's 2nd against 1st. That's the top game in this group today. Middlesex 112 for 3. And Josh DeCaries, who also is having a great tournament with both bat and ball. He's out for 42.
Yeah, he got 75 and took 6 for it, didn't he, against Hampshire?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He's having a good competition. Simon Baker has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. A recurring theme throughout the commentary so far has been outgrounds. We had just about the most perfect day of cricket when Hampshire most recently visited the Isle of Wight to play Kent. The logistics must be tricky. They are. But it pulled in a crowd that packed the county ground in Newport. Well, it does. And I remember there, I can't remember if it was for that game. I don't think it was, because I think I travelled over by ferry in the morning. But I think it was the championship game in no, it can't have been. I think it might have been the other one-day game against Northants. I was actually at the club in the afternoon, setting up, because the technicals obviously is a bit more of a challenge there. And the phone at this club was non-stop throughout the afternoon, people wanting tickets. And the club had to say, no, we've sold out, blah, blah, blah. This is Newport. And it is around holiday time. There were so many people just obviously were on holiday, probably found there was a game and wanted to come, and they must have turned away dozens and dozens of people while I was there at the club. So it is popular.
It is popular.
Around this time is the best time obviously to play there, but it is, I don't think it's clear cut as to whether Hampshire can play there again. I think there's a lot of chat needs to happen for lots of reasons, because they were trying to sell it. They were trying to sell the ground off a little while ago.
Okay.
But I don't know what the latest is.
Well, maybe someone can tell us if they're in the know, a Newportian. Tell us what's happening down there. Players are coming back after their drinks break. What have you got? Anything interesting?
David Wright,
Oh, yeah.
suncricket@gmail.com. Yeah, the Stokes effect. I'm a Surrey fan and wanted a neutral game as we're not playing. Lords, Beckenham or the Bowl. Stokes swung it. Hello to my Hampshire friend Arnie at Come on Durham, says David. Oh, there you are. See, there's an example of one person that is here because of Ben Stokes. Let's hope he doesn't have a similar game to what he had last game.
Firstborn.
He was out first ball in the last game.
Yeah.
So otherwise, David, it might be a bit of a wasted trip.
Got drizzle on again, have you?
Looks like we're going to finally get the resumption. That's been quite a long drinks break, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or is that
warm day.
Was it me?
It is.
Oh, it is me. Sorry. Yes.
Mm.
Get my thoughts back together again as he's driven up to deep mid on. Albert moves on to 61. 123 for 2.
Looks like Drizzle's going to bowl through, you'd think. He's in his 9th over.
Yes, he is. He's bowled well, hasn't
He has bowled well. 1 for 28.
Bill Cunningham has just filled me in, and I do remember this. It was Jack Campbell, who was a left-arm seamer that actually bowled well here about 3 seasons ago, I think it was, in this competition. That's a cutaway by Lehman to backward a point. Thank you, Bill, for explaining that. He was a South Coast boy who went to university in Durham and played for them. That's right, he did. And unfortunately, he plays for the Langley Manor Club, just outside Southampton.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
played
I've
out on the
heard
onside.
Nice ground, that.
Yeah, it is nice. Just outside Tottenham. Leafy ground. Before everybody jumps in, no, it's not quite a ground where you play one of these games there before anybody jumps in with that one to play back to the bowl and there's no run. He did bowl well and showed a lot of promise here in that one season. But unfortunately, it didn't sort of then happen. You know, you've then got to make strides each year as a player. You have to play back to the bowl. Unfortunately, he didn't. He didn't really. And then the last thing I heard, he was bowling some spin in club cricket. And I thought, well, if that's happening, then clearly the bowling hasn't quite worked. Nice guy, though. Really nice lad. Lehman cuts that away out to deep point. And he moves on to 29, 124 for 2 in the 26th.
Again, this is what the Metro Bank is the One Day Cup is giving the younger players, isn't it? Chance to play. You know, the guns were offered, but the 100. You know, so the likes of Don Kelly, Harry Petrie, etc. You know, can get a decent run of games here, playing first team cricket. It's going to be. I was an over early with my James Minto prediction, but he's coming back to replace Will Rhodes from the hotel end. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28 so far. James Minto. I keep wanting to call him Scott Minto. Do you remember Scott Minto? I think he played for West Ham and Fulham, footballer.
Yes.
A while ago, 90s, I'd say. But it's not him, because James is only 18. He's bowled well so far. And he's going to continue now to Jake Lehman around the wicket, bowls on the leg side. And Lehman scampers through quickly for 1 because he's tucked it into the leg side. But it is only 1 because Amelia Gay is quick around the boundary and fires it in to keep Lehman to 1. He moves to 30. Albert 61. Hampshire 125 for 2. Building a score here, Hampshire. There's been some big runs, hasn't there, in this competition so far? 300s, 350s. So it'd be interesting to see if we go with that double it at 30 sort of type of theory. Let's see what they get, what they are when they get to 30 overs anyway. As Minto round the wicket, Albert, and just defended there. Email, Ralph Brooker actually asked about Manny Lumsden, didn't he? He said, talking quick, said he knew a Manny. Also Sam Curran for the Pakistan series. I guess you were talking about the test side, weren't you? Because there is a gap, isn't there, at 7. For me, that all-rounder, if we're going to have that conversation, Kev, is Rayan Ahmed. I'd like to see Rayan Ahmed get that spot as a spinning all-rounder and then play 4 quicks underneath him. I think that would be a way to go as Minto in again and carved beautifully on the offside. No point running for that. Toby Albert, he's absolutely climbed into that and it's gone all the way for 4. Great applause from this growing crowd here at the Utilita. He moves to 65, Hampshire 129 for 2.
So who'd be your quicks?
The conditions depending. I think you've got Atkinson and Jofra, in their tongue. I think is the one that I think they will always play. And then you got a choice, I think. Haven't you? You've got Sonny, you've got Fisher, you've got a few others who can also be that 4th quick as Minto in again. And this is a bouncer down the leg side, and the umpire does eventually. He wasn't sure, gives a wide, and Minto's got to bowl that again. Who else? Bryden Cast, I guess, hasn't played this year. He's had a few injuries, hasn't he? Potts is around. There's some quicks in the Crocombe, the Sussex bowler who's just moved to another county for next season. He was in the Lions. Minto bowls now and on the leg side, and Albert just get tucked up a little bit, and there's a fielder, Will Rhodes. It's very close on the leg side, and no run. Albert remains on 65. Yeah, because you've got Smith at 6. They've got. I think you have the spinner. Yeah, you have Ahmed at 7. Then you got the 4 quick. So I think it then is Atkinson, Tongue Archer, and one was Minto again leg side, and Will Rhodes comes round and fields. That's what I would do.
Okay, that sounds perfectly plausible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good. Very well informed.
Thank you. Yeah. And back to Manny. Under 19s, is there a squad, or has he got 100 contract?
He's got 100 contract with Son of Brave,
yeah.
I think. Munston, yeah, he has it. Thanks, Wes. Formerly press officer of the Southern Brave.
Yeah,
what are you former? There's nothing. You didn't fall out with him or anything like that, did you? No, he didn't.
Minto to Albert, and he just tries to pull that leg side. It was a bit close for that shot. and it's fielded by Rhodes. End of the over, which has gone for 6, including the wide. Minto 6 overs, 1 for 34. Hampshire 130 for 2. Lehman 30. Albert 65.
David Lane has emailed summercricket@gmail.com. I think David emailed earlier as well. Does Kevin remember playing at Cowes against Plessis? I played those games. Yes, I did. I used to play 1 or 2 benefit matches over there.
Who
Quite
or
good fun.
what?
Plessis ground was one of the grounds just outside Cowes.
Okay.
Which, yeah, it was quite good fun actually. Yeah, we used to go over there 4, 5, 6 times, I think, to go and play a little benefit match. Yeah, it was good fun. Right, here's Drissel with his last over as Lehman works that to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's actually useful having Wes here for, having the press officer about to give us actually correct information.
Yes, as all press officers do. Let's play that. That's no slight against Wes.
No, we're nice to Wes, aren't we? Yeah, rather than just making it up as we normally do, it's good to have a modicum of truth.
Just around the wicket, Lehman drives up towards deep mid-off. He moves on to 31 and Hampshire are 131 for 2, and now these two have put on 81 for the 3rd wicket after Ali Orr fell in the 10th over at 50 for 2. Just again. Down the wicket comes Albert, deliberately goes over the top of mid-off, and that I think has gone all the way. Waiting for the umpire to confirm that. Oh, that's 4. Oh, that's just bounced inside the rope. Where quite a few of the crowd are situated to the left of the Shane Warne stand as we look. Nice shot that. Mid-off is up, so quite a deliberate shot from Albert. Moves on to 69 from 81 deliveries. Hampshire 135 for 2 in the 28th. Drissel again. Albert just works that away up to deep mid-on. He's into the 70s now. 136 for 2.
Without wanting to put the mockers on him, 96 is his highest score in this format.
Right.
So hasn't scored 100. He's got 3 50s, I think. I should confirm that.
He's got more than that.
No,
I think, yeah. Let's play back to the bowler. That's the end of George Drissel with the ball anyway. And he's bowled a tidy spell there. 10 overs, 1 for 35. Hasn't been a lot of turn in this pitch. He's just bowled very accurately.
Yeah, they all have, haven't they, the Durham bowlers so far? It's all been good lines, good lengths. No one's gone at 6s. Ghaffari's been the most expensive at 5.8, Minto 5.7, same as Rhodes. So, yeah, the bowling well, Durham so far. Still no signs. I'm on Stokes' watch. No sign of Stokes bowling, although he does have the ball in hand. He's flicking it from hand to hand, but he's actually still got his cap on, and it's going to be Minto who will continue. Albert is on 70, Lehman on 31. Good partnership, these two. 86 so far. It's 50 when the 2nd wicket went in the 10th over, as Kev just said. Of a discussion between Casey Aldridge, who's a very young, 25 years old, Casey Aldridge, the Durham captain, chatting with the umpires about something. That's done. Must be good for him to have Stokes on the pitch, I guess. An old head to be able to talk to as a young captain. Minto then around the wicket, left armour, bowling to Lehman, full, and Lehman drives, and it's gone to Casey Aldridge's as a shy at stumps, but it's an extremely poor attempt at a shy at stumps because it's about 4 feet over, and there was no danger. Would have been interesting if that had been more accurate.
Well, it was a run out. Direct hits a run out. He was out by a mile, Lehman. So
poor run, I guess you could say, but okay result for Lehman. It moves on to 31. So that was Albert hit that. Lehman is on 31. He'll be facing up to Minto. Left armour to left-handed batter. Minto then. Shorter leg side. Ooh, we must have got something on that, I guess. Because there was no wide signal by the umpire. Lehman remains 31. Albert 71. Hampshire 137 for 2. In the 29th over, Kevin, we're coming nearly to that 30 over mark. I'll be asking you in a bit what you think a good score is going to be. So just giving you a bit of notice of that. Not much, but some. There's Minto, 3rd ball of this over to Lehman. and it's short, and he's pulled away on the leg side. He's got to make some room, Emilio Gay, but he does make it to the ball, throws, and that means it's just a single to Lehman, who moves on to 32. 138 then for two. Lovely crowd here, bit of a breeze across the ground. Must be beautiful conditions out there, a bit hot, but the breeze is going to help, I would think. There's people on the concourse as well. There's Minto into Albert Shaw and pulled into the leg side straight to the fielder, who's fielding on that boundary, and Graham Clark just fires it back into Ollie Robinson for a single. Lehman 32, Albert 72. 2 balls left in this 7th over by James Minter. What's open today? Let's have a look. We've got not much on that side. On this side, what we got the bar's always open, so that's good. If you want some Greek food, you've got that option as well, Kev.
I'll bear that in mind.
Yeah, do that as Minto in full and defended by Lehman. It's going to be a first for me today. In the couple of years I've been doing this with you, it'll be the first time I've ever seen you eat.
Right.
So it's something I'm looking
Yeah, I
forward
don't
to
usually.
personally. No, because when we go over, because in the championship matches we have to go over to the hospitality suites,
Yeah.
in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and you just don't bother, do you?
No, can't be bothered anymore.
No, but when we do the blast matches, it's downstairs, and you don't do that either.
Don't I?
No, well, I haven't seen you.
Oh, right.
You didn't do it when we did the Surrey match together as Minto in full, and nicely cut away on the offside by Lehman, but there is a field there. And that is just single. Singles only is over. That's been food filled, and 140 for 2. I'm going to move over, and I'm going to give way to Wes.
Well, next time I eat, I'll invite you to my table, Sanjay, just to prove that I do take some food. 140 for 2, 29 overs gone. Bill Cunningham back on the emails, sunandcricket@gmail.com. Andrew Neal. He says he was a fast bowler whose turn to spin. That's right, correct. When he made his first-class debut, it was for Leeds Bradford University. Then he got some real bad back problems and he couldn't bowl fast anymore, but he's a more than handy spinner. He was a real find in this competition, says Bill last year. I hope he can continue to be used as Liam retires from the red ball. James Vince used him in the T20. That's right, he did. Welcome back, Wes.
Hello.
Wes can vouch that I do eat during T20s.
You do,
because
yes.
you've seen me.
I have seen you.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Right, Colin Ackerman with his off breaks is taking over from George Dressel, who bowled his off breaks rather tidily. Ackerman fires that one in. And that's turned away on the leg side by Lehman, who moves on to 34. 141 for 2 in the 30th. I know Sanjay was pushing me for a total. I think, in this position, Hampshire got a little bit looking for 300 here.
You'd think so, yeah.
Got to be.
I know they're only going at 4.8 at the moment, but still a lot of time to go in this game. So
Now, I had a lot of time. Yeah, I had a lot of time on my hands yesterday for some reason. And I was looking up a few things. Ackerman bowls. It looks like he's got a little bit more round-armed, actually, since the last time I saw him. But maybe I'll just study him a bit more. He's played up to mid-on. And here's a really useless fact about 300s. This year, I mean, we are halfway through, aren't we, as regards group matches, but not actually halfway through the competition. And 23 times a score of 300 or more has been hit already in this competition. Last year, in total, there was around 46. Give or take 1 or 2, because I can't remember what I looked up and didn't write it down. It's played out on the offside. So we're on course for more 300 plus scores this year than last year.
Playing on track, aren't we?
Yeah.
Is it
Well,
23 halfway through?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we've got quarterfinals, semi-finals,
yeah.
and finals. It's played out on the leg side by Lehman, who moves on to 35. Yeah, I don't know why I looked that up, and it probably.
That's a lot of manual searching to find that.
Well, it was a lot of manual. As I say, I did have a lot of time because I had a really good week in Copenhagen last week, and when he got back on Friday. So I used it as a sort of a very easy rest day. So I was just looking at a few things. Albert uses his feet, plays it back to Ackerman. So yeah, it was just the sort of thing I did. I don't know why.
On your holidays.
Yeah, I don't know why I looked that up. Really. But it seemed apt to use that now. Well, we were talking about 300s, what have you. Albert plays that up to mid-on and moves on to 74. 144 for 2 are Hampshire. End of Ackerman's first over that went for just 4.
It's anything to do with pitches perhaps? I know the weather's been obviously very dry. A lot of the south of the country, it's actually in drought at the moment, isn't it?
It is,
We haven't seen, I know this is only the second game here, but we haven't seen too many runs on pitches here. So the T20s, they've been pretty good. Had a few 200 plus scores in the blast. It's like 200 odd in the quarterfinal against Essex.
And this is the first time this pitch has been used this year, according to Simon Lee, head grounds person. I think he described it as an occasional pitch. It's basically the last one you can play on the right hand side of the square.
Yeah, we are a long way over
We are.
that side today, aren't we? To ends of the square that we typically use for pre-season friendlies, county championship games. I think we've only got 50, 55 metre boundary to our right hand side. Right hand side as you look on the stream. 60, 65 the other side. James Minto, the 18-year-old, is continuing from the Hilton. It's a short cut away by Albert. Guides that down to deep fair. They'll come through for a single. Albert to 74. But I suppose having played at a few outruns, it probably isn't that much different to what a lot of these players would have played on anyway. This is something for the bowlers and the captain to keep in mind with that short boundary in play, slightly longer to the left-hand side. Minto past the bowler to Lehman, short, pulled away, right out the middle of Lehman's bat, through for a single. They'll look for two, Lehman wants it, and get through for two pretty comfortably in the end. 47 for Hampshire. So looking for that 300. 300 plus just a couple of days ago. Chase against Essex. Just over 300 against Worcestershire as well in that so tight game. Lost by 4 runs in the end. Andrew Neil, the star with the bat, making 48 off just 22 deliveries. Minto is in. Short again, pulled by Laban. He's got hold of that one, but it's straight to the field at fine leg. Fumbles it slightly. Will just be a single though. Laban to 38, brings Toby Albert back on strike. Let's see the other scores around the country. There's a few teams on for 300. Essex 178 for 2. Northants 146 for 1 against Lancashire. Sorry. As Minto's in. Bowls to Albert, short cut. Timed it nicely. Emilio Gay's got some work to do to his left and can't quite stop it. It's 4 more to Toby Albert, brings up to 150 for Hampshire in the 31st over. Well, Toby Albert, his first game in the competition, a bit of a break. Played since the final of the Blast. This game doing pretty well.
I was going to say, considering you only faced 3 balls all day in the semi-final and final, he hasn't done a lot of batting recently, and I think he's looked good from the word go. He just got tucked up a little bit from a Luke Robinson bouncer early on in his innings.
Minto into Albert, short, pulled away over the head of mid-wicket. That's an emphatic shot from Toby Albert. 4 more to him, back-to-back boundaries. For Albert takes him into the 80s now, 83 off 90 balls.
And I did say earlier that I did think this is a good move from Hampshire for bringing him in. He's been in the squads, hasn't he, the last couple of games. Hasn't got a 100 contract this year. He was with the Brave last year, only played 1 match. But they brought him back today very much with the championship just around the corner. And I think it's been a good move. And he's benefiting here, no doubt about that.
That's Minto's reply then. Last ball of the over goes full, defended back up the pitch by Albert. It's the end of the over, an expensive one. 12 runs coming off that from James Minto. Hampshire 156 for 2, 31 overs gone. So Toby Albert, perhaps a slightly different style of player to Fletcher Middleton, who did get runs in the last game, 47, struggled in the first few games. They say Albert was rested for the first couple, came back into the squad for the game against Worcestershire last Sunday. Obviously didn't play. Perhaps the sort of style of player you need.
Well,
pitch,
yeah,
perhaps.
Agreed. But also, I mean, this is comfortably his top scorer of the season. He's played 5 championship matches, hasn't got a half century, didn't get a half century in the T20. That's cut away fine by Lehman off Ackerman for another single. I think this is just exactly what the coaching staff would have hoped to have seen from Toby Albert. He's never looked out of Nick this year, but it's been one. I think it's been one of those seasons where one mistake out. And he's had some good deliveries bowled at him as well this year. Early on in T20s, where first couple of overs the ball does something, he seems to have been the one batter that's got that delivery. It's played out on the offside, and rather than play a miss, it's caught the edge or hasn't really got going in the championship either. But this is perfect for him. It's Lehmann to face Ackerman. As Ackerman's firing it in here. Lehmann plays that out quietly on the offside. Yeah, maybe Fletcher Middleton a little bit unlucky to be dropped after his innings of 47. I think Hampshire looking at the bigger picture. That's cut away by Lehmann a little bit more forcefully this time. Goes out to Emilio Gay. And Albert was looking for two. I think I heard one or two in the crowd say, oh, come on. I don't think they were saying that to Emilio Gay. I think he got to the ball quite quickly. 159 for two. And if you're wondering, Ben Stokes is in the Durham side today. He hasn't bowled yet. As that's played out on the onside, that's two Stokes.
It was 10 overs the other day at York, so
Ah,
he said,
yeah.
we might have a rest for this game.
Yeah, always used all his quota up for the next few days. That's played up to mid-on. That was Durham's first defeat in this competition up at York. Lost by 7 wickets. Before that, they beat Derbyshire, Sussex and Glamorgan. End of the over. Ackerman's completed 2 overs, none for 8. 32 overs gone, which means we've got 18 overs left. And Hampshire in a decent position here at 160 for 2. Remember, the top 3 teams qualify from the 2 groups. Hampshire starting this game in 5th and Durham in 4th.
In Hampshire, a good record of late in this competition. Making the finals 2023, 2025, knockout stages 2022, 2024. All under the captaincy of Nick Gubbins. It's the return of Shafaqullah Ghaffari from the hotel end. Former Afghanistan under-19s. Spent this one tossed up, driven by Albert. Finds the fielder at point, there's no run.
He's found a little bit of turn from time to time, isn't he? But a great googly. I think it was Albert. Just did a little too much, but he's got a really good googly.
He's played all of Durham's games. Got 4 wickets so far this competition. This one slightly shorter, cut by Albert. Finds the same fielder again at point. Albert slightly frustrated with himself there. Hampshire 160 for 2. Trying to get to that 300 mark. Ghaffari in, bowls to Albert. This one defended into the offside. There's no run.
Just wondered if that was the attempted googly there. If it was, Albert played it very watchfully.
As Ghaffari starts his run. 2. Albert drives into the offside. Another dot ball. Pressure here from Ghaffari. 29 for his first 5 overs. Best of 2 for 51 this competition so far. Bowls to Albert, this one cuts, but again Albert can't find the gap at point. It's another dot ball. Throws the bat up in the air in frustration there, does Albert. 1 ball left of the over. Something might happen here. It's Ghaffari. Asks the umpire, bowls to Albert. Defends this one into the onside. There's no run. A maiden over from Ghaffari. Stuff from him. Hampshire 160 for 2. 33 overs gone. Toby Albert. So he missed out on a couple there. A couple of short balls. Straight to the fielder at point. But good stuff from Ghaffari. As I say, I think throwing definitely 1 googly in there, if not a couple.
Yeah. Yeah, that one that really went to Albert early on in his innings. Will McCluckey has emailed cricket@gmail.com. That's the one we are using for these 50 over games. He says, afternoon, thanks for the great commentary. Thank you. There is always a lot of talk about second season syndrome for a lot of youngsters. Take Toby Albert, for example, says Will. Top run scorer in the Blast last year and not 150 this year. That's right, we've just been talking about that. It wasn't so much a first season for him, was it? Because I remember him doing quite well when he stood in as an opener a couple of seasons ago in the Championship. Got a couple of hundreds, I think, off the top of my head. Certainly got one. 110 partnership between these two currently as Colin Ackerman comes in with his off breaks. And Lehman's off the back foot, works it out to deep extra cover. They'll come back for two. That's quick work out in the outfield. Quick running between the wickets as well. 162 for two. Why do you think this is such a common occurrence for youngsters? Also good to see him in form with the bat today. Hoping for a Hampshire win, says Will. Although I'm torn between Stokes getting out first ball or hitting 100. I think that will go the same for me. I don't know about you, Wes. I think I'd like to see Stokes get a few runs.
Yeah.
I think we'd all like to see that.
I think that's what the crowd here wants to see.
Well, that's right. And certainly one or two people have emailed in saying they've come specifically to see Stokes score some runs. It's played out on the offside to Stokes. Wouldn't mind seeing either of them. Well, as a Hampshire fan, he says, well, yes, I think a lot of Hampshire fans will say, yeah, great, get him out first ball, which he was in the last game. It's played up towards the bowler by Lehman and there's no run. And I'm sure there's probably as many, if not more, saying, well, let's see him score some runs first. I wonder what Ben Stokes will turn up today. We'll see. He certainly spent a lot of time in the nets practicing his batting. There's a sweep shot. It's gone fine. And that's running away for 4 runs. Lehman moves on to 46. And the Hampshire total on to 166 for 2. Certainly the way things are going for Hampshire here at the moment. If Durham were chasing a score of around about 300, maybe a few more, which you think Hampshire should get in this position, then it might need a pretty major contribution from Stokes to help Durham along. So 1 or 2 Hampshire fans, maybe more than that, will get their wish. Ackerman around the wicket to Lehman, cuts it away hard. Work for Gaig to do out in the outfield. And Lehman moves on to 47, 167 for 2.
Yeah, strong partnership from these two. Now worth, I want to get the stats raised up, 116.
There's been some good partnerships for Hampshire in this competition. Fuller and Neil at Chelmsford last Sunday. It's one that certainly stands out from the most recent game. Here's Ackerman again over the wicket and Toby Albert off the back foot steers it up to mid-on. Moves on to 86. End of that over, which is over number 34 completed. Hampshire are 168 for 2. Just a reminder, Nick Gubbins went for 5, Alior went for 14. Those are the 2 wickets that have fallen with the score on 20 and 50 respectively. Casey Aldridge has been speaking to the umpires about the ball, I think, a few times. But I'm not sure he's been successful in, I presume he's trying to get it changed.
Well, they use one at each end, don't they?
Mm.
Certainly something that, see, I'm not used to from my days as a club cricketer.
It'd be very expensive to play club cricket.
But yeah, 17 overs old at each end. You wouldn't think they'd be going out of shape.
No,
really.
True.
Scafari will continue from the Hilton end. This one punched off the back foot by Albert once again, struggling to find the gap in that offside. 7 dot balls in a row now he's faced off Scafari. Tidy stuff from the spinner. He's in now to Albert. Tosses this one up and Albert once again looks at that drive. Bottom edge into the offside. Since Toby's getting a bit frustrated at the moment. So I'll just try and rotate the strike a bit. Scafari. Rolls to Albert, drives down the ground. There's the single he's looking for. Bring Lehman back on strike on 47. Hampshire 169 for 2.
Yeah, it's a difficult one out there, isn't it? Sometimes when you know you've got Fuller and Sharma to Kama who are going to get on with it, it's very easy to be out there and think, oh, I'm not scoring at the rate I should. But I don't think he needs to worry. I don't think he needs to worry at all. 2 batters out there going well is every bit as good as anything that may come after you, even if it looks like that they could score quickly. Because if they don't, then you kind of not giving your wicket away, but you've, you know, for me, these two should just carry on for a while yet. Just carry on the way they do.
Definitely, 100% agree. I mean, there's still a lot of batting to come.
Yeah.
For Hampshire, Tom Presto's been in pretty good form of late, 250s in a century. Ghaffari's into Lehman, cuts one off the back foot. Once again, finds the fielder at point, these two batters. We've got Ashutosh Sharma, Ben Brown, James Fuller, Andrew Neil, Felix Organ as well, who's coming to the side for today.
Extra batting.
Who is down on the card as number 11, which I don't think will be the case. It's Ghaffari in bowl, short ball, pulled by Lehman, but finds the fielder Aldridge there at short mid wicket. And he's just struggling to get Ghaffari away here. It's been the odd bat ball, the odd short ball, but just keep picking out the fielders. As you say, Kev, these two just need to get going. Still plenty of time to go in this game. 15 overs after this ball from Ghaffari. He's been tossed up, and I think that might have been the googly. Beats the bat of Lehman, looks to drive from your side. I think a bit of a change in the common traffic. We're going to shift along one. As I'm going to make way for Sanjay Murthy, it'll be Kev James for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Sanjay's coming in. I'm going to come off for a while.
That's a
much to the delight
stint.
of a few people.
Marathon stint from Kevin James, 2 hours due to a combination of technical issues earlier and combined inability to read the rotor. But it is me, Sanjay Murthy, and Wes Spearman. Is it me or you, Wes, doing this?
You, I think, Sanjay.
It's me, is it? It's Colin Ackerman to bowl to Toby Albert, who tries a reverse sweep. It's a big appeal from the bowler, but the umpire is unmoved, saying it's gone down the leg side, just motioning there as Albert practices that reverse sweep again. But he's saying they're getting it. They're a bit stuck, are they, Wes, at the moment?
It feels a little bit, certainly against Ghaffari. Seems the spin is tightening the screw a little bit for Durham.
And again, bowls and flatter delivery that Albert does tuck into leg side. Well fielded by Casey Aldridge. Swoops down, tall man, 6'5", 6'6", but it's just a single as they go through. Lehman on 47 will be facing up. Albert on 88. Approaching his, trying to get to the 90s first, and then his first ever 100 in the 50 over format. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Here's Ackerman. Bowls flatter again, and is on the slog sweep. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4. Lehman raises his bat to the appreciative crowd. You can hear the applause. He's gone to 51 of 73 balls. Strike rate of 70, 79 minutes. Good knock, Wes.
Yeah, excellent knock from Jake Lehman. He's been in pretty decent form. Hampshire's leading run scorer in the county championship. He's got some starts in the One Day Cup, but his first 50 in this year's competition.
Sorry, go on. You carry on.
And a pretty good one. These two building that partnership of 120 now.
Ackerman's been a field change. They pushed the fine leg back as Ackerman bowls, and onto the back foot goes Lehman and just guides it into the offside where Amelia Gay comes in. Yeah, they just pushed the fielder back sort of deep on the leg side there, but it was just a single. It's Toby Albert on 88, facing up to the 5th ball of this Ghaffari over. Bowls flatter and just pump down the ground from Albert all the way down to Ben Stokes, who fields it for a single. He moves on to 89. Just the last one left of Ghaffari's 8th over. It's bowled well so far. 30. Wicketless, though. He'll be looking to change that in the last few overs he has left. As he in a bit more pace and a bit of an appeal, not really an appeal. And Lehman just looks up in the skies. He misses one that goes pretty straight. End of that over, 176 for 2. Lehman's reaches 50, 52 off 75 balls. Toby Albert's going strong, 89 off 107.
Yeah, as we were mentioning it, I think, like I say, these two just need to keep batting and batting. Still a lot of batting to come from Hampshire, a lot of powerful hitters. Sharma, Fuller, Neil, Phoenix, or even Kyle Abbott.
Long handle.
Long levers. It will be Ghaffari to continue from the Hilton end. Well, to Toby Albert. He's been a bit frustrated of late with Ghaffari, struggling to get him away. Got long off, long on down below us. And deep square and deep point for Ghaffari, who's in now. Bowls to Albert, moves across and a top edge for Albert, and it should be a simple catch for fine leg, and it is. And there's the pressure from Ghaffari. Toby Albert departs for 89. It's been an excellent knock from Toby, but you can just sense his frustration, the pressure from Ghaffari. It's his first wicket of the day. Has paid for Albert, looking to get a move on with things.
Yeah, disappointment for Toby Albert there. 89, who's had that 100 in his sights, but Ghaffari's bowled well, as I said before. He has gone, that's his first wicket for 30 off it, and he's now in his 8th over. Generous applause here from the Utilita Bowl crowd for a really well constructed innings by Toby Albert. He came in at a time when at 50 for 2, Hampshire were in a bit of trouble. But between him and Jake Lehman, they put the ship right. But he's gone now, and you know, they need to probably accelerate a bit now and get to that score. Did Kevin give you a score? I did ask him what he thought his score was going to be, or did he fudge it?
He just said 300.
No, he said, did he ask you as a question? Did he say, I think 300, what do you think?
That was when he came
I
up with that.
I heard a number of times you asked him a question, he threw it back to you. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think?
It was when he brought out that, he said this, not me, the useless stat of, he had 46 scores of 300 plus last season. And now we're halfway through the group stage of this competition. We're at 23, so on track to at least equal that.
That is fascinating, isn't it?
It is one of these stats of all time.
Never really had Kev James as a stat man, did you? Particular, you know.
No,
he's pulled one out the bag there. Yeah, he also said he had time on his hands yesterday. So I think the two things are correlated. I think he was sitting in his garden thinking, right, I need to pull some stats out. Big game. Stokes might be listening. Might need to pull one out the bag. I got called up actually by Stephen Bryce, who said Sunday. I think he means me, Sanjay. Refers to Minto bowling around the wicket. Of course, he's a left-hander, and he was actually bowling over the wicket. So, thank you, Stephen, for that. Although I've never been called Sunday before, and don't start now. I'm
not going to.
I've called many things. Sunday isn't one of them. So I'm just going down to it's a spell checker thing. You know, autocorrect.
Autocorrect, yeah.
There you are. So, it's you, isn't it? I shall shut up.
Tom Prest is the new batter for Hampshire. Really good form in this competition. Works his first delivery from Ghaffari into the onside. Slight misfield from Minto there at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, a couple of 50s last two games. 51 against Essex and 70 against Worcestershire.
Ghaffari into Prest. Gives himself some room on the offside. Appeal for LBW. Not given by the umpire. Prest maybe just getting outside the line of that one.
They've got a bit of bat on it as well.
Maybe, but yeah, heard a noise there. But then that's what Toby Albert did all but 2 balls ago, and Tom Prest trying to do the same. But maybe that's not quite the option to Ghaffari at the moment. We are going to have a field change because of that movement to the offside, and fine leg is now going out to the boundary.
Quite square, isn't he?
Got 2 fielders up inside the circle. Mid off and mid on. Ghaffari into Prest. Does move around onto the offside and is given LBW. Prest goes for a duck. 3rd ball. He tried to do it the ball before. Got away with it. Doesn't get away with it this time. Ghaffari picks up his 2nd in the over. And that one just hits Prest in line.
Takes a big step with his front pad outside the off stump, exposing all 3 all 3 stumps, and I think if it hadn't hit a pad, he was going to be bowled. So easy decision for the umpire. Disappointment, 3rd ball from Prest. A bit too early to be getting on with it. I mean, 36 before, I don't know. I mean, I suppose 176. As you say, there's a lot of batters in this Hampshire side, but yeah, Tom Prest would have been one of those expected to put some sort of score on the board today, but he's gone for naught, and I think Durham would be quite happy with what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. From 176 for 2, 176 for 4. Albert gone for 89. Prest, Hampshire's leading run scorer in this comp, 231 runs. An average of 57. Strike rate of 115 as well from Tom Prest this competition. 2 key wickets for Durham as we go into the latter stages of this game. Ben Brown, the new batter for Hampshire, comes in with 2 balls to go, and it's over from Shafiqullah Ghaffari. I think someone might have dropped something downstairs. I heard it.
Yeah, there was a
clatter.
bit of a crash earlier as well. Not sure what that was. But, we have a lot of stuff just around here. I mean, wires and bits,
Yeah,
and
too much stuff.
there's a ladder for some reason to our left. I'm not entirely sure what that's for, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff about to trip over, fall over, and I don't think I was kept, was I? I think it was,
I don't think so.
it
No.
was, yeah.
Although he has disappeared now.
He had
so.
to, yeah.
Where's he gone?
We didn't hear any sort of any.
Didn't hear any screams
profanities.
of help.
Mm. Lovely day to come out and watch cricket, isn't it, today?
Glorious day, yeah. Not too hot, but I had this one highs of 27. My phone told me this morning, which is plenty for a Sunday afternoon here at Utilita Bowl. As Ghaffari bowled to Ben Brown, the new batter, defends this one back up pitch. There's no run. A few wispy clouds in the sky, but apart from that, blue skies all around. Decent crowd in. A few coming in just to watch Ben Stokes, so I'll get on to later this afternoon. Ghaffari to complete. It's over. Ben Brown looks to sweep now, and a half appeal from Ghaffari. It's the end of the over. It's a double wicket maiden from Shafiqullah Ghaffari. 2 important wickets, Toby Albert to Tom Prest. Back in the pavilion. And Hampshire, 13 overs to go. Perhaps a little bit of a reset here. Still Jake Lehman, the set batter. He's 52 not out. Still batting to come, but still a long way to go, Sanjay.
There is. That's why Tom Prest, I mean, they're obviously playing that sweep for the googly. They're trying to cover off the lift and the bounce and play that. So obviously they are picking it, but yeah, just settling back in again. We're going to have a change of bowling. Luke Robinson's coming back on from the pavilion. And if you want to get in touch with us, different email for this comp, it's solentcricket@gmail.com. If you want to send us your comments and thoughts, as Robinson then, right arm, bowls short to Lehman, who just sort of clumps it into the leg side, where it's fielded quite well by a sprawling George Drizzle, and they just go through for a single. Lehman on 53. He's the set batter. He's got to be there at the end, I think, for Hampshire to have a chance of posting a decent score. They have got, as Wes said, they have got batting. Brown in now. You've got Felix Organ slated to come in next. Fuller, Andrew Neil, and even Kyle Aber, as I said before, can give it some humpty. Let's see what he does. When he does come in. Robinson didn't go. Always down the leg side as an appeal, a stilted appeal against Ben Brown, but he's in the leg side. The umpire looks like he's going to give leg byes, which he does. At Hampshire, 178 for 4. I guess, you know, the batters, you know, even the bowlers nowadays, if you go into the nets, whereas you'll see them giving it the long handle, practicing their shots, because they're needed, aren't they, nowadays? It's not a case of just bowl your overs and go and put your feet up.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle, he's not done too badly with the bat. In fact, he got a 50, last season against Notts. In a game that Hampshire well and truly outplayed that game, but Kyle Abbott got close to 10 wickets in the match, got 67, I think, in the end of not that many balls, and you saw that style of tail ender that you do want coming in sort of the last 4 or 5 overs of innings, who just will swing for the hills and quite often does come off.
Come off. You're not missing anything because Jake Lehman's asking for a new bat. So that's what's happening at the moment. Clearly the one he's maybe just got a bit of a chip off it. It just didn't like it, although it's got him 53 runs so far. So it must be an injury to the bat that Lehman's complaining about. Anyway, he's got what he needs, and everyone is getting back into their positions. I think we can be fair. Oh, do you think we can be sure now that Stokes isn't going to bowl today? I think it's a bit late for him to come on now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've used 6 bowlers.
Yeah.
Durham. Luke Robinson only into his 5th, and Will Rhodes only bowled the 3.
Robinson bowls short, and a attempted pull by Lehman, but he misses everything, and the ball goes through to Ollie Robinson. No run. He stays on 53. Brown yet to get off the mark. Hampshire 178 for 4 in this 38th over.
I'm just wondering if that first ball of the over, that short ball from Robinson, a mistimed pull from Lehman, if that damaged the bat.
Could well have done. Could well have done. We'll have a look at Robinson's bowling speeds in a minute as he's in again. Bowls, and again it's down the leg side. As the big appeal, they think it's caught something, but the umpire is unmoved. They thought might be a flick, some glove or something on the way through to the keeper, but nothing from the umpire. They seemed confident, didn't they?
They seemed confident, but I saw Jake Lehman as soon as it went past him, bat and hand up in the air to say, "Look, no, wasn't bat, wasn't glove,
thigh pad or something." There was definitely a noise, but he remains on 53 of 78 balls. Hampshire 178 for 4. Robinson in again to him, shorter, and he guides it nicely down to Zafari, who's fielding at thirders, and just goes through for a single to bring Ben Brown on to strike, the Hampshire wicketkeeper, red ball captain. He's played what is he? He's played 117. This is 118th match in this format. 37 years old now. Brown, highest score of 139 not out. As Robinson turns, bowls. Short, it's a top edge, but it's harmlessly flown down. One bounce over the boundary for 4 to get off the mark. There's a quick ball from Robinson. 88 miles an hour, but Brown got something on it to go for 4. Hampshire 183 for 4 at the end of the 38th over.
Yeah, those short balls from Robinson testing these Hampshire batters. Now that mistimed one from Lehman, the first ball. He missed another one, the second ball he faced in the over, and that one from Ben Brown. And trying to play that sort of short arm jab that he plays so well. Yeah, perhaps speak to the pace there, 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's the quickest ball of that over. We were looking earlier.
You can see the speeds now. Comfortably the quickest.
Yeah, by 3 or 4 miles an hour. So effort ball from Robinson at the end of his over.
Change of bowling from the Hilton end after that double wicket maiden from Ghaffari. It's going to be Will Rhodes to return. This one punched off the back foot by Lehman out into the covers. Come through for a single. 184 for 4.
Royal Dave isn't Dave from Reading. He's not confident. I'm surprised you lot are forecasting 300. By us lot, it's Kev James.
It's Kev's fault.
We'll be lucky to get 260, he says. We're making the Durham spinners look like prime Murley. That's what Dave from Reading thinks.
Yeah, both sides are playing extra spinner, aren't they, today? It's Rhodes into Brown. Looks at the sweep. Shout for LBW. Not given. Come through for a leg by.
Got to say, I'm more on Dave from Reading's side than I am Kev James from Hampshire's side. So 185 for 4, 38 overs gone, 12 and a bit, 11.4 left. Yeah, I mean, got to do something.
Rhodes to Lehman. Yorker, well dug out by Lehman. Good cricket all round. Yeah, just look at the last 5 overs. Hampshire 22 runs for the loss of 2 wickets at 4.4 and over. So below their current run rate. That's mainly thanks to Ghaffari. As Rhodes balls to Lehman, drives back down the ground. To long on, come through for a single. Lehman to 56.
Yeah, Ghaffari at the halfway stage, he was the most expensive. I mean, none of the Durham bowlers have gone over 6s, but he was the joint most expensive. But the second half, I guess, of his spell has been extremely economical, and he's picked up those 2 wickets.
His Rhodes bowls a slower ball to Brown, and that's bowled him. Couldn't quite see what happened there, but Rhodes deceives Brown there. A slower ball Yorker, and Hampshire have lost their 3rd wicket in fairly quick succession here. If you have a look on the replay, 72.6 miles an hour. Brown looking to sweep, and that one completely beats.
Completely fooled him. He did what Tom Preston as well, got his right front pad right outside the off stump, exposing all of his stumps, and then was done by really well disguised slower ball by Will Rhodes. And he has gone for 5. Hampshire 186 for 5 now. Things aren't going really to Hampshire's script as Brown departs, and that's Will Rhodes' first wicket. His bowl, his 20 runs he's gone for a ball shy of bowling 4 overs. 26 is 11.1 overs left, which brings the a great round of applause. Good to see Ashutosh Sharma coming in now. The Indian overseas plays for the Delhi Capitals over at the IPL. 13 wickets so far, so he's primarily a bowler, but he can bat as well, Wes.
He can, yeah. He's had, as you say, a really good start with the ball in this competition. I think when we signed him, I was told he was an all-rounder, and obviously looking up his stats for the announcement, and sorry, he only had about 6 professional wickets.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's done really, really well with the ball in hand. Got that fifer, first professional fifer against Essex in the last outing on Friday. Yeah, it's perhaps with a bat where it's perhaps more exciting. That strike rate, as we mentioned earlier, of 125 in List A cricket. There's Rhodes to complete his over, driven by Sharma. Good diving stop from Aldridge in the covers. That's the end of the over. Hampshire 186 for 5. They've lost 3 wickets in 3 overs here. 39 overs gone, and I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Yeah, the combination of the Durham spinners and their quicks has really put a mockers on Hampshire's attempts to put a decent score on the board here. They've only lost 1 game, which was the last game they played, Durham. Hampshire have lost 2 so far, but Lemon is set off 82, but he needs to go some here. 11 overs left as we welcome Kevin James, the 300 predictor, back to the box as Luke Robinson bowls then to Lehman. Bowls short and just pulled away on the leg side by Lehman. A bit close to him to really get any full power on things, and that will bring Ashutosh Sharma onto strike. Where'd you stand, Kev?
Well, it's been a good spell for Durham, this,
Hasn't
isn't it?
it?
Just at a time when Hampshire are looking to just step up on the gas somewhat. Durham have really come through, and 3 for 10 in 2 overs, Durham have claimed.
Robinson to the crouching Sharma bowls and full and defended. And it's not like they've bowled, you wouldn't say that you were watching a sort of a Brahma spell of bowling, would you? They've just bowled good lines, good lengths, been steady, and Hampshire have had to try and be inventive, I guess, in their shot making to get themselves going, and I think that's what's got the wickets.
Yeah, I said it just before Toby Albert got out. In an effort to step on the gas, really, they've just lost wickets.
Robinson right arm over bowls outside the off stump, left by Ashutosh Sharma. Yeah, they just got a bit bogged down, didn't they?
Well, but maybe trying to be a bit expansive. I mean, Ben Brown, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
He's yorked himself trying to sweep.
Mm.
It was a premeditated shot, which is fair enough. It happens.
Mm.
But it was just the wrong ball. I'll tell you what, I like the look of this guy.
Yeah.
Luke Robinson, just 22 years of age. He's got some pace. When he bowls a
Yes.
short delivery with an old ball, he's got it through.
88 miles an hour. The last ball of his previous over is in now. Runs in, bowls is up in the air. Sharma, it's going to be a simple catch to Aldridge. He's gone for a duck. Luke Robinson strikes his first wicket, 1 for 23, and Hampshire It's not going well for them now. 187 for 6.
Again, it's the short ball. It's a short ball there. Not really got in any position. Got tucked up. 4-ball duck. Hampshire now have lost 4 wickets for 11.
Yeah, that's great bowling from Durham. You've got to praise the Durham batters. And Casey Aldridge, young captain, 25 years old. Yes, he's got Ben Stokes on the pitch beside him, but some of the decisions he's been making on who to bowl and when, some of the field positions have been, quite inventive. A couple of straighter positions around the mid-wicket area. I saw he had 2 gullies at one point as well. So he obviously knows. He's done the research on the batters, knows his bowlers, and that's coming to fruition.
So Robertson with his first wicket. It's been a little bit unlucky only to have taken 1 wicket.
He's well.
He's definitely got some pace. So Sunday's hero, James Fuller, walks to the crease. And as he does, I'm told by Rob, who's part of the marketing team here, there are 3,000 people here today.
Oh, brilliant. Fantastic effort. Yeah, James Fuller in then. He's got a high score of 58 in the 50-over game. Played well last time. In fact, he got that 58 the last time. So, had a good game. Got a couple of wickets as well. Comes in now. The field spreads. Aldridge has been pretty much positioned on that bit of matting in the centre of the strip, centre of the square all match, whether that's a short mid-wicket or whether that's a short extra cover, that's pretty much where he's been, directing traffic. Robinson will be pumped here. He's bowled 5 overs and 4 balls, taken 1 for 23. Right arm over to the right-handed Fuller. Bowls short, predictably, ducked underneath it by Fuller. Umpire's coming to just tell him it's 1 for the over. Wheels from Robinson. Did we look at the speed on that one? Did it come up? It'll be in the. His shorter ball seems to be in the late 80s from what we've seen so far. Suspect that will be the case. Just 1 run off this over as we approach the final board of it. He's bowling to James Fuller, full, and Fuller just pushes it into the offside. Was a tumbling stop by Will Rhodes. That's an end of the over. Just 1 off that, plus the 1 wicket. Hampshire 187 for 6. Lehman still there on 57. Fuller has only faced 2 balls and hasn't scored.
Well, it's all been Durham, isn't it? The last 15, 20 minutes or so. Hampshire at 176 for 2 in the 37th, where Albert and Lehman had put on 126. Unbroken for the 3rd wicket. It's rather unravelled, and it's Durham now who will be looking up at that scoreboard and saying, do you know what? We're in a good position here. Steve Bryce, who emailed just before the 3rd wicket fell, sonofcricket@gmail.com, saying that Hampshire was scoring at barely 5 and over with 2 wickets down. I mean, it's right, and they did need to accelerate, but it's just not worked. As Rhodes comes in with the keeper standing up, and that's nicely tucked away round the corner by Lehman and moves on to 58. And Hampshire move on to 188 for 6. So we're into the final 10 overs of this Hampshire innings, and what looked at one stage to be 300 on, certainly. I think at the moment they're looking as though they'll fall short. But while James Fuller is at the crease, any total is possible, as was proved on Sunday, where it looked like Hampshire were going to fall short of the Essex total of 317, and up stepped James Fuller. Come to that in a moment. That's full on the line of leg stump. 1 as singles, not there. So it goes to mid-wicket, fielded by Aldridge. And James Fuller popping up with 58 not out of just 31 balls.
Yeah, everyone apart from Ali Orr contributed, didn't they, in that innings? Tom Prescott 50, Nick Govern's got 50.
Yes, Rhodes again with his right arm medium paces. And Fuller drives up to deep mid-on, gets off the mark, 189 for 6. David Kemp, sonofcricket@gmail.com, says this is a shocking collapse from Hampshire. They'll be lucky to get 240 to 250. Rhodes is into his 5th over, 1 for 22. Picked up his 8th wicket in this game, in this competition. That's full on leg stump, and Lehman works it away on the onside where there are 2 fielders out in the deep. And Lehman moves on to 59. Well, there's still Andrew Neil to come, so there are still potentially plenty of runs in this Hampshire batting order.
Be interesting to see what role Lehman plays from here.
Rhodes bowls, full of drives, bit of a slap really, doesn't time it, goes out to Ben Stokes. I haven't mentioned that name for a little while, have we?
No.
Ben Stokes.
Been in the thick of things in terms of helping the captain, helping the bowlers. If there's a chat, he's always there, Ben Stokes. But I've only ever seen Jake Lehman in the 4-day stuff in the Championship cricket. Has he got gears? Can he go through them?
Well, he averages 34 in total in List A cricket, which is not too bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty steady as he turns that away on the leg side. What's he striking at here? Just under 70 runs per 100 balls.
His strike rate's 83.
Which is it's tidy, isn't it? Without being in List A cricket, you know, that's not shabby.
Most of those down in Oz, aren't they?
So 41 overs gone. So 9 to do. 192 for 6. Does look at this stage as though Hampshire will fall well short of 300, but as I say, with Fuller out there, Neil in the form that he's been in, you just never know.
You don't. You've got to say Durham have bowled well. There's 9 overs left. Luke Robinson will continue from the pavilion end. All Rhodes has been bowling at this end, the Hilton Hotel end.
Beware of the short ball.
Yeah, which is...
It hurries on, doesn't it?
It does. It's been the quickest of all of his balls. Is in now to Lehman bowls. It's full. It's a big appeal. It's right in front of the stumps. And that is the end of Jake Lehman. He's gone for 60. Luke Robinson has got his 2nd wicket. He's taken 2 for 23. And that was full. That was fast. And that was out.
Let's watch this again. Lehman goes across his stumps, which is normal for him. I think the only doubt there is whether it's pitched outside leg stump. Difficult to tell from behind the batter.
See if we get a different view. But he was looking to play that on the leg side and just got nothing on it. And generous round of applause. He came in at a time along with Toby Albert where Hampshire were 50. They'd lost a couple of wickets and along with Albert, he's put together a stand of 126. Which has got Hampshire some way towards his total. They're on 192 for 7 now. We're going to have Andrew Neil, who again has been in some decent form with the bat. Got 33, not out the last match, 48 the match before against Worcestershire. So you've kind of got some runs, or you've got some recent runs, recent form on the in the middle here, and they've got to put it together, haven't they? Otherwise, Hampshire are going to fall well short of what would be considered to be a decent total.
5 for 16. Hampshire have lost in 5 overs. Couple of wickets for Ghaffari. Interesting, Ghaffari was whisked out of the attack after a double wicket maiden.
Yeah. Picking
up Preston Brown. And now Luke Robinson's picked up the mantle with 2 wickets of Sharma and Lehman. And this is looking a little desperate for Hampshire here.
I've got to say, Casey Aldridge has marshalled his troops very well so far. Bowled the right people at the right times, had some good fields, has forced the Hampshire batters into kind of getting themselves out really, just by bowling good lines, good lengths. So it is Andrew Neil to face up to Robinson. Bowls. Always a big flash outside the off stump and an appeal. I thought he got a nick on that, but he hadn't. Andrew Neil, 85 miles an hour from Luke Robinson.
It's quick.
It is quick. I wonder if he thought it was going to be short, but it wasn't. It was full. And he luckily got nothing on it. And 192 for 7 still.
Well, I think because the batters have seen him bowl some sharp, short balls, it's always in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
So, of course, when it is pitched further up, it just catches the batters unawares a little bit.
And at that speed, you can't get your feet moving, especially maybe someone coming in as low down as Neil is. Robinson bowls, and Neil gets something on this and he squirts it out to the offside where it's fielded by Graham Clark, who's been positioned on that boundary pretty much all day, really. And Andrew Neil is off the mark. Fuller's on 2, Neil is on 1, Robinson's taken 2 for 24 as he's halfway through his 7th over. Glorious day here. That's the first seagull of the day, makes a swooping visit to the ground, see what's on offer. The answer's not much, as Robinson in full. And a single to the offside. Hampshire move on to 194 for 7. Neil is on 1, Fuller is on 3. Winds dropped down. It was a little bit gusty earlier, but seems to have dropped down a little bit here. Must be glorious viewing conditions if you are in the ground today. 3,000, that's great, isn't it? Great to see so many people turn up today to watch Hampshire play. As Robinson turns, bowls, it's 4, it's a big appeal, it's an appeal from a lot of stuff. They're really up for this, the Durham bowlers, but not given by the umpire. Neil remains on 1, Fuller remains on 3. There's a ball left of this Robinson 7th over. He's got some real rhythm going here as Luke Robinson. He's got some great pace going as well. Turns at the top of his mark. Moves in. It's just slightly short, and Neil just fends that quite well and just tucks it into the leg side where the bowler fields off his own bowling. It's a single then for Neil to finish that 42nd over. Hampshire 195 for 7.
Just looked up Luke Robinson and his performances in the championship this year. He's only played 2 games this season. He's taken 2 wickets. They've cost 81 apiece.
Wow.
I think he looks a much better bowler
He
than
does,
that.
yeah.
Much better.
Yeah. They've got what other bowling? Must be rotating the quiz. They've got Olivier, the South African in their squad now. He replaced Kemal Roach, who injured his hamstring, I think, up at Lords when they were playing a 4-day match against Middlesex. So I think he's in. Who else have they got in that squad that could bowl? Obviously, Stokes hasn't bowled today. But yeah, right. I agree with you. 87, 88 miles an hour. It's decent.
And he's got time. That actually was his. He made his championship debut this year, so he's only played the 2 games career-wise. Ghaffari's back into the attack. His previous over was a wicket maiden. That's wrapped Neil on the pad. That'll be a leg bye. Hampshire moving on to 196 for 7. The rhythm has been taken out of this innings totally by those 5 quick wickets that Durham have taken. Hampshire scrambling around here now. They'll need the Fuller Neil special here. Neil gave Fuller some really good support as well on that chase on Sunday. Okay, Hampshire will want something similar again here as Ghaffari bowls. Falls off the back foot, works that up to deep mid-on.
Mike Collis makes a good point. Despite the short boundary, we've had 42 overs now. We're yet to see a 6.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? In terms of, I think it's T20, you might see the players looking to target that short boundary. I think with 50 over, because it's so much longer, I don't think it's so much of an issue, unless somebody really does get in. That's a googly down the leg side. It's a neat take by Ronnie Robinson, but it's a wide. But yeah, I don't think anybody's got in long, apart from Toby Albert, to really start to think about the short boundary side. Fiery bowls. Oh, there's an inside edge there as Neil pushes forward. Maybe the googly. It looks like Ghaffari's got the googly to go a little bit more than his leg breaks, but he's bowled wonderfully well, as has George Drissel, who supported him earlier on in the Hampshire innings with his off breaks. Ghaffari from the hotel in again with his leg breaks. Swung away on the leg side by Fuller, and that's 4. A rare bad ball from Ghaffari.
Yeah, really, and pounced on that well by James Fuller. 200 up for Hampshire. in the 43rd over. Ralph Brooker suggests that the collapse stems from Toby Albert's difficulties with Ghaffari. He played well, but struggled throughout against the leggy, says Ralph.
Well, he got that really good googly, didn't he, early
Yeah.
on in his innings? Or there's playing a missing outside the off stump there for that. And I think that always as a batter, when you know a bowler, if you haven't seen, these guys won't have seen Ghaffari bowl.
No.
And I think when you know somebody can actually put that one in and you're not picking it, it does make you very wary as a batter. 203 for 7, last ball of the 43rd coming up as Ghaffari bowls. Fuller off the back foot, steers that up to deep mid on. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. He moves on to 9. And we've got 7 overs left of this Hampshire innings. And at 204 for 7, they are in a much worse place than they were at 176 for 2 in the 37th.
Yeah, after 25 overs, Ghaffari had gone at 5.7 and over, and he's only at 4.2 now, so he's definitely bowled well. Second half of his spell, I'm going to take a break and make room for Wes Spearman.
If the innings are slowed down, and that's what happens when quick wickets are taken. And Luke Robertson, 2 for 26 from his 7. Has actually got more impressive as the innings has gone on. Here he is from the pavilion end, right arm over. That's a length ball. Fuller pushes forward, half stopped by Robertson on his follow through. Welcome back, Wes Spearman.
Hello.
And well, that's it. Hampshire in a what situation were they in when you came off commentary?
Well, they were 176 for 2. Then they lost 3 quick wickets.
Yeah,
About 180 for 3, I reckon.
yeah.
180 for
5, 186 for 5 when Ben Brown went. 192 for 7 when Jake Lehman went, and then lost 5 for 16 in 5 overs. Here's Robertson took 2 of those. Slower ball. And that's turned away by Fuller on the leg side, who had to wait for that one. You could see he was into position early and then just waited for the ball to arrive. So he's got a box of tricks as well, Luke Robinson. He's got a very quick, slippery bouncer. He's got a nice action. And he's got a slower ball to throw in there as well.
It's a bit like a leg spinner, that one.
It was a bit, wasn't it? Yeah. I'll tell you what, that's not easy to do at that, running in at that pace. That's not easy at all. Not easy running in at any pace. I don't know if you've tried to bowl one of those. I used to when I was younger. I couldn't do it at all. That's driven off a thick edge. Andrew Neil down to third man. Fielded by James Minto. I'd like to see him before the end of this innings. Minto's completed 8 overs, 1 for 50. So he's potentially got 2 overs, although Durham have used 6 bowlers so far. Ackerman's bowled 4, none for 23. Might not see him again. Will Rhodes has only bowled 5, 1 for 25. Might see him. Ghaffari's got 1 left. There's Robinson's in. Bowls, short ball. And Fuller just ducks underneath it and then plays a little scoop pull shot as the ball lands into Robertson's gloves. 6 for 7 then in this 5th match of 8 for all the sides in this year's Metrobank Cup competition. Well, it was the same as last year as well and the year before that, but 8 group games it is. And you need to finish in the top 3 in your respective group to progress. Otherwise, it's all over for another year. And that's something that Durham has struggled a little bit in the last few years. Lovely drive from Fuller. Not quite stopped, not quite timed, not quite stopped cleanly in the covers either. Fuller will pick up a single. 207 for 7. Yes, the last 4 years Durham has not got out of their group. They lost the final in 2021 to Glamorgan. Hampshire have found qualification fairly easy over the last 4 years, but it's, well, as with the T20, they just struggle to actually win the thing. Losing finalists last year, you'll remember, against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge in a rain-affected match. As Robinson bowls short delivery, he's quick, and that has hurried Andrew Neil. He's got a great bouncer on him. He really has. It's a real surprise ball. And that ball was on Neil before he'd even really thought about executing the shot. 207 for 7.
Yeah, well, that one's coming up at 69.1 mile an hour, although it definitely wasn't a slower ball. That was definitely
sure that's
pace on from Robinson. And
Not sure the speed gun's got that right, is it?
It's got that one a bit wrong. I
It
think
was a malfunction there.
yeah, no one seems to really be playing those short balls from Robinson that well. Yes, it's the longer boundary. They're trying to sort of duck out the way. They've got Emilio Gay positioned at deep square for that hook shot. Had one fine leg and deep third on the boundary as well for those top edges, which we have seen a couple of. Batters get lucky on occasion. Yeah, Rob really impressed me today, right? I didn't know that much about him coming into today.
No. Well, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, to be fair.
It's impressive.
He hasn't even played all the games in this competition. He's missed one.
It's going to be Shafiqullah Ghaffari to his final over from the hotel. And that was wrapped on the pad. That looks close and given. And James Fuller has to go for 11. It's another wicket for Ghaffari. It's his third of the innings. 3 for 38 now he's got. And that one maybe slightly quicker, slightly flatter. Let's have a look. Again, that may be another googly there, or just going on with the arm. So that one probably crashing into leg stump. Fuller goes for 11. Hampshire 207 for 8 now.
This is a great fight back by Durham. So Hampshire now have lost 6 wickets.
31.
31? Yeah. In 8 overs. Wow. Well, it's yes, and there's a different feel around the ground as well. You can feel the atmosphere, just a bit of a downbeat atmosphere now around the ground. They were optimistic in the 170s, 2 down. Albert going well, Lehman going well. Stephen Clark has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, in this situation at 192 for 6 with 9 to go, that was obviously a little while ago. In your experience, was it better to have been chasing, say, 300? Would the adrenaline start pumping to encourage batting at 10 and over? There doesn't appear to have been any urgency in this innings. Well, on the contrary, actually, I think actually Hampshire have made an effort and said, look, I think we do need to get on with it a little bit. And that's when the problems have come about. And Ghaffari, I think he's a very clever bowler. They haven't really picked his googly. That looked like almost a top spinner, didn't it? Where it's sort of gone on with the arm quicker. It has kept a little bit low, which is often happens with those. And he's bowled really accurately, which has made it worse for the batters because you are having to take, risks, calculated risks. And because he's bowled so accurately, it's been very difficult. And with Luke Robinson, I think in the back of your mind, because he's got this slippery bouncer, batters can't just set themselves. So I think it's been a perfect combination for Durham.
I think Ghaffari's figures were 0 for 28, 29 off his first 5 overs. He's got 3 for 9 and 10 in the remaining 4. First ball from Felix Organ is defended into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, that double wicket made. It was when he was wanting to Toby out. You can sense that got that maiden over, and you can sense that Abbott wanted to get a move on things. He started moving across to the offside, trying to target that short boundary as Ghaffari's into Organ. This one worked into the onside. I won't look for 2. I'll just be comfortable single to get Organ off the mark. Hampshire 208 for 8.
I think having a proper batter come in as well is probably helping because there's still a lot. I mean, 5.5 overs is still a lot. You think that's over a quarter of your T20 inning.
Felix Organ, not bad.
No,
Number 10 to come in with 3 or 4 first-class hundreds to a name. Ghaffari into Neil, defended into the offside. Ghaffari fields off his own bowling. Half looking for a single there. Hampshire turn that one down. It's this short boundary, isn't it, that's perhaps playing on the batter's mind. And where Ghaffari has earned his rewards, to be fair to him. He's in now to slightly shorter this one, behind square on the inside. Came off the bat, yeah. 1 more to Neil. So you've seen Toby Albert try and move across, get a top edge. You see Tom Prest move across, be the LBW. Ben Brown moved across, got deceived by the slower ball Yorker from Will Rhodes. They're trying to target that boundary. Ghaffari to Organ, moves across again and flicks this into the leg side. Single to end the over. Hampshire 210 for 8, 45 overs gone. So we've seen 3 batters try and move across and target that boundary, all 3 getting out. within balls of each other and within balls of actually moving to that plan of going across and trying to target.
A career best in list day cricket for Ghaffari. 10 overs, 3 for 41. He hasn't played a lot of list day cricket, to be fair. It's only his 11th. 4 of those for Durham. And has played list day cricket back in his native Afghanistan. But that's still his best figures in this form of the game. And he has bowled well. Here's Luke Robinson again with a quick full delivery to Organ. He plays that back to the bowler. So we're into the final 5 overs here. Hampshire are 210 for 8. They're going to be well short of 300. That was 86 miles an hour, that last one, which felt a bit more like the bouncer in the last over, which according to the speed gun was 20 miles an hour less, which does feel a lot. As short, Organ tries to pull that away on the leg side. It's called a wide. Steve's up here looking after us. Tea, coffee's waving. There's nobody can see you, Steve. The cameras are pointed to the action, not on you. Yeah. I know you, as much as you'd probably like them to be on you. Steve's very hard working here, so he tells me.
Got a different suit today as well.
Is it? Oh, he has got a different suit. I loved your grey check suit the other day, by the way. Superb. This is more formal that he's got on. Organ's on the back foot, plays that back. And Steve's the one that looks after us with tea, coffee, water, and food during the T20s. Yeah, hardest working man in the hotel, according to Steve. He's certainly the most reliable when we're up here, let's put it that way. 211 for 8 in the 46th here. And we're just past 10 to 2 in this Metrobank 50 over group game as Robinson comes in again. That's a quick delivery and he's beaten. Outside the off stump is Felix Organ, and that's just pace. With an old ball, soft. Robinson. Some bowlers seem to come into their own. It's uncanny how some seamers just seem to come into their own when the ball gets arguably worse to bowl with. He just seems to have found some good rhythm here, isn't he? 2 for 30. He's in his 9th over here. Picked up the wickets of Sharma and Lehman. Comes in again and bowls. Organ's reached for that one, having given himself some room outside the leg stump. Picks up a single, moves on to 3. The momentum in this innings has completely gone. And it's all down to some really good Durham bowling and maybe some shots that perhaps the Hampshire batters were a little bit ambitious. But they were looking to try and up the tempo. That run rate has been dropping for a while. It was over 5s, wasn't it, for a while? Now it's just over 4.5. The second half of the innings, you're looking to build momentum. It's gone the other way. Here's Robinson, thrashed away, down to third man, almost caught. Just bounces in front of James Minto there, who actually did well because he got close to the bounce and had to react off the outfield. Did well, got 2 hands behind it. But that shot from Andrew Neil was a heave. More in hope than anything else. 1 ball left of his 9th over, Luke Robinson. 2 for 32.
It's never easy, those ones. Flash of the bat and the spin on the ball as well.
Yeah, horrible.
Would have been easy to take.
Because you know you've got to make an effort. That's a good full delivery. Organ's trying to dig that one out. Can't. That's a great end to the over there from Luke Robinson. 213 for 8. He's done as much as anybody to put not just the brakes on the Hampshire innings, but almost put them into a brick wall. This one from Julian, who's living in Surrey, who apparently missed us commentating against Essex last Friday. That was up at Chelmsford. Hampshire, that's the old, well, it's not the old email, it'll be the one that returns. sonatcricket@gmail.com. It's so confusing. Speaking as a die-hard, born and bred Hampshire cricket fan, this may seem overly harsh, but Toby Albert, he thinks, has cost us the game. Well, the match is not over yet. Hope I'm wrong, he says in brackets. was being strangled by 8 balls from Ghaffari and then played an idiotic shot, says Julian, which has now led to a typical Hampshire 2026 collapse. Your co-commentators lauded his innings, but I think they should have been more critical, he says. Oh, gosh. Well, that's a little bit harsh. I mean, you can't blame Toby Albert for looking to get on with it, because he was in that situation. It's just that you won't be the first and won't be the last, getting out doing it.
I mean, you're selecting the guy who's top scored there.
Yeah, that's right.
I know
think there might be a few others that you can blame.
I mean, yeah, obviously Toby won't be happy with the way he got out. Minto is the new bowler from the Hilton end, driven by Neil out to Gay. Does the fielding at the cover boundary. They kind of come back for the second year. Slight misfield from Amelia Gay. Those dried up wicket ends, not the easiest place to field on. And Andrew Neil comes back for a second run. You can see what Toby was trying to do, and I think he sort of needed to at that point in the game.
Yeah,
where Hampshire were aiming for that 300. Obviously, they're not going to get anywhere near that now. Minto begins his run away from us. Bowls left arm over. So Neil goes for a massive swipe at that one. Ball goes through to Robinson. There's no run. But you can sense with Toby that he was getting a bit frustrated. I don't think there's much doubt about that. But he sort of had to play that way to get things moving. And the other players tried to do that, but fresh to the crease and weren't able to. As Minto bowls to Neil, full delivery, driven out into the offside as shy of the stumps, misses. I think that's Ben Stokes down there at mid-off. He's been patrolling most of the day.
Yeah, I think it's a classic case of looking at the scoreboard saying, right, now we need to get on a little bit. Some good bowlers on at the time and not being able to do that. And I think you also have to blame the batters that didn't get any runs as much as the batter did.
Yeah, from 176 for 2, 14 overs to go. As Minto, driven by Organ, out to Rhodes at mid-off, shy of the stumps, long way off. Organ comes through for the single. 217 for 8, Hampshire.
But I think you have to give a lot of credit to Durham. I really do. I like the look of Robinson. I like the look of Ghaffari on today's show. I think they've been very difficult to get away. Just at a time when Hampshire were looking to get away from them.
I mean, Robinson, 4 wickets coming into this game. Economy of under 5 and over. So done pretty well in the 3 games.
Yeah.
Play coming into the day. As Minto bowls to Neil, goes for a big swipe at that, gets an outside edge, and that should race away for 4 down to the deep field boundary, which it does. Much needed boundary for Hampshire. 6-0 to 13. Hampshire 221 for 8. And well, if you're going to swing, swing like that.
Sure.
Because it's either going over the hotel and over us, or it's going very quickly behind the keeper.
Ralph Brooker on the emails has said Hampshire may struggle to bat 50 overs here. Well, they've still got,
19 balls to go. Minto, last ball of the over. Again, Neil goes for a big swing outside the off stump and once again gets 4. Diving attempt from Robinson at deep third. Evades here and it's back-to-back boundaries for Andrew Neil. Either not quite where he's wanting them to go, but he'll take the falls all the same. 225 for 8 now, Hampshire.
With 3 overs to go. They scored 15 off the last 2 overs. It's a start. I think they need 250 here. I mean, I know very well, so it's Ben Stokes and there's Amelia Gay, but they can get out for 0 just like everybody else. But if they get in, then we all know what they can do, especially Ben Stokes. So if they do, well, then 250 wouldn't be enough. Probably 300 wouldn't be enough. But I do think Hampshire need 250 here. Because on the whole, it's not a bad wicket. And Robinson is about to start his last over. His 10th. James Minto's speed's coming up, and there's not a lot of difference actually in that over. About 2 or 3 miles an hour difference between 80 and 85, 84. Just over 80. It's a very similar pace, all those deliveries. Right, what can Felix Organ do here against Luke Robertson, who's proved difficult to get away here in these later stages? Right arm length ball, turned away on the leg side by Organ for a single. He moves on to 5. In the Hampshire total on to 226 for 8. Just a reminder, Toby Albert top scorer with 89. Shared a partnership worth 126 with Jake Lehman before he was out in the 37th, and that was the start of Hampshire's problems. Three fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Mid-on is up. Neil swings away and he's found the gap through extra cover for 4 runs. Well, we know he's got form in the later stages of one-day cricket, especially in this competition this year. Almost got Hampshire over the line against Worcester. Hampshire losing by just 4 runs, but Neil, with Hampshire 9 down, seemingly out of it. Hacked away. Well, that's slight example. Well, that's a bit demeaning, actually. Not hacked away, but thrashed away. Here's slower ball down the leg side. Oh, it's not a wide. Despite what somebody in the crowd, or 1 or 2 in the crowd. Oh, no, they don't like it. Crowd don't like it. They're not a happy bunch down here. Probably not helped by what they've seen in the last 10 overs or so. Yeah, 48 of just 22 balls. And Hampshire chasing 307, got within 4. Also helped James Fuller on Sunday with 33 not out from 24, so he can score quickly. Even he's gone for the scoop shot. He's way outside off stump. Robertson's not picked it up cleanly behind the stumps, and there will get a bye. God, he was a long way across in the end, Andrew Neil. I think he was about 2 wickets away in the end once he got his composure back and started running. Single to the Hampshire total, 231 for 8. 2 balls left of the 48th.
Yeah, as you say, Neil been in pretty good form with that in that innings at Worcester. I mean,
yeah,
incredible. Hampshire needing 12 and over for the last 3 or 4 overs.
9 down.
9 down.
I know. Organ steps away, hits it away, doesn't time it. He'll get a single out to deep cover. 232 for 8. Yeah, he is very quickly getting a reputation, isn't he, for batting low down the order and scoring quick runs. 21 from 19, Andrew Neil. Organ 6 from 11. And Robinson will shortly come in to bowl his final ball.
I think Neil, when Hampshire signed him from, I think it was Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
Signed him from last year. You think, okay, who don't know much about this guy. He's in as a left-arm spinner.
Robinson bowls. Neil strikes it out into the covers. He'll keep the strike. 233 for 8. You can keep talking, Wes. Come on this side about that. And to take you through the last couple of overs alongside Wes will be Sanjay Murthy.
Well, Wes, even the 260 that someone had suggested looks a bit of a stretch, doesn't it? Now, 233 for 8, 2 overs left. Andrew Neil's looking good. He did well, didn't he, the last couple of matches? Got 33 not out and 48. Got to just stay together, these two. Try and get that score as close to 250.
Yeah, 250, I think they'll be looking at now. Another 17 runs off the last 2 overs, which with these two at the crease, you'd think is doable, but the way Durham have been bowling, it's been an excellent fight back from them. Hampshire having been 176 for 2. Hampshire lost 6 for 31 on stage in 8 overs.
Bit of a chat. It's going to be James Minto to bowl, but it's great for the young man. Apart from Casey Aldridge, also a young captain. Ben Stokes is there with him. So the 3 of them are discussing what Minto is going to do, what field to set. They've got no slips, mid on, mid off. They're pushing a man back to the backward point, behind point area. He's actually going round and swapping positions with the fielder who was a third. It's going to be Minto then. Last over, left arm over to bowl. Outside the offside, and a big swish by Neil. Makes no connection. no run as a fielder at third, waiting for him to maybe get an outside edge or fly straight to him. There's a fielder at deep point. There's a fielder at deep extra cover. There's a more orthodox extra cover, mid on, mid off. And 3, 4 on the leg side is Minto over the wicket. Bowls. It's a full delivery, driven down to Will Rhodes, who's the man of the orthodox mid-off position. Slight fumble, but they still get through for a single. Neil moves to 23, and Organ is on 6. Singles not going to be good enough here, are they, Wes?
Yeah, it's been a decent start to this over from Minto. You can trying to go with that sort of full and wide plan with deep third, deep point, cover on the boundary as well. Slower ball last time out.
5 allowed outside the ring in these latter stages of a 50 over competition as Minto bowls, and it's very wide, but Felix Organ took about 4 steps outside his off stump to try and get something on the bat and guide it between third and that deep backward point area, but got nothing on it at all. Cries for a wide from the crowd, but when the batter moves about 3 feet to his right, you've got very little chance of the umpire concurring. Let's see what Minto does now. The 4th ball of this over. Bowls, and it's full, and a big swing up in the by Organ. It falls short of Gay, who's coming in off the boundary. And they come through for single, and practices a more lofted and aggressive shot. Does Organ, but trying to reach and find those boundaries, accessing them has been hard with just 8 balls left in this over. Neil to face up to Organ. Short, and Neil just cracks it up in the air for the first 6 of the match. It sounded and looked like it was quite high on the bat, Wes, but Andrew Neil, nonchalant, just walked away to square leg. He knew he'd got hold of it, and he moves on to 29.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I thought that was just going straight up in the air and going to be
a
simple catch to someone at mid-wicket. But yeah, Andrew, that's the power he has. That's what we've seen from him the last few games. As you say, not quite out the middle of the bat, but got it straight enough, and yeah, actually cleared the rope by quite some margin in the end.
Final ball then of Minto's spell, full, and onto the offside pushes Andrew Neil, and just a single then to finish off that 49th over. It's had the first 6 of the match in it. Hampshire 242 for 8. Neil's on 30, and Felix Organ is on 7.
Yeah, 8 runs off the over for Hampshire. And trying to get that 150. 150, 250, sorry. Past the 150 ages ago.
It's not that bad, is it?
Yeah, we've seen worse. Yeah, Hampshire's still going to be short of where they would want to be, especially after the start they had. 176 for 2, as we keep mentioning, 14 overs to go, and that fight back from Durham, led by Shafiqullah Ghaffari and Luke Robinson. Ghaffari's career best figures, 3 for 41. Robinson 2 for 39 from his 10 as well. And I've got to mention George Driscoll as well, the off spinner, 1 for 35 from 10 overs. Really economical stuff from him in sort of the first half of this innings. It's going to be Will Rhodes to bowl the final over from the pavilion end. Or Neil unleashes outside the off stump, but he's going to be caught at cover. That is the end of Andrew Neil. He goes for 30 off 25. And a good cameo from him. But it's a wicket exactly when Hampshire didn't want it. It's 242 for 9. 5 balls left over the innings. It's going to be Kyle Abbott, the new batter, on strike. It's a warm round of applause for Andrew Neil as he walks off here at Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, toe end of the bat, Andrew Neil, who's thrown wide outside the off stump by Will Rhodes. Just threw everything at it, Neil, as he had to do in this final over, in a simple catch to the man you mentioned earlier, who bowled well in those tight middle overs. George Drizzle took a simple catch, and that brings the final batter in Kyle Abbott to the crease. Big applause from the crowd for a favourite here at Hampshire. Stalwart, 30, what is he, 39
39,
nowadays?
Yep.
great servant of this club for a number of years, and let's see what he can do. Let's see him show some of that batting prowess, Wes, that you told me that he'd been practicing in the nets. Let's see what he can do. But Hampshire, Durham will be pleased with their bowling effort. If they've kept it tight, bowled lines, bowled lengths. Casey Aldridge has captained them well, and you can't, even though we haven't seen Stokes bowl today, you can't overlook the impact he's probably had on the pitch in the words and the wisdom that he's passed on to these young Durham bowlers.
Absolutely. I mean, to have any England player as goes into Abbott, drives one out to long off, take a single, get off the mark first ball. Get to have someone like Ben Stokes, England captain, World Cup winner, Ashes winner, to hit the winning runs in World Cups as well. To have someone like him just on the field is completely invaluable to everyone on the Durham team, especially the younger guys.
Minto's 18, Robinson's 22 and 24, Ghaffari.
Rhodes to Organ, a slower ball. This one clipped into the onside. They might look for two here. Rhodes has to sprint to his right to do the fielding. Keeps it to a single. 244 for 9, Hampshire. 3 balls to go in this first innings. The low par score, but it's something more than something to bowl at. That's for certain. And Hampshire playing that extra spinner today. We'll see these two, Abbott and Organ, have a bowl later on. Got Andrew Neil, James Fuller. Ashutosh Sharma picked up a 5-foot in the last game. As Rhodes is into Abbott, another slower ball. This one driven down the ground too long on. It'll be a single. Morgan retains the strike with 2 balls to go.
Yeah, Prest has bowled in this competition as well, hasn't he? So there's bowlers there. I think that we're saying it's an under par score, but you don't know obviously until the second half of this game is underway and we see how Durham approach the chase.
Rhodes in past the umpire to Organ. Slightly shorter ball. This one sort of swept out into the leg side by Organ. Another single. It's been a good over this from Will Rhodes, taking the pace off, making the batters hit to that longer boundary to the left-hand side. And the key wicket of Andrew Neil, who was starting to do some damage for Hampshire. Last ball then of the first innings here as Will Rhodes is in. Bowls to Abbott, goes down the track and is stumped. So Hampshire 246 all out at the end of 50 overs, 247 the target for Durham in the second innings, and that is a bowling effort that Durham will be very pleased of, Sanjay.
They will be, and yeah, 247 all out. They've all bowled very well. The Durham bowlers, they can walk off at this break, mid-innings break. Very pleased with the effort they put in front of a partisan 3,000 strong Hampshire crowd on a glorious day here at the Utilita. It's not the score that Hampshire would have wanted, but there was never really any momentum in that innings. There was a start that at 50 for 2 Durham would be pleased of, and rebuilding exercise between Toby Albert and Jake Lehman of 126 in the end, and then wickets consistently all the way through for Durham from 176 for 2 to 246 all out. So that is a collapse. Durham will be pleased, but we should be back for the second half, Wes and Kevin, after we take a short break and enjoy your lunches.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
"25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us."
Well, welcome to New Road for the second instalment of the Metro.
Nice shot from D'Oliveira. Bit of width. Round the wicket, Latigan sliced away, uppishly. Is it catchable?
Fine leg. D'Oliveira on strike, genuine edge. That's gone past second slip.
Shot.
Nice shot from Dan Latigan. Power generated from the bottom hand. And it's a fumble. It's going to go for 4. Latigan on the walk, and he's smashed that down the ground. That's a dismissive shot. So back in his crease, clubbed away. What a fantastic shot that is. Dumps. And that's been clattered for 4. Short and wide. Bit of width this time and clubbed away.
Yeah, it's that width, isn't it?
Just enough.
That's short, and Dolliver has heaved it away on the leg side and is caught. And that's a very, very well judged catch by Ali Orr.
As well, that's flicked away. Should be a chance of a catch, and it is. And he's picked the man out as Gareth Roderick. Uses his feet.
He's had enough.
Clubbed down the ground. That's going to be 4. Just beats long on.
Sharma just over pitching.
That's edged. Looking to cut it a bit finer than intended, but it's going to go to the fence anyway.
50 for Latigan. $83 balls, 63 balls. One thing I'd say is
It's tickled down leg side. It's a chase on, but I think it's going to. Ball's going to beat fielder here. It is only just.
one favourite of mine.
Oh, it's a genuine edge, but that looks like it's going to reach the fence as well. And ball wins yet again.
Not too much trouble. Bit of luck, as we've said. That's a great bit of work. Oh, he's run out. Oh, well, there you go. Don't want to tempt fate, I've said, and he's run out.
Well, Fletcher
Never run on in
Middleton,
this field.
that is an astonishing piece of work. Mana due to
Round
come
the
in.
wicket. And he's got him. Caught and bowled.
Spun into the. Looks reverse. That's a lovely shot. Fantastic shot. Slightly over pitched. Although Kashif's gone after that and he's absolutely smoked it. Comes Fuller again. Kashif deeper in his crease this time. Worked into the leg
Nicely
side.
played.
Finer this
Got a
time.
good
Petrie's
bit of
in
bat on
business.
that. Ooh,
Good
can't
diving
stop it.
stop. Although
And one of them is called into action, but he isn't going to get that. It's a flat sit.
relatively little alarm as Kashif looks to hoik that away. It's going to clear the infield. Couple of bounces and.
And he can also do that. That's just a wristy flick. And there's another one. Over mid-off this time. Beautiful cricket from Henry.
Kashif, a lot of bottom hand, but it's a good shot to clear Tom Preston.
Great shot.
Straight down the ground. And that's guided away. And it's going to be 4 more, and it's going to be 50 for Kashif. Really good innings. Kashif on the walk, and he's absolutely launched that down the ground. It's going to be another. It's gone again. This time it's through extra cover. That's an even better shot. And that's over extra cover. That's a fantastic shot.
That's the 100 point.
Full it in, and Cullen just
That's
knocks it into
50.
the leg side. It's 50 for Henry Cullen off just 43 deliveries. And applause all round the ground, the media centre and beyond. Kashif deeper in the wicket. He's not got that though, he's clothed it too long on. And he's dropped it.
Oh my goodness.
Well, how costly could that be? He was in position. Dug in, cut away, that's going to be 4. It's short on its wide. Sharma from the New Road end. That's reverse. And what a shot that is.
Pace on this time. All the way for 6. Henry Cullen. That's a great shot from Kashif as well. Could be out this time though. And is. Just got under is what it's all about, isn't it? That's well bowled. And he's got him full and wide, and he's just chipped it.
Launched down the ground, fantastic shot. And that's gone all the way. Good shot. What a good shot that is. Drilled down the ground. And he's given it a good go. Has he got enough of it? He sure has.
Oh, That's an interesting deal. Oh, 6 more! Banged in short. Amazing shot.
In comes Sharma. Allison again moves to the offside, looks to hoik it into the leg side. They'll take a single to Petrie, and that will complete.
Well, that was a gift for Matthew Waite, wasn't it? Wide half volley. 4. Short and wide. Gimme. Chopped away, this time through the gap.
Good looking shot. Just over pitch. Just leant on it, timed it nicely. That's 4.
Good shot from Alior. Really fast hands. Whipping that one away. Wasn't a bad delivery by any means.
Pulled this one away. Lanigan's got some work to do. He won't get there though. That's 4.
Good shot.
Got that little shape away, but it's a half volley. Wait in.
That's
Pulled round the
4.
corner. That's going to be 4. That's a gimme, and Gubbins will take it all day long.
And there. Oh, uppish on the offside from Al. It's going to go for 4 through extra.
And again, round the wicket. And he's bowled him. Dragged on.
Well, that's the reward for nagging. That's
Good
a great
shot. That's going to go for 4. Over pitched.
And there's a wicket. Darley gets his first. Leading edge, lobbed up on the offside. D'Oliveira.
Oh, it's edged, and it's past a diving Gareth Roderick.
Would have been a catch to second slip, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been a shot.
Darley bowls, and that's driven up the ground for 4 by Gubbins to bring up his 50. 60 deliveries.
Clubbed in the air this
that's a
time,
massive
and he's
wicket.
out.
That is a massive wicket.
Taken by Darley. Tom Taylor waiting to Sharma, and that is helped round the corner. And that's going to go all the way. 6 runs.
Press goes for the paddle sweep and gets it nicely.
The ball will win
It
it.
has gone all the way on this at the moment. Gets through his overs really quickly, but that's a nicely played reverse from Tom Prest.
That's a good cut shot, and he might not do. That's going to go for 4.
50 for Tom Prest. Went for the full wide one. He's also
Was rather different to everyone else's as it Singh's in again. That's edge, chance for a catch, and he's got his man. Fateh Singh induces the edge. Tom Prest has to go. D'Oliveira takes the catch. As Singh is in again. That's down the ground. Is it going to clear Allison? It is. That's a big 6. It's another one. Neil goes again. Has he got that? Darley's underneath it. It might go over his head. It does go over his head.
key. Well, that's 6. That's huge.
That's gone as well. And all of a sudden,
It's
from
Cameron Darrywell, isn't it?
Absolutely no. Singh in, looks to launch it, and that's one of them. That's massive. What can Fateh Singh provide for his side? Edged and gone! He's got a wicket, that's what he can do. And right at the last, the Rapids find a way to get over the line. But make no mistake.
and greeted with a beautiful shot from Tom Alsop.
Well, that has been hoisted away out the middle of the bat. What a shot from Riley Rousseau.
$100 for Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. It's been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
That is a massive hit. He didn't even bother moving after hitting that. Up and over extra cover, there was width.
Connects this time. That's going to sail over long on.
Bounce again. Oh, going to have to be quick. Oh, that's gone. That is brilliant fielding. He's been taken out by Heino Kuhn as he goes through.
James Vince with the call, but it looked for a moment as if it might just fall between 2 or 3 fielders coming in. They realised just what an important moment that is.
Well, that's gone high. It's a miscue, and it will be taken. Yeah! That's the big breakthrough that Hampshire needed.
Blake comes back for 2, will have to be quick. Yeah! To direct hit. Brilliant from Mason Crane, bad back and all. Taken. And gone.
Oh, out if he hits, yes! Hampshire's fielding today has been superb. There's a mix-up. Yeah! Tight, I think he's gone. And Hampshire it is, the first trophy for 6 years.
Innings, they were at 144. They lost the last. They only scored 102 off the last 20 overs. And bear in mind, Kevin James, that you would say double the score after 30, 144 after 30 overs to 246 all out will be a disappointment for them.
Great comeback from Durham. Absolutely no doubt about that. The 3 bowlers that you mentioned bowled absolutely superbly when Hampshire threatened to get away from them. So, yeah, Durham will feel that this is very gettable.
The opening batters for Durham will be Graham Clark and Amelia Gay. It's going to be Clark who's going to face up here at the Hilton Hotel end. It's Kyle Abbott who gets a warm round of applause from a appreciative Hampshire crowd here. 3,000 in today. Great stuff in the sun as Abbott comes in now. Bowls to Clark. It's down the leg side, and they're going to start for the wide, which is not the start you'd want when you need to you really get your team galvanised and on the front foot. A wide isn't the start, but I'm sure a bowler of Kyle Abbott's experience will rectify that soon. But yeah, Clark and Gay. No Alex Lees today, Kev. You've sort of expressed a bit of surprise at that, haven't you?
But I can only assume he's injured. I mean, I don't know the reason for his omission.
Abbott now again bowled Clark, and he just slashes that away to the point boundary for 4, short and wide. Kyle Abbott, and Graham Clark doesn't even move. He just need to move his feet, doesn't move anything, throws his batter in. That's gone all the way for 4. Durham are off to a start, 5 without loss after 1 legitimate delivery.
Graham Clark's looking for an innings of some impact. Hasn't quite got going yet. 4 innings, 104 runs at 26.
Yeah, 1 and 28 the last 2 games as Abbott approaches the crease, bowls. There's better length, better line, and Clark just pushes it into the offside where it's fielded for no run. What field have they got here? No slip. So they got 1 slip, I think. Yeah, 1 slip in. They've got a point, they've got a cover, an extra cover, they've got a mid-off, mid-on. Two mid-wickets who are quite close together on the leg side. Power play, so two fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and they're at third and at fine leg as Abbott turns. He's in now. It's a good-looking ball, but it's a great-looking shot from Graham Clark. The fielder at mid-on dives over the ball. There's nothing he can do about it, and Clark is off to a bit of a rapid start here. Scored 8 off 3 balls, and Durham 9 without loss.
Well, the ball's coming on nicely. Well, it's hard and new. Had a couple of good drives there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
The 33-year-old.
brother of Jordan Clark, Surrey batter, all-rounder, I guess. Played well here in their last game, I remember. There's Abbott. Bustles in, bowls, and that's carved away, and he has a half stop. But the ball is not going to reach the boundary because it's fielded there by James Fuller, who comes in. Tom Prest, who's the fielder at backward point, gets a slap on the hand from slip fielder, and that takes Clark on to 10 now. Durham at 11 without loss. 4 balls of this first over. As Abbott approaches the crease. Another good full, another good looking drive, but a good stop by Jake Lehman fielding there at extra cover. It's actually Nick Gubbins, I think, extra cover. And no run. Bowling full Abbott, which is the way he has to go. Maybe the surprise bumper with 1 ball left of this first over, which is already gone for 11. Not the start Hampshire wanted. He's in now. And it is full, and it's just outside the off-stump. Wafty, no foot movement from Clark. It's a good finish from Kyle Abbott. It's gone for 11.
So we're at the halfway break in all the games today in this Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Elsewhere in Group B, where Derbyshire are taking on Sussex, that's 6th against 9th. Derbyshire 325 for 7, with 100 unbeaten, 104 not out from Wayne Madsen. Essex against Worcestershire. Essex in the runs there. Essex sit 1 win behind Hampshire. They're in 7th. Worcestershire in 3rd. Essex 376 for 5 off their 50 overs. Matt Critchley with 102 not out. Tom Wesley with 129. And Middlesex against Yorkshire, as we wait for James Fuller to bowl over number 2. He's going to come round the wicket to Emilio Gay. Come back to that other game in a moment. As Fuller runs away from us, he's got a wideish first slip as he bowls to Gay. He gets one that bounces, keeps it down nicely as he guides that down to 3rd man, and Durham move on to 12 without loss. Middlesex, who before the start of these matches sat in 2nd place. Yorkshire in 1st. That's the top game in Group B. Middlesex made 246 all out, bowled out at the end of the 48th over. The innings built around a 76 in the middle order from Jack Nelson. And Yorkshire have just got their reply underway. 10 without loss after 8 balls. You're up to date in Group B. As Fuller comes over the wicket to Clark. Bowls. Oh, Clark gets one that bounces and moves away. That's a lovely delivery. Played it well as well. Kept the hands low. Didn't follow the swing on the ball. Oh, lovely shape on that one.
Yeah, a bit of lift, a lot of carry from James Fuller. What sort of pace was that? Let's have a look when it comes up. What does he bowl, Fuller, do you know? Low 80s?
Yeah, probably these days, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of control with that experience.
Fuller again. 2 slips for Fuller. Bowls. Clark off the back foot. Works that to point where it's fielded by Ali Orr, who made 14, 2nd wicket down with a score on 50. So 235 more runs required by Durham to make it 4 wins out of 5.
There's a few. Go on, sorry.
Go on.
No, no, there's going to be nothing interesting.
Was it not?
No, it's a
That's unlike you, Sanjay.
No, all I was going to say is a few people at the Savlaki van. That was it.
There is a bit of a queue, isn't there? Away to our right, just way down the leg side. That will be called a wide. I've never had souvlaki, have you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah?
have. Yeah, it's I like Greek food generally. I like Greek, Turkish, Lebanese, that sort of type of style of eating as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very good. Small plates, bit of bread. I like baked feta particularly.
Okay.
Very nice. Most people are back in there having lunch. There's a few people still wandering around the concourse.
Fuller in again. To Clark, length ball. Clark leaves that alone again. There's nice shape on that delivery through to Ben Brown. Ben Brown making just 5. I thought he was the 5th wicket to fall in the 39th over. The score on 186. Trying to sweep Will Rhodes. Got it totally wrong and in the end yorked himself.
Yeah, got his front pad way outside off stump, as did Toby Albert, I think, when he went to Ghaffari.
Fuller to Clark, straighter down the leg side. That'll be another wide, second wide of the over. So wins against Derbyshire, Sussex and Glamorgan for Durham, and a defeat against Yorkshire. So they came into this game with 3 wins from 4. Hampshire come into this game with 2 wins from 4, having beaten Yorkshire at Scarborough, lost against Middlesex here, lost against Worcestershire in a very narrow contest up at New Road, and beat Essex at Chelmsford. Here's Fuller again, bowls, that's whipped away on the leg side, that's going miles. Just picked up off his pad, and that's gone for 6. And I think that's bounced on the Bowen. It's gone over the row of seats around the bowl, and that's a beautiful shot out the middle of the bat.
That's gone over the seats and over the row of concessionaries as well.
Wow, that's a good hit. If you can get the ball to bounce over the refreshments,
yeah,
that is some hit.
There's a few people wandering around who were slightly concerned when the ball landed a few feet from them. But yeah, tremendous pickup.
Wasn't it? That's probably bouncing the way down the hill. Entrance to the ground. Or has it been found? It looks like it might have been found.
There's
Actually, it might have just
running.
got stuck on the fence.
Yeah, there's someone tossing ball from hand to hand. Good effort.
Well, that would have felt good off the bat for Graham Clark. What a start he's made already. 16 from 10, and Durham, after 11 balls, at 20 without loss. 227 needed from here.
It's the third Clark brother as well. It must have been fun. Backyard cricket with those 3.
Yeah, but they lost a few balls.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
Shots like that. Well, a bit of a mixture and over this one from Fuller. He's got some nice shape on the ball, but in between time there's been a couple of wides, and that pick-up, short boundary side, it doesn't need much of a pick. That probably was a 12, if I'm honest, as Clark pushes that up towards mid-on. Length ball to finish off with. Fuller is 0 for 9. Sorry, 0 from 0 from 9 from his first. Abbott's first over went from 11. Fuller's over there, ranging from 77 to 79 miles per hour. 20 without loss. Durham.
Hampshire didn't get their first 6 until the second from last over, and Durham have done it in the second over in their innings. So it's not the start that Hampshire would have wanted. If you want to get in touch with us, it's a different email for this competition. It's solentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know your thoughts. Have Hampshire got a chance? Let's find out your thoughts as Kyle Abbott comes into Amelia Gay around the wicket, bowls. It's full and a big appeal, but it's just defended. Amelia Gay just suggesting it kept low, possibly. Little hand movement, but Kyle Abbott on the mark this time. Good start. He's gone for 11, as Kevin said, from his first over. Bowling, though, to the left-handed Amelia Gay.
England's newest test opener.
He is, and did all right. In a couple of 50s, didn't he?
A couple of 50s in his 4 innings.
Yeah.
Lords in the Oval at Trent Bridge.
Abbott approaches the crease. Sadly, I was thinking the glory is looking dry, but he doesn't time it, Amelia Gay, and no run. Went to Bedford School. The school that produced Alistair Cook, And me.
Did you go to
Yeah,
Bedford
I went
School?
to Bedford School, yeah. Yes, I did.
So what happened when you left school then?
they cheered. I think they were like, crikey.
Did they really? We've got rid of Sandra.
Gone.
Really?
Yeah, exactly. That was a great time. I enjoyed being there, actually. Yeah, it was a good school. Good fun we had up there. Yeah, it's produced some other people of note I should tell you about, as Abbott in again round the wicket and defended very purposefully with his head over the ball by Amelia Go. Martin Bayfield, remember him, rugby player?
Yeah.
Went to bed, was a year above us. Al Murray, the pub landlord.
Right.
Same year as me. Who else was there since then? George Furbank, rugby player, Northampton, England. There's another England rugby player that if anyone's listening and knows more about rugby than I do can tell us. There were two of them. Yeah, there's a few others as well. So there's an actor I'll tell you about in a second. As Abbott comes in again, bowls. It's lifted on again. He just rides the bounce quite well, and it just goes to Ben Brown, who shies at the stumps. What's the umpire given? It's going to link, I think. So 21 without loss are Durham with 2 balls left of this second Kyle Abbott over.
Andy Gomersall.
Andy Gomersall went there as well.
Former England scrum half and
Yeah.
World Cup winner. Budge Rogers.
Budge Rogers back in the day, yeah.
British and Irish Lions flanker.
There's
Fraser Dingwall.
Fraser Dingwall, he's the other rugby player I was thinking of, as Abbott in again to Clark and defended by Clark, were bowled by Abbott. Comedy Dave, who was on the Chris Moyle show, he went to Bedford School, as did you ever watch The Office, the English version? The boyfriend of Lucy Davis, what was her name? The one who worked in a warehouse, Joel something his name is. He went to Bedford School as well. So there you go. A few of us about. Make a bit of a decent cricket team.
Would you have got in that side?
I would do, yeah. Abbott in bowled on the leg side and whipped away in a tumbling stop by Felix Organ, is that on the matting at mid-wicket. End of Abbott's second over. He's gone for 12. Durham at 21 without loss. Yeah, I think I'd have snuck in to that one if you just go on the names that you've mentioned there. Kev Clark is on 16. Rita Gay 2. He's only faced 5 balls so far.
So there's a few others.
Yeah.
Harold Abrahams, Olympic gold medalist in the 100 metres in the 1924 Paris Olympics. You should have known that.
A bit before my time, I think.
Apparently his life inspired Chariots of Fire.
Ah.
Around the wicket is Fuller. Gay pushes forward, goes out to backward a point. Jack Beresford, legendary Olympic rower, who won medals across 5 consecutive Olympic Games. Should have known this. H.B. Warner, silent film and stage actor, famous for playing Mr. Gower in It's a Wonderful Life. Must admit, doesn't really ring a bell.
No, I mean, it scratches in the sort of depth there.
John Fowles, renowned English novelist, French lieutenant's woman.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Fuller's around the wicket, Gay is forward, driving nicely, not much power in it as Felix Organ comes around from mid-off to field. Gay moves on to 3, 22 without loss. Remember, Durham are chasing 247 here. There's another couple, actually, I'm sure. Oh, God. Archer, John Porter Martin. That's not in that order, I don't think. Nobel Prize-winning chemist who co-developed partition chromatography.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Do you?
I don't know.
I couldn't even tell you what any of that is. I'm
no,
not even sure I got his name right, to be honest. Right, enough of that as Fuller comes in, and that's flicked away, and that's going to be 4 runs this time from Glenn Clark. Behind square on the leg side. Sir Sefton Branca, I'll do one more. Sir Sefton Branca, pioneer in British aviation and the first director of civil aviation. So what happens when you came out then? Something must, the school change a little bit?
It was. Well, I said they all cheered, to be honest with you. That was the first thing that happened. Yeah, it's a lot of academia and that sort of type of thing.
Fuller into Clark. Clark pulls that away, hammers it away on the short boundary side. And that is 6. Flatter this time. Through mid-wicket. And expensive over already here from Fuller. It's gone for 11. There's still 2 balls left, and Durham are getting away to a fast start here. They are 32 without loss, and already they've got their target down to 215.
They only need to be going at 4.6 and over, and they're at 8.7. So, yeah, they've certainly come out with a plan here, Durham, and that's to go fast and go hard.
Fuller in, runs away from us once more, bowls to Clark. Clark drives on the upfielded in the covers by Gubbins. That's a difficult area to field because there is a covered wicket with matting on just in front of him. That's not a great place to field. Gubbins does well. Dead centre, that wicket, which I guess will be used for... There's another international here, isn't there? September, I think it is.
Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Yeah. There's another 100 game here yet. Southern Brave, bit of an upturn in fortunes the last couple of games for Southern Brave men. They've been struggling. Men been going really well. That's cut away but not timed by Clark. That ends the over. 4 overs gone. Thank you, Sanjay. He'll be back shortly. Sanjay Murthy, Wes Spearman coming alongside me, Kevin James. So Durham, 32 without loss. Graham Clark is 26 from 17. Emilio Gay, 3 from 7. And 215 from here, Wes.
Hey, thanks, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Getting at the start that Hampshire would have wanted with the ball. Clark in particular just throwing his hands, and they said, if you're going to swing hard. And I think Hampshire only got, what, 1-6 in their innings. Graham Clark's already hit 2 into the food stalls on the right hand side.
Yeah. It's been a bit mixed from Hampshire. But often with the new ball, when it's hard, it comes on nicely for the batters and they can play through the line. It's as the balls get a little softer and just bite into the wicket when things get a little bit more difficult. So, whilst it's a good start from Durham, don't despair too much, Hampshire fans, as Gay pushes forward to Abbott. The ball trickles up to mid-off. So you're at the other end, all sorted?
All sorted.
Technicals?
Yep, as people can now see on the street, although it's been a little bit stop-starty. But
yeah. Oh, so of course, they're behind the line now.
Yeah.
At the pavilion end. There we are, everybody.
We're all working.
Yeah. We're not in line, but the picture feed is. Picture feed and in-ground commentary, you can pick us up. Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to the Durham Cricket website. 32 without loss. As Abbott's around the wicket to Gay. Gay drives, gets on the inside half of the bat, and it goes out to mid-wicket. Fielded by Jake Lehman, who made 60 of 87 balls before he was the 7th wicket to fall with a score on 192 in the 42nd over. Shared a partnership of 126 with Toby Albert for the 3rd wicket. That was the only meaningful partnership in a Hampshire innings that fell away in the second half. Losing 8 wickets for 70 as Abbott bowls and Gay drives nicely up to mid-off. He'll take a single for his trouble. 33 without loss. Hampshire scoring 59 in the last 10 overs, but 102 in the last 20. Losing 8 wickets in the process. Durham certainly had the second half of that innings covered.
A strong fight back from Durham, as I said many times during this game. Hampshire well placed at 176 for 2. 14 overs to go, and then completely fell away. It's more credit to Durham's bowlers.
Was Ghaffari, Rhodes, Robinson all bowled well in the second half of that innings. That's played to mid-wicket. Fielded by Lehman once more.
Just see Andrew Neil warming up already, so I wonder if he's going to have a chance early on in the first power play. 3 spinners for Hampshire. Neil all been impressed. Presti's done pretty well as a second spinner. This competition.
Yeah. Well, I did make one prediction for him when I saw him in the nets before the game. I won't say it because if it doesn't happen, I won't mention it. There's a drive again. Has come off the inside half of the bat. This time from Graham Clark. Goes down to short fine leg. Felix Organ up quickly. I was just looking at this outfield. There are sort of areas where it's a little parched, but generally it's fairly green, which obviously means there's been quite a bit of water thrown on it, unlike the nursery ground to our left, which apart from the square looks
very dry
in the middle of the desert somehow, and yet there's this one green patch, isn't it? That's
you can tell where the sprinklers are, can't you?
Yeah, it's obviously a patch where the sprinkler comes up through outfield. It's a length ball, which Gay is well behind. End of the over from Abbott, and a much quieter over this time, which only went for 3. Was it 3? It wasn't many anyway. 34 without loss, and it's a bit bizarre because it's just this bright green, about the size of a large tractor tyre. Probably a sort of deepish mid-off. Yeah, a deepish mid-off, and everywhere else around it is just so parched, it looks like the grass is dead.
Completely. I mean, even looking at behind the pavilion, grass looking very, very parched. And as you can see on the stream now, thank you, Katie, our camera operator. You can see the slightly darker patch where the smoke pops out of the ground. And yeah, there's everything outside of it, everything inside, but there's this one slight patch that doesn't quite get
There
from
it
where the water gets.
And when you do the stripes and the on the outfield, it doesn't quite match. It looks like a target.
It does, yeah. Yeah, can you play a bit of archery from up here? So we've got a change of bowling from the Hilton end. It will be Andrew Neil after an expensive start for both the Hampshire bowlers in truth, as Neil is left arm round and beats the bat. First ball, Graham Clark to cut that one away through the offside. Andrew Neil, 4 wickets in 4 games so far this comp. In again to Clark, who does get hold of that one, but straight to Nick Gubbins at cover, and Gubbins struggling to get up a bit from that. That was hit with some power from Clark.
It's noticeable he's got just inside that matting. So he's probably a little bit closer than he wants to be.
Neil into Clark again, beats the bat. A siving cut shot attempted from Graham Clark. Already first 3 balls for Andrew Neil, 3 dots. Hampshire's leading wicket taker in last year's One-Day Cup. And again now this one tossed up and driven back to Neil, who has shied at the stumps. I think that hits Clark there. Then the umpire's going to have a little chat. They are.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful now, don't you, throwing the ball back to the stumps. You're right. They're going to have a chat. Paul Pollard instigating a chat here.
Saw this earlier in the season, didn't we, at the Oval? It was Delano Gita 3-1 back at Dan Lawrence. Was nowhere near Lawrence, all the stumps. And Hampshire were penalised 5 runs. So I wonder.
I think he's going to get away with it, because I think as he threw it, he kind of just took the power out of the throw. I think Paul Pollard would just say to him, look, be careful. Because I think as he threw it, he kind of realised, and he didn't throw it hard, did he?
Neil in again to Clark. This one cut away, but only finds the fielder at point to impress there. And applause for that top ball. There's a slip is now in place for Neil. Balls to Clark, looking straighter and behind the stumps. An excellent over from Andrew Neil. Maiden to start with. After a quick first 6 overs, first 5 overs from Durham. 34 for no wickets.
I think he's becoming a bit of a favourite down here, Andrew Neil, you know. I just get that feeling. I mean, just that applause. I know it was a maiden, but you sometimes get the feeling that certain players perhaps get a little bit more of an enthusiastic applause than others. Not a lot, but I think they enjoy the fact that he's come out of playing a bit of minor counties cricket, club cricket, played some T20s this year, and certainly didn't disgrace himself. It's been good in this competition, both with bat and ball, and I think the home support here really appreciates that. So 34 without loss, 6 gone, 213 needed by Durham here. As Abbott starts a new over around the wicket from the pavilion end. Bowls to Gay. Gay plays that late and works it into the gap between backward a point and slip. And pick up a single. Moves on to 5. 35 without loss. Good crowd, as we mentioned earlier, around 3,000. That's a couple of games here now with, what's that, about 5.5, 5 3/4 in total, which is pretty good, isn't it, for this cup? I don't think it's been 4 houses for Southern Brave, has it? I think the last one, somebody said it might have been.
Yeah, the last one, I think about 11,800, which is close to
pretty good,
close to sell out. Pretty good. Yeah, the first 2 games have been about 9,000, which is a little bit down on previous years.
Still plenty of people wearing green shirts in the.
There's still a few around, yeah. Yeah, it's all the blue and red all over the ground, as I'm sure you can see if you sat in the ground.
Here's Abbott to Clark, who's forward. goes out into the covers. Yeah, it was noticeable the first game, I think, here. Trent Rockets? No, Welsh Fire.
Welsh Fire,
Welsh
yeah.
Fire. And I was looking at the cameras panning on the ground. There were so many shirts from last year. I thought, ooh.
I know some teams are doing, if you can give back your old shirt and swap it for a new one. I think MI London and I think Trent Rockets are doing that.
Are they?
Or,
Oh, Southern Brave? Obviously
I don't
not.
know. Obviously not, yeah.
Obviously.
Missed a trick there.
Yeah. Abbott Bowls. Clark works that away on the leg side. Square for a single. He moves on to 28, 36 without loss. Yeah, change of colour this year for Southern Brave under new owners, GMR. What's the official colours? Blue and scarlet or something? What are the? Or do you know? Of course, you're not involved in that anymore. I'm asking the wrong person.
To me, it's blue and red.
Yeah, that's the easy thing to say.
Say.
I just get the feeling the red is probably a certain type of red. It's not red, is it?
It's not burgundy or crimson, is it?
No.
Well, maybe crimson.
And it's slightly different to the shirts that Durham are wearing. It's a little darker, isn't it, as Gate plays that square on the leg side. You'll notice on the two batters of Durham, they've got, it's more pinky red, isn't it, at the bottom of their shirts. The Southern Brave red in their shirts is a little darker than that. Quite fetching outfits, actually, for Durham. So Emilio Gay playing his fourth game in this competition. He hasn't really got going in this either. There's forward to Abbott. Good line and a good length from the South African, who's playing his third, missed a couple. I think he missed both away games, didn't he? I suppose he's entitled to when you're at 38, 39. I think he missed one away game. I could be wrong.
Missed the first one up at Scarborough, and then missed Worcestershire away.
Worcestershire, yeah, that's experience for you. Abbott in. Bowls and Gay drives. Wants a single, but it's going up to mid-off. And it's a dot ball. 2 runs off that Abbott over. 7 overs gone. Durham are 36 without loss. From here, they need another 211. They're scoring at 5 and over, and they require a fraction under that. Abbott's completed 4 overs, none for 16. There's the Southern Brave colours there. It's just above us. There we are, below that black sun shield there. We're right underneath that. You can just see our upper torsos. Born Brave, which we talked about last time we were here. I love that. Do you know who actually came up with that phrase?
I don't actually know. Yeah, whether it's someone from GMR or someone from our marketing team, I'm not too sure. As Andrew Neal continues from the Hilton end, this one driven into the offside by Clark. There's no run.
I noticed there's a few Southern Brave flags now outside the hotel as you come out, which weren't here before.
There's a few outside the hotel, a few by the roundabout, I think, as well as you come into the ground.
Right.
A few outside the west. All over the place, Kev.
They are, more than ever.
Neil into Clark, and he does get hold of this one. Cut away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Tom Crest going to chase that one down. Clark moves quickly into the 30s. He's 32 not out. 40 for Durham now.
Didn't get a chance to say it earlier because Tom Prest didn't last too long, only lasted 3 balls, but he's actually playing his 50th list A game today. It's actually his 47th for Hampshire. He's played 3 for the England Lions. It's his 50th overall.
Neil into Clark, toss this one up, and that's a massive shot from Clark. That has gone a long way back on the leg side. I can't even see where that's gone. That is, I think a couple spectators were in that might have gone out of the ground.
Wow.
That is a massive, massive shot. I know it's a short boundary that side, but I mean, there's a few people trying to search for it and keep him for.
I wonder if it went over the. Did it go over the board?
That's what I'm thinking.
Scoreboard, yeah. I think if it hit the board, it would have come back, but nobody's looking for it in front of the scoreboard, so it's clearly, you're right, gone over the top. That is.
Someone's looking underneath it.
Oh my God, has it gone over?
Has it gone underneath the scoreboard?
I don't think anybody's going to get underneath that somehow. Looks like they're looking in the bin.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone there. I think there was a couple that were sort of walking past and looked to join in, but no, they've carried on walking.
Tell you what, that's some shirt there. The guy by the bin.
There's another one there as well.
I think we need another ball. Yeah, the umpires are looking for the ball. Well, there's a couple of big hits on that leg side from Graham Clark. I think we'll give it. There's the guy with the blue shirt. Look at that. It's a shirt that half that one. I wouldn't wear that on holiday. Anyway, looks like everybody's given that up. Umpires are trying to find a ball that's of similar condition. 6 without loss here, Durham in the 8th, sorry.
Just looking elsewhere, Gloucestershire 271 for 9 against Warwickshire. This is in Group A, this match. Warwickshire just starting their reply. Northamptonshire also in Group A, 347 for 6. Their 50 overs. Century for Gus Miller, 78 for Nathan McSweeney, the Australian. 61 for Adi Sharma. As we're back here at Utilita Bowl, a new ball in hand as Neil bowls to Clark. This one defended. That's inside, there's no run. Essex, Hampshire's opponents from Friday, 376 for 5 at Chelmsford, and Worcestershire 4 for 2. In reply, after 2 overs, there's Neil in again to Clark, punched off the back foot, straight to Gubbins in the covers, there's no run. Middlesex 246 at the Lords against Yorkshire, 40 for 2 in reply in the 7th over. Leicestershire 289 for 8 against Somerset at Grace Road. Neil to complete the over, shorter ball, cut away by Clark and finds the gap between third and points, and that will go away for a boundary. So an expensive over from Andrew Neil. 14 coming off that one after a maiden to start for the left-arm spinner. And that brings up 50 for Durham after just 8 overs.
He's been looking for that shot all the time, Clark, hasn't he? Get on the back foot. He's played and missed at 1 or 2 of those, but he's also connected for 1 or 2 as well. Wes has been called urgently into his action in his main job. This is a part-time job for him, this one, by the way. Sanjay Murthy back.
I think it's the bloke in the shirt wants to know if he can buy some more, and Wes might be the purveyor of it. I think that's what that called.
Wants to patent it.
Yeah, exactly.
Put him in the club shot. So 8 overs gone, 50 without loss, which means from here Durham need just 197. Emilio Gay will face James Fuller, who's switched ends. His first 2 overs going for 20. He's now going to bowl from the pavilion end, taking over from Kyle Abbott. Round the wicket. Gay drives. He's found the gap here as well. It's stroked through the gap. I think that'll be cut off just before it goes over the rope. They'll come back for 3. He's going to have to hurry here a little bit, Graham Clark, but gets home fairly comfortably. And Durham move on to 53 without loss.
I come bearing some reasonably good news.
Do you?
Yeah, I just working out quick calculation. Hampshire have taken 36 wickets in this competition so far, and Durham have taken 28. So Hampshire have taken more wickets than Durham have.
Good.
So based on that, we're expecting to see a clatter of wickets.
Sharma's the main man. Have to get him on quick. That's a length ball. That's a good delivery. Playing at that one, Clark maybe on second thoughts may have just pulled the bat out the line, but it's a decent ball nevertheless from Fuller.
He's been expensive so far, hasn't he? Gone for 23. 2 overs and 2 balls.
Well, with only 194 needed, it does feel as though Sharma needs to come on pretty soon. Top wicket taker in the competition. 13. Ben Cliff of Yorkshire, second in the list, along with Fateh Singh of Worcestershire. It's out into the covers, and there is no run. They've both taken 11 before today.
Does he have a preferred end?
Fuller?
No, Sharma.
I'm not sure I've quite seen enough of him yet to know that. This is only his second game at home, isn't it? Third game?
Third game.
No, it's only the second game at home. 2 more to come after this. Wednesday here against Glamorgan, the next one. As Fuller's in, bowls, and Clark works that away to deep square leg. Single takes Durham on to 54 without loss. Relatively trouble-free even.
Run rate 6.2. They need to go at 4.7. Durham, Clark on 43. Gay on 8. Yeah, it's the when do you bring Ashu Sharma on? It's probably the question that's on Nick Govern's mind.
No slip now for Fuller. As Toby Albert goes out to mid-wicket for the left-hander Emilio Gay. Fuller's in past the umpire and bowls. Gay on the back foot. Plays a very deliberate defensive shot, does Emilio Gay, when he does so.
This is a definition of a partnership, isn't it? Look at Clark, he's gone at, he scored 43 of 36, whereas Emilio Gay 8 off 17. They can afford that. They can afford that combination, can't they? They both don't need to go.
Oh, they're well up with the rate, that's for sure. Fuller in again, runs towards us. And bowls, Gay drives, goes out into the covers where Jake Lehman fields. 4 runs off that Fuller over. Durham 54 without loss with Clark on 43, Gay on 8. And from here, Durham Weed 193. Sanjay, I'm going to get you to come over to my side. And then, have I got this right? I think I have, haven't I? Yes, yeah, you come over to my side, Sanjay, and then Wesley Spearman, who I think has dealt with what he needed to deal with. We'll be back in alongside Sanjay. Wes will be the next voice you hear.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. Crisis averted. No one worry. It's all under control here. As Andrew Neil will continue from the Hilton end and cuts power play, but a diving stop. Well, Toby Howard, I think that is it at point. It's a high 5 from Tom Prest.
Was it shirt related or was it something more?
Not sure. Well, closely related to it. Someone who did the bib. That's all for pitch access. But Neil tosses this one up and defended slightly aerial into the offside by Clark. He's rushed to 43 off 38 balls. A lot of the legwork for Durham early on. This one flatter and smashed into the onside, and that's actually hit the scoreboard. Now that one can get thrown back, but that made an audible thump. You might have been able to hear on the effects mic because that crashed into the scoreboard to our right hand side, and that takes Clark to 49 off just 39 balls. Wow, that's what, 4 sixes now, essentially.
I suspect there might be some sort of competition going on, certainly discussion between those two as to how aggressive Graham Clark is going to be, and the answer is very.
Here's Neil once more to Clark. This one driven back down the ground, and that will be 50 for Graham Clark off just 40 deliveries. What a start to the innings this is for Durham and Clark. 5 4s and 4 6s. A strike rate of 125.
Yeah, which is much greater than his normal strike rate in this competition or this format, which is it's 86. So yeah, he's going at a decent lick, Graham Clark. Emilio Gay supporting him with 8 off 18, but he's a good foil, Gay, isn't he, to the gusto that Clark is showing.
Yeah, and Gay pulls away very late there. Might have got something in his eye. But pulled away extremely late, and you have to see where it bowls them, and then go, oh, what do you do now? But fortunately, that one well away from the stumps. As Neil goes again, left arm, round the wicket, sorry, to the left-handed Gay, drives into the covers. There's no run. To Graham Clark, second 50 of this year's competition, striking about just under 70 going into this game, and completely eclipsed that now as Neil into Gay, who's back in defence, and a dot ball to end the over. So after a maiden for Andrew Neil, He's gone for 21 off his next 2 overs. The run's flowing a little bit too easily for Hampshire at the moment. Durham 61 for none. 10 overs gone. It's the end of the first power play, so 4 fielders now allowed outside that 30-yard circle. A lot of work to do from here, Sanjay.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins has got some decisions to make here. Most importantly is how and when to bowl Ashu Sharma, who's as leading wicket taker in this competition, took 5 for 51 in the last match against Essex. It isn't going to be him that bowls though, but there is a bowling change, and it's who's it going to be? Looks like Toby Albert. Felix Organ is going to bowl. The number's the wrong way around. I was looking at the batting order, not the shirt number, which is not great. It is Felix Organ with his off spin. Hasn't bowled in the last couple of games, but he's the extra spinner in this match, and he's going to be bowling to Graham Clark. It's full leg side, hands in the air, but Clark rocks back onto the leg, onto his stumps, and just clips it into the leg side for no run. Toby Albert, the man I inadvertently said was going to bowl, does the fielding and comes back in now to swap positions with Ashu Sharma. He's going into slip for Gay to face up to Organ. Interesting move from Gubbins to get a slip in. There's also another field change. Is pushing the man who was at final sort of backward point, Kyle Abbott, onto the fence as he bowls again, and then sort of a missed shot from Gay, drives it, squirts on the leg side, shy of the stumps, but Clark was safely home. He was awake there and aware of the run possibility, and he scampers through for 1. Gay moves on to 9, and Durham 63 without loss. Slip comes out for the aggressive Clark as Organ bowls and flicked into the leg side Clark, where it's fielded for just a single. Yeah, what does Gubbins do here? I mean, he has got a bowling attack, but I guess his main 2 guns have gone for some runs, and the guy that he turned to, Andrew Neil, has just been walloped for 21 off his last 2 overs despite the maiden at the beginning. Organ in, bowls on the leg side, and Gay just tucks it behind square where it's fielded by James Fuller. Another singles off the first 4 balls here as Durham moved to 65. Yeah, he's got to I suppose the trump card is Sharma, and you've got to play him, but the question is when do you play him, which end you bowl him from, because a lot's resting on the young man's shoulders. Organ bowls again and defended by Clark, looks for a single, but Fuller is in bit too quickly. Sharma 27 now, Delhi Capitals. Ross Hillman actually messaged us about the kit and said it's the same colour scheme as the Delhi Capitals kit, so hence that's your link. Organ then advances down the track, does Graham Clark, but the captain, Nick Gubbins, has positioned himself at short mid-wicket. That's the end of the 11th over, where Durham is 65 without loss. Clark on 52 or 44 balls, and Gay 10 off 22. Wes.
Yeah, good end to the over that from Felix Organ. That last one, I think, just saw Clark advancing down the track, fired that one in the legs. You see, talk about Delhi Capital, see the branding on the scoreboard to our left. The new owners, that's sure dotted around the ground as well. But yeah, I think Ashu Sharma, he's had success from this end, the hotel end, when he got that 4-3 against Middlesex last Friday.
Yeah, 54 he got, didn't he?
Most of those were lower order back. Middlesex were trying to get a move on, and I guess in a similar way to Hampshire, fell away a little bit. But I'm just wondering if you do bowling from this hotel end, just try and sort of hide the ball outside off, pace off, make the batters really work. Hit to the short boundaries. That one's edged by Gay. It's running down to the deep third boundary. Jake Lehman's in pursuit, but can't chase it. Can't catch up with that one. It's 4 more to Emilio Gay. Takes him to 14, but genuine edge there from Andrew Neil.
See, I've got to It's not a curveball, but it might be a bit of a downer. And I'll tell you what that is after Andrew Neil's next ball.
Neil left arm round to go. Toss this one up, drives, but on the bounce to fielder in the covers.
So your 3,000 people who have come in today hadn't seen Stokes bowl.
Neil, I'll never be hearing this, as that was worked off the back foot by Gay. Attempts to dive from Organ, doesn't stop it, but it's a single nonetheless.
And he's carded to come in at 4 with Will Rhodes in next. If this goes on much longer, I just wonder if he doesn't bat either.
Certainly a chance.
Certainly a chance.
If these two keep going the way they are.
Be a disappointment, wouldn't it?
Neil tosses this one up to Clark, drives powerfully back down the ground, Abbott runs to his left, keeps it to a single. Clark to 53, 71 for now, Durham.
The fireworks have seemed to have subsided a bit. Run rate's just over 6 now. It was at 8 point something the last time I was on.
Neil to Gay, clips one off the leg side. Clark looks for a run, it's not there. Actually, Felix Organ, sorry, is in there at square leg. It's Neil on ball left of his 4th over. Again, Gay clips one into the leg side. It will come through for the single this time as Tom Prest on the mid-wicket boundary. Powerful throw into Ben Brown behind the stump. 72 without loss, sorry. 12 overs gone. Durham need another 175 runs to win.
At the 10 over stage, Hampshire were 50 for 2, Durham 61 without loss. So not a huge difference, I guess. The 2 wickets.
2 wickets, yeah.
Is probably the main differential, because they've got a solid foundation here. Clark on 53, Amelia Gay just steadily going on, batting the way that Amelia Gay bats, 16 off 27. Felix Organ will continue from the pavilion end. He went for 4 off his first over. Amelia Gay's facing up. Got a slip to contend with as well as Organ bowls and flighted and guided into the offside. Was fielded by Andrew Neil. It's not. It's fielded by Ashutosh Sharma for no run. Gets through his overs. Gets through the over quickly. Does Felix Organ in again. Flighted and nicely defended by Emilio Gay. You've got a mid-off. So you've got a backward point. The boundary rider fielder at point is just off the boundary, and there's a long off as Organ in bowls, and onto the back foot goes Gay and just punches it to that fielder who comes in off the point boundary, Tom Prest, and just a single there, and that prompts a couple of field changes, mainly because Clark is right-handed. Fielder comes in on the leg side, Toby Albert, just in front of the umpire on the square leg. Bowls, and a little lap sleep by Clark, premeditated. He doesn't get all of it because Sharma's going to come round here and cut off any chance of extra runs, but they come through for 2, and Clark goes on to 57. And Durham 75, Clark on 55, sorry. Durham on 75. Couple of balls left then of this Organ over. And this up in the air, there's a man coming in. It's going to bounce just short of Tom Prest though. And there was a chance. Graham Clark, first miss-hit really of his innings, but that's a sign for Felix Organ that if Clark is going to go after him, then he's going to give chances, and just unlucky that fell a bit short of Prest. Final ball of the over to Gay, who whips it into the leg side to the fielder, and they have a quick single, well run by the 2 Durham batters to end that. The 13th over. Durham 77 without loss, Clark on 56 and Gay on 18.
Yeah, slightly promising sign, I guess, for Organ with that miss. I thought he was going to get there.
Yeah.
Actually, Tom Prest. He's a good
It
fielder.
hung in the air, didn't it? But then came down a
Then
bit
came
too
down a
fast.
bit, yeah. Yeah, just landed. Yeah, a little bit too short.
What sport was you talk about hang time? Is that skiing or something, or ski jumping, or did you watch a Winter Olympics? I know it was a while ago. We've had the World Cup since, but Winter Olympian.
Olympics. About the only thing I watch in the Winter Olympics is the curling, actually.
Oh yeah, my wife was well into the
Did you get
curling.
into the curling.
I mean, yeah, she was like glued to the screen, especially when the GB team were doing so well. It is Sharma, isn't it now?
As we said, from the Hilton end, those 4 wickets against Middlesex here last Friday. Runs away from us. Bowls to Emilio Gay. This one's cut to the back foot by Gay. Steers this down to fielder at deep third. Single off Sharma's first ball. There's that controversy in the curling, wasn't there, with Canada and whether they're giving the stones
Extra
a
shove.
little flick.
Little
which
flick.
I'm not sure how much that would have done, because if you're sliding quite heavy pieces of granite down, I'm not sure how much little flick of the fingers would add to that. The Sharma is into Clark, clipped off the legs, work to do for Sally Orr out there.
Well,
Mid wicket.
clicking and flicking of the fingers is all the rage this week,
is, yeah.
isn't it? With the
I'm surprised that's not been brought up yet. Actually.
no, Saltburn Cricket Club, I believe they were called. Clicky Ponting, quite funny. But it's 10 minutes of fame. Fish, fish and chip paper and all that. Although it's digital nowadays, so less apt. But
it's gone everywhere, hasn't it?
It's gone everywhere.
It's gone viral. The Sharma past the umpire, bowls to Gay, defends into the offside. There's no run.
My favourite bit of all of that was that they had the local Indian restaurant as a shirt sponsor, and they put out a strongly worded statement as how disappointed and disgusted they were at the behaviour. And all I can think of is that every time someone goes in their restaurant, they'll be clicking their fingers to summon the attention of a waiter. It's going to get out of hand, isn't it, in that part of the world? But there you have it.
Sharma to Gay. This one driven back down the ground nicely, and Kyle Abbott does well to stop that one, diving away to his right. Single down to 80.
Yeah, long way down for Kyle Abbott there, but he timed the tumble pretty well. Yeah, Clark on 57. Slowed down a little bit here. The run rate's under 6 now. 5.9. Sharma in. Driven on the offside by Graham Clark, where it's fielded on the boundary by James Fuller. It's just a single. Just a ball left of this Sharma over.
I was just looking up at Shafiqullah Ghaffari, the Durham spinner, actually plays in that same league.
Oh, does he?
Saltburn, or did before he contracted with Durham's. Sharma to finish the over. Gay clips his one through the onside. Nice shot. Work to do for Kyle Abbott, running down in front of us, and I don't think he's quite going to catch up with that one. 4 runs to Emilio Gay. Takes him to 24. Durham 85 without loss. End of the 14 overs. And I'm going to make way for Kevin James, I think.
Yeah, Kevin's going to come into where I am. He wrote the rotor and didn't go quite to plan. But next voice you're going to hear is Kevin James.
So Durham just playing it around here. Got away to a fast start. Now, because of that, just playing well within themselves, really. The competition's highest run scorer in Sharma. I do feel, though, having watched him bowl now for a little while, I think he's at his best when players are looking to get after him. His cutters and his slower balls work really well in that situation. I think here, where Durham are just looking to play, I'm not sure how effective he'll be. We'll have to wait and see.
Got Felix Organ then to bowl in on the leg side, and Clark just tucks it away, but there is no run. Yeah, 85 without loss. Run rates that run a ball more than they require. Durham here. Organ to Clark. Just rocks onto the back foot and pulls into the leg side. That's beaten the diving effort of the fielder at backward point, Toby Albert, and gone all the way for 4. First boundary for a while for Durham, but doesn't really matter. They're on top of this bowling attack ahead of the rate, and Clark moves on to 62. Durham 89 without loss. First boundary for a while. Organ over the wicket to Clark, advances down the track, and that's the second boundary of the over. One bounce hits the boards now over the offside, and Graham Clark is on the march, Kev.
Well, I'm fearing that even at this early stage, that all those that have come today to watch Ben Stokes bat,
That's what I said.
I know there's a bit of a way to go yet, but you might be disappointed the way Durham are playing.
Yes, that's the fear, isn't it? As can Organ pull this back a bit? Fuller ball this time, and onto the back foot goes Clark and whips it into the leg side where it's fielded, and they just go through for a single. Yeah, that's what I said. You got Will Rhodes is carded to come in next at 3. Stokes is at 4, but you can, I don't know, I mean, very much see Colin Ackerman coming in at 5, at 4 instead, and that'd be very disappointing.
Stokes might just say, "There's no point in me coming out."
Yeah, exactly. You boys win it instead of me. Organ around the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who rocks onto his back foot and just pushes it into a gap between the two fielders on the offside, and they just trot through for a single. Now approaching the 100 mark here. Durham, they're on 95. Clark 65. Gay has just measured his way to 25 off 36. Final ball then of this Felix Organ over. It's to Clark, and he just defends sensibly, head over the ball. Clap from Ben Brown. That's the end of the 15th over, where Durham are 95 without loss, with Clark on 67 and Gay on 25.
Needing 152 from the remaining 35 overs. Run rate required just over 4s, which is it's not difficult, let's be honest. Perhaps you need to find something, find a little spark, find some inspiration. Durham firmly in the driving seat here, looking to make it 4 wins from 5.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Sharma, isn't there? He's the man who's got the wickets so far in previous matches for Hampshire, and he's got to get him here.
Very much medium paces around the wicket to Gay. Gay drives on the out through square, and Elior does well right on the boundary's edge. They're coming back for 2. All was on the floor, picking that up. Gay spotted that and turned very quickly and made an easy 1 into a tightish 2. Gay moves on to 27. 97 without loss here, Durham. At the same stage after, well, into the 16th over. Hampshire had 72, 73 on the board, so
and lost 2 wickets.
Far behind. On the line of leg stump, worked to mid-wicket, fielded by Andrew Neil. Did you read up the Ross Hillman email?
I did.
Oh, you did, good.
Yeah, about the colour scheme.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like those new colours?
I do, actually, yeah,
do?
striking, yeah. I didn't like the green and yellow.
Did you not?
No. No,
I did.
not at all. Oh, did you?
Yeah. It's distinctive. Gay drives through extra cover. Not enough power to take it all the way to the boundary, or this time cuts off the 2.
I think when you watch it live, the blue and the red stand off the green grass of the pitch, as opposed to the that green and yellow, which all blended in a bit, I thought.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
It means as a fielder you can hide.
Yeah, that is true.
And the outfield, see, the batter hits it out, they're thinking there's no fielder. Sharma bowls. Nice straight drive from Clark. Good bit of fielding by Abbott at mid-off.
Yeah, I'm intrigued with your small circle of grass to our left in the nursery ground.
Very noticeable.
It's very weird, isn't it? It's very green. It's 2 tones of green as well, which is important to note.
98 without loss. Clark with 67 from 55. Played some memorable shots already on the leg side. Sharma bowls. That's worked on that leg side by Clark. 68 he moves on to. 99 without loss then, Durham. And we are only in the 16th over here, needing another 148. Hampshire Out of these two sides, the ones that really could do with a win. Durham just one place outside the top three. Hampshire 2 places. And we are in the second half of the group stage of this tournament. Just played very late by Gay. Goes down to third man at the far end of the ground as we look. Single off Sharma's final ball. 100 up for Durham.
Yeah, 16 overs, just over the hour for Durham to get to that point, with Graham Clark being the main aggressor on 68. Gay has supported him very well with 29 as the one of the ground staff / substitute fielders comes out. A couple of drinks for the Durham batters, change of gloves, bit of a chat, some tactics. Could probably just go as you are, I would have thought, is the tactical advice coming from the change rooms. You're going well. And Felix Organ looks like he's going to continue from the pavilion end, just looking around the outskirts of the seating arena here. A couple of games of cricket, a couple of young lads with plastic bats facing up there. There's one lad who's oh no, decided to kick it. It's not the same sport, young man. Ball did come down to him, but decided throwing it or kicking it was a better option. Let's hope that's not what Gay does, as Organ comes around the wicket to him and he bowls, and a classic head over the ball defensive shot from Amelia Gay. Just got 2 games going on here. Looking at the young lad with the red bat and Felix Organ to Gay. And whips it into the leg side, and just a little attempted diving stop there, but Aliora is on the boundary on the leg side, and he prevents anything more than a single. Tom Press doing the tumbling just to put the batters off. We mentioned Clickgate earlier. Kev, have you been across it all? Have you followed what's going on? We'll talk about that in a second, as Clark is facing and goes back. And just pushes Organ to Gubbins.
Great story.
Great story. It's quite funny, wasn't it?
It's one of those that just catches on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and there was some moral outcry. I mean, Agger's got involved, I noticed, as Organ in. And the leg side is a big appeal against Clark. He's been given. That's the end of Graham Clark. He's looking suspiciously on the leg side. He thinks that was going down, but that's the breakthrough that Hampshire wanted. Clark goes for 68 LBW to Felix Organ of 58 balls.
Let's watch this again on the picture feed. Balls, and
yeah, it's fine, isn't it?
Looks pretty plumb from here.
Yeah.
Can't see a stump. He's got that wrong, Clark.
Yes.
I think he's more disappointed with the fact that he's misjudged that. If you're going to be playing a sweep to those, you have to get a bat on it.
Yeah, there's a few of those in the Hampshire innings,
yeah,
wasn't there?
exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. Well done, Felix Organ, who's playing his first game in this competition this year. Played in the group stages of this competition last year. Didn't actually play in the knockouts, of which Hampshire got through to the final. But nevertheless, a good innings of 68 from Graham Clark. As I say, some memorable shots on the leg side during that.
Lost to Worcestershire. It's a tight game, wasn't it? Was it Worcestershire last year in the final?
Yeah, it was a rain-interrupted game.
Oh,
yeah.
that's right. Yeah, 3 wickets, wasn't it? Ali Orr got 100, didn't he?
Yeah. 58 deliveries for his 68.
Okay. You know, in our Stokes discussion, and I said that Rhodes was kind to come in 3, the new batter is Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper.
So he's dropping further down, isn't he, Stokes?
Further down. Robinson was kind to come in at 6.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's dropping down. He hasn't bowled.
He hasn't bowled. He
I think
fielded.
he fielded a few balls in the outfield.
He was mainly there as in an advisory capacity.
If he doesn't bat, it's a long way to come.
It is, yeah.
To not bowl, field a few balls, and then not bat.
Yeah, because they played Yorkshire. It's not like they played locally and they've just sort of popped over. No, they've come down.
It's not to say he won't bat. But...
No, that's true. But yes, it is the wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson, ex-Kent, I believe.
Yeah, he's a good player, this guy.
He is, yeah.
Averages 37 in List A cricket. Career.
It's got a double 100. Actually, again, for Kent versus Worcestershire in 2022, Ollie Robinson. So, yeah, don't underestimate him. 2 balls left then of this Felix Organ over. He bowls now, and Robinson cuts where onto the offside, and Ali was quickly off the boundary to prevent anything more than a single to bring Emilia Gay onto strike. Interesting to see what Gay does now, how he bats, because he's been very measured so far with 30 or 42 balls, whilst Clark was the aggressor. Let's see if he changes that. Ball left of Organ's over. He's in now, flighted, and just nearly sneaks underneath Gay's bat, but that's the end of a very good over from Felix Organ. He's taken a wicket in it. 4 overs, 1 for 21 as Durham are 102 for 1. Robinson on 1, Gay on 30.
So 4 sixes and 7 fours in Graham Clark's innings. 3 amazing pickups on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a shame I wasn't on for any of the sixes that he hit, actually, because he's the only Englishman to have hit 6 sixes.
Yeah?
Yeah. 2020, in 2013, it was. 6 6, not in his back garden against his brothers, actually. Professional cricket.
What was that then?
Where?
What was that about?
No, I don't know. I shall do some research.
So you've just thrown that out there?
Just throwing it out there because I wanted to get it in, but I wasn't on, as I said, when he did it here. So let me just tell you a bit more about that fantastic stat that I've just not made up, I hope.
While you look at that up, Kyle Abbott back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 16 from the pavilion end. He's coming on at the hotel end here. Sanjay still looking it up, or have you got it?
No, I'm still looking it up. I'm using a well-known AI, so it may not be true either by the time I get it. Let's have a look for you. It's searching various sources to get to it, and if it comes up and says, I don't know what you're talking about, mate, it's a short career.
Abbott into Ollie Robinson. Robinson gets a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off, fielded by Sharma. Didn't see too much of Sharma, just the 2 overs, none for 13.
Yeah, he didn't look that threatening, did he? Hit 6 sixes in his 62 from 23 balls against Leicestershire in May 2026, it says. 50 of 18, fastest T20 half century in Durham's history. But his sixes were across the over, not across the innings, not in 1 over. That's the only difference. So slightly misleading stat.
Well, that's a lovely drive and a lovely stop at cover from Gubbins, diving low to his right. That's a good stop. Oh, anyway, well, it sounded good initially.
Yeah, it sounded good, and then it sort of all fell apart.
A bit like Hampshire's innings, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Promised much at the start and then just horribly fell away.
just under-delivered, I think, is the best way of describing that.
Oh, anyway.
Particular piece of misinformation.
Abbott turns. Bowls to Robinson once more, and Robinson gets another length ball, which he pushes up to Sharma.
Yeah, interesting to see where Gubbins goes to try and get another breakthrough. Abbott's gone for 16 so far. James Fuller was expensive, wasn't he? He went for 20 odd, 24 off 3 overs. Andrew Neil went for 20. 21, 28 off 4 overs.
Here's Abbott in again, bowls, and that's a lovely drive. This time it does beat the diving Gubbins in the covers, and the ball probably will just make its way over the rope now. Nicely timed from Ollie Robinson, who moves to 5. And Durham onto 106 for 1.
Some lone Durham voices seem to have piped up, urging the ball to the boundary. So they were chasing the, when you go horse racing and they kept approaching the line and they're cheering their horse on. This guy was cheering the ball on to get there before the fielder.
So 141 needed. Yeah, it's difficult for Hampshire here because the run rate that Durham needed wasn't particularly high. As Abbott bowls, that's turned away on the leg side for a single, 107 for 1. The run rate from here is just under 4.5, but Abbott is the only bowler of the 5 that's going for under that rate. So it doesn't really give Gubbins too many options because every other bowler is going for more than the rate. So you can't really keep them on for too long.
No.
So if they bowl an over or two, and they're going for more than a rate, you can't really then justify giving them 3-4 over spells. You've got to mix it up a lot. As Abbott bowls around the wicket. Drive from Gay through the covers. Now, Orr's got a bit to do running around, and he does well. 2 to Gay. Takes him on to 32. 109 for 1. Durham from here need 138 off the last 32 overs.
Yeah, they faced a very similar score when they beat Derbyshire by 5 wickets. Derbyshire 256 for 9 and Durham won by 5 wickets. That's the match where the aforementioned Ben Stokes got 100. So they know how to chase. They know how to score big runs. They've got 300 in 2 other matches, 350 against Sussex.
So the crowd in Derby, whilst disappointed to see their side lose, would have gone home happy seeing a Stokes 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, here they might the home supporters might see the home side lose, but never see Stokes back.
No, that's not going to go down well, I wouldn't have thought. But they're still here, the crowd, hoping.
Is it me?
No, it's me actually.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I was still on Stokes, wasn't he? You've just missed a ball from Felix Organ, which didn't go for any runs. He's bowling to Ollie Robinson, who is on 6. Bowling his off spin is Organ over the wicket. Advances down the track. Robinson dries, but straight to the fielder at cover point, or deep, sort of wide mid-off, just for a single to bringing Gay back on to strike. 110 for 1 Durham. Robinson on 7, Gay on 32. 18 overs gone so far. Going to run a ball, Durham, comfortably over the required rate of 4.33 as Organ tosses one up here, and beautiful looking shot from Emilio Gay. 1-2 steps down the track and bunts it down the ground for 4. No point any fielder chasing after that, and he moves on to 36 or 45 balls. Durham 114 for 1.
Strong drive. Very strong, very straight.
Very straight, very full face of the bat. Organ around the wicket, just pulls up in his very short run up, apologises, goes back to his mark, has another go in, and this time Gay looks to drive on the offside where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins, who's stationed on that temporary matting. 36. That was the thing I mentioned Muyeye to you earlier. That was the thing about his innings in the blast match here. How straight he hit the ball. He hit the first 2 or 3 balls of Chris Wood straight for 4. As Organ comes in, well, quicker ball, and Gay just looks to work it behind square on the offside where Sharma is positioned, and they get a single, bringing Robinson on to strike. Final ball of this Felix Organ over. He's bowled. He'll be coming up to the end of his 5th over after this ball. He's taken the only wicket to fall so far, that of the in-form and aggressive Graham Clark. 1 for 27, but field change. Sharma comes in a bit closer within the circle on the leg side, as Organ does throw it down the leg side, and Robinson just tucks it to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. End of the over. Durham 116 for 1. Robinson 8 and Gay on 37.
Well, what to do if you're Nick Gubbins? Because Felix Organ's bowled 5 overs now, and he's going for over 5.5 and over, which in itself isn't too bad, but in terms of the match situation, it's just a few too many. And it just means that Gubbins does have to mix the bowling around a little bit. Whether Organ gets another one, we'll wait and see. But as we mentioned, Fuller's going for 8 and over. Andrew Neil 7 and over. Sharma 6.5. Wesley Spearman is back in alongside me, Kevin James, as Abbott comes in and bowls, and that's driven on the up out to deep cover by Robinson, who moves on to 9, 117 for 1. Wes?
Good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Durham's still cruising at the moment. Slowed up a little bit off the onslaught from Graham Clark early on, but feels like Emilio Gay's taking a bit of that momentum with him now. He's sped up his rate of scoring.
He's almost doubled his strike rate, isn't he? Now he's nearly 80. It was 40 for a while, but Clark was playing so well. Didn't really have to do much as Abbott's around the wicket to Gay. Gay gets a straight delivery, which he turns down to fine leg. 118 for 1 in the 20th over. Durham from here needing 129. Yes, that fast start given to them by Clark really has just meant that from now on Durham just play. Don't need to do anything silly. Don't need to manufacture some risky shots. They can just play, and we should get to a victory here at some point. They may look at the run rate, they may not. They may just think that the win's the more important, which I'm sure is exactly what they're doing as Abbott bowls, and Robinson just guides that good length delivery out again into the covers for a single. 119 for 1, 128 needed. Yes, this is going to be tough from here for Hampshire to find a way. Durham do look to have it pretty much closed up. Of course, things change, a wicket or two. You never know. Stokes might come in and run past a straight one. You never know.
Never know, yeah. Golden duck
We
the other day.
might never know, because he might not be in. As Abbott bowls and Gay plays that late out to backward a point. No run. The last time Stokes played here was back in September 2023 in a second one-day international against New Zealand, which England won by 79 runs. He didn't bowl in that game and he only scored 1 run. So if this is the second time that you've come here after that game hoping to see Ben Stokes, I think you might be disappointed.
Yeah, not seen much down here.
No, we've not seen too much of him down here, no, that's for sure. As Abbott bowls and plays that out on the offside. The last time he actually played for Durham against Hampshire was the last championship game of 2016, which I know was a bit before you, Wes. Not in terms of your lifespan, but in terms of your working here.
Not that young.
It was the last game of the 2016 championship season, which Durham won and sent Hampshire down. But, and it was a very big but, as you know the story, Hampshire were reinstated to Division 1 about a month or so later. And Durham went down as Gay drives up to mid-off. And that is the end of Abbott's over. Just the 3 runs off that, 119 for 1, because of financial problems that Durham had encountered. So that was also the last time Ben Stokes played. He actually got a half century in that game in the first innings. Didn't get any wickets. So Ben Stokes at the Utilita Bowl is a rare occurrence. And these days, you better not blink because you might miss him.
Yeah, there's people who've emailed in saying, "Oh, we're coming specifically for Ben Stokes." Well, you're gonna have to watch Tom Pressbowl at the moment.
What was the guy who emailed earlier this morning and said he had a choice of going somewhere, and here, and he thought, "Oh, as Ben Stokes is here, he'd come here." I feel sorry for him a bit.
Yeah, change of bowling at the Pavilion, and it will be Tom Prest who will take over from Felix Organ. Decent start for Felix. His bowling figures. 1 for 28 or 5.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he's come off though.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't have him bowling, or any of the bowlers bowling for too long because they're going for more than the rate.
So Tom Prest, right on, round the wicket to the right hand of Robinson. Defends 1 into the offside, there's no run. Tom Prest, just the 2 wickets so far this year. 5.31, so not too bad as he's in again to Robinson, defends into the offside. Got 15 career list A wickets. Prest coming into this game. He's been acting as the second spinner so far in this competition. Organ coming in makes it 3. And again to Robinson, who drives it, fielded by that man Organ in the covers.
It's a good stop.
It's a tricky place to field there, right on the edge of the square. Very dry. End of the square, that's wide down the leg side.
It looks like a beach, that end wicket, doesn't it?
Oh, not as much as the nursery ground over to our left. Fresh around the wicket. This one driven back down the ground by Robinson, and diving stop from Lehman at mid-off. Gives it to a single. Durham 121 for 1. Robinson 211, Gay 38 not out. Okay, not the best of starts this competition. Averaging just 15 coming into this game, best of 44. It's doing well for Durham at the moment. Pressed right arm round the wicket to the left-hander who clips this one into the leg side. Timed that really nicely. Work for Ali Orr, sprinting round to his right as well. Keeps it to a couple of runs. Takes Gay on to 40. Durham 1, 2, 3 for 1.
Doing some good work out there, Ali Orr, isn't he? Moving smartly to his right and left, protecting that short boundary side. He's getting his steps in.
Steps in, yeah. It's pressed. Round the wicket, driven by Gay through the covers. Nice shot. As James Fuller out on the cover boundary, sliding stop. Again, good work from two sweepers from Hampshire the last couple of balls. Gay to 42, Durham 125 for 1, end of the 21st over.
He's injured himself a bit there, Fuller, hasn't he? Just holding his back of his right thigh.
Hamstring.
A little bit. Yeah, just as he was diving there. It'd be a hard outfield, of course. Not ideally diving around. So 122 needed by the away side here.
Just in the duck of flow, Scott. I know we're not going to get any rain today, but DLS usually a good indicator of where you need to be at. And saying 69, and Durham are practically double that.
Yeah. That's how far ahead they are in the game. But a wicket or two will even things up. Andrew Neil is back into the attack, who suffered a little bit with those figures of none for 28 from 4. Graham Clark picking him up a couple of times, big over mid-wicket. But it's always good when you come on back for your second spell that the man who's been giving you a bit of tap is no longer there. So you can settle down and get into your next spell. Ollie Robertson, 11 for 15. Gay at the non-strikers in 42 from 53 as Neil comes in from our commentary end, the hotel end, and Robertson just rocks onto the back foot, steers it into the gap on the offside, moves on to 12. 126 for 1. Looking at the results between these two sides as well, as we were talking about Ben Stokes. I mean, he wouldn't have been part of any of this, but Durham have won the last 3 fixtures that these two sides have played in this competition. The first 2 either side, well, this side of COVID, played out in the covers no run. Big win at Gosforth in 2024. Big win at Chestler Street in 2021. Graham Clark got runs on that day, actually, 141 not out. That's played to mid-wicket. That's a good stop as well. And then you have to go back to the 2013 for the last list day.
40 over competition.
YB 40, remember that? Yorkshire Bank 40. Other banks available. I'm not even sure Yorkshire Bank's still going. It probably is. It's played back to the bowler. And there's no run. Durham won the one at Chestler Street, and Hampshire won the one just before that. In those days, it was home and away. The YB 40. Eh? Happy days. That's a late shot by Gay. As it goes down to a short third man. 127 for 1, Durham. Gay has moved on to 43. Ben Stokes played in that one, actually, May 2013. For Durham, that's played to backward a point. Got 87 off 71 balls. That's probably the most meaningful contribution he made to
Durham against Hampshire 13 years ago.
Michael Carberry got 96 in that successful run chase. He'll be back with us for the championship, which starts in
20th of August is Hampshire's first game at the Utilita Bowl against Yorkshire.
Oh, Yorkshire.
Where Hampshire picked up their first win of the season. It feels a long time ago, that. Right.
God, it does,
Second week of April.
That's back when temperatures were below 25. certainly up in Leeds.
Back when we didn't have to imagine rain falling out of the sky. This press continues from the pavilion end. Cut away off the back foot by Gay through the covers. James Fuller out there doing the fielding.
I was chatting to Simon Lee, the grounds before the game, and he said, "Do you know what? He said we had a bit of rain. Was it last Sunday morning?" He said, and he said it was just unbelievable.
Finally,
so there was a bit of rain.
Finally, pressed around the reverse sweep from Robertson over the head of Lehman at short third or short fine leg, and it goes away for 4. Good shot from Robinson. making Press think about where he's going to bowl. Robinson trying to hit to that short boundary. Effective on this occasion, takes him to 16. Done 132 for 1. Lehman, the only man behind the square on the offside. You've got Ali Orr as a deep point to Robinson as he goes over covers this time. It's an excellent shot from Robinson and almost stopped by Ali Orr. I think that has gone for 4 in the end. Well, no, it hasn't actually. No signal from the umpire and good work from.
Well, I have to say, if I was a betting man, I would have said that's gone over. But if it hasn't, that's a great stop. It's a great stop anyway.
Press to Robinson, slightly shorter, played into the onside. There's no run.
Look, no way you could keep the ball this side of the rope, but he did somehow.
It might have been one of those where it bounces over and he flicks it back just in time. Press this one down the leg side, a top edge, and that's nowhere in the end as Lehman runs round from short fair to do the fielding. Come through for a couple of runs. I thought that was going straight up to Ben Brown for a second there.
Well, on other occasions it will, isn't it? But at the moment, with one team so dominant, those type of shots just always seem to find gaps.
That one earlier on of Felix Organ and Graham Clark. Just short of the man in the deep. Dot ball to end the over from Prest. He's gone for 15 off his 2 overs. 23 overs gone. Durham 136 for 1.
Again, though, isn't it? It's 2 okay overs, but he's going for 7.5 and over. And again, you know, how long can you keep him on? It's really tough for Nick Gubbins here. But all the bowlers will get short spells here, you would think, in an effort to try and find something. So the rate from here is just over 4s. It shouldn't create too many problems for Durham. They've got 9 wickets in hand. They need 111 from the last 27. As Neil comes in and bowls. Gay goes over the top quite deliberately. Hasn't really timed it. One bounce out to Ali Orr, who in the end picks it out at deep extra cover. Nowhere near time from Emilio Gay, but there is quite a big gap out there. Again, Orr's done well coming around on that short boundary side. Gay's moved on to 45. He's at the non-striker's end. Robinson's back facing and drives back to Neil. Hampshire to catch it there. It was in the air momentarily as Robinson just pushed at that a bit.
I just tossed that one up. Actually, slightly slower.
137 for 1 as Neil from our commentary and bowls. That's a slower ball. Again, it's missed everything down the leg side, so it's going to be wides. Don't think the ball's going to make it to the rope. Yes, it does, actually. So that's going to be 4 wides. Difficult take for Ben Brown. Difficult take for any keeper down the leg side when it's thrown down that sort of area, but nevertheless, extra ball. Runs for Durham, which takes them on to 142 for 1 and 105 needed. Your bowls straighter this time. Full defensive push from Ollie Robinson. That run rate required now under 4s. Your bowls. Again, Robinson drives. Big gap in the covers. Goes out deep. It's fielded by Fuller. A lone figure away to our left. Still a long way even from the rope to the tunnel area. Can almost get another game in over there.
It's definitely space for another wicket. Space for the cover to go
on the old ground at Northlands Road, you probably were playing games in that size boundary, as that's played up towards mid-on. Certainly, I've played in a couple of corporate sort of 6-a-side matches where they divided that small ground into 2, and that certainly would have been the size of the pitches. 4 defensive for 4. 144 for 1 here. Neil in again and bowls. Robinson again finds that gap. Just opens the face of the bat every time, front or back foot, and it's quite an easy shot for him. Neil completes 6 overs, none for 39, and Durham at 145 for 1 with Robinson 22. Gay 46, and Durham need 102.
Yeah, Hampshire at this stage 116 for 2. So Durham well clear of that at the moment. 1 over to go until drinks break. Tom Prest to continue from the pavilion end. Durham need to do anything rash at all here. Well on top of the rate at the moment. It's Prest around the wicket to Robinson. Works this into the onside. Come through for a single. 46 for 1.
Stephen Eason has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. Now, he's pretty on the ball, this Stephen. He says, I was at that final day in September 2016, and I'm pretty sure that it was Ben Stokes who scored the winning runs, which sent Hampshire down.
Down the wicket comes Gay to Prest, inside edge. Goes out to square leg for a single.
Yeah, he was 23 not out at the end, so that would tie in with that. Paul Collingwood was the batter at the other end as well. Thank you, Stephen. He's never wrong, Stephen. So I'm not even going to look it up.
Over the top goes Robinson, and I think that's gone all the way. It has. What a shot that is from Ollie Robinson. Inside out, over cover. No chance of stopping that. I know it's a short boundary, but 6 runs brings up the 150 for Durham. Just under halfway through this innings. And under 100 runs to go now. Fair target. 96 more to win. Press right arm round to Robinson, who goes for initially goes to reverse it, gets the paddle over the head of Ben Brown, and that's going to go for 4 as well. 50 partnership between these two now. Just 47 balls. Good innovation from Robinson. Bit of cat and mouse there. Pressed seeing Robinson eye up the reverse sweep, and Robinson going, well, okay. Over the head of the keeper I go.
That's a good shot, that, isn't it? Get off the face of the bat, you're all right.
It's 12 runs. First 4 balls of this over from Prest. He's in again now. Robinson drives into the covers with no run. Robinson 33 or 31 now. Okay, 3 runs away from a half century. Last ball of the over, Prest to Robinson, defends this one. Back up the pitch, there's no run. 12 runs off the Tom Prest over. He's 0 for 27 off 3. And that would be the drinks break here at Utilita Bowl. Durham 157 for 1, halfway into this chase. Needing another 90 runs to win in the second half of the innings, Kev.
Yeah, well, it's, I think the only thing in doubt now is whether Ben Stokes bats, if I'm honest. You can't really see Durham losing it from here. It's still a good wicket, this. And these the Durham batters are batting sensibly. I think that's the cause for concern for Nick Gubbins. Is that Gay it's a risk-free 47. Robinson pretty much the same. Graham Clark made one mistake, sweeping Felix Organ. Straight ball. He went for 68, off an entertaining 58 deliveries. 101 he put on for the first wicket with Gay, but yeah, Hampshire need to find something from here. Again, Tom Prest 3 overs across 27. He's going for 9 and over. You might see somebody else at the pavilion end. Do you want to go through the scores? If you go through the scores, Wes, at the break, do you want to come on this side and do that? And Sanjay Murthy will come in alongside you.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. So, scores elsewhere around the grounds. Start off with those in Group B, same as Hampshire. So, Essex hard on 376 for 5 against Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Worcestershire in reply 78 for 3 in the 19th over there. Yorkshire 100 for 4, chasing 247 for victory at Lords against Middlesex. Sussex Sharks 64 for 4 in the 17th over, chasing 326 against Derbyshire. It's at the county ground at Derby. And in Group A, got Warwickshire 89 for 1. Well placed, chasing 272 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire are 102 for 3 after 20 overs, chasing basically 350 against Northamptonshire. And Somerset 60 for 5, chasing 290 against Leicestershire. That one at Grace Road. And lastly, Kent are 98 for 2, chasing 294. That one against Notts at Beckenham. And welcome back, Sanjay.
Thank you, Wes. Halfway point in this match. 25 overs gone at this stage. In their innings, Hampshire were 122 for 2. Durham currently are 157 for 1, so well ahead of the game here are the visitors. Amelia Gay going strong, ably supported by Ollie Robinson. There's going to be a change of bowling. James Fuller is going to come back from the hotel end. Gay's on 47, just 3 shy of his 50. And Robinson is on 33 already. He doesn't seem to have been there that long, having only faced 31 balls, but it is Amelia Gay who's going to face up to Fuller. He comes in now round the wicket. No slips for him as he bowls and is tucked into the leg side by Gay, and a tumbling attempt by Sharma. He misses the ball and it goes all the way for 4. Not the start that James Fuller wanted, but it does bring Amelia Gay his 50, 51 of 62 balls, all batted at a time when he was the support foil to Graham Clark, and he's taken it on himself now when he moves to 51 as Durham reach 161 for 1.
Yeah, excellent knock from Amelia Gay. Say Sanjay providing that sort of supporting role at the start when Graham Clark was unleashing all his shots. As Fuller is in, bowls to Gay as we come off the edge, the outside edge, and goes into the offside for no run. So 161 for 1. Yeah, James Fuller, an expensive start. Over 24 of his first 3 overs. That's the struggle for Hampshire. All the bowlers being expensive, exceeding a boundary and over. Carl Abbott, the only one going at under 5 and over so far.
It's Fuller in again then. Bowls to Gay outside the off stump. A great looking drive, but also an equally good stop in a short extra cover position to prevent any chance of a boundary. Nick Gubbins, the captain, positioning himself in that crucial position, gets the congratulations from Toby Albert there, as well he should. Yeah, Fuller's gone for 28 of his 3.3 overs, 4 off this over so far. Comes in again. Gay is ready, bat raised, and a booming drive, but again finds the fielder. Presta is who stops the ball. Is this going to be is this going to be reminiscent of when Albert and Lehman got stuck? Do you think? Where's that's what we can hope for, or what Hampshire can hope for here? That Gay and Robinson get frustrated and throw their wickets away and bring what the crowd wants to see, which is Ben Stokes to the crease as Fuller in again. He bowls and leading edge from Gay, which goes to Presta point. He was aiming into the mid-wicket area, but the ball squirts onto the offside, but all along the ground. So no run, but also no chance of a catch. So after the first ball that went for 4, the next 4 balls from Fuller have been dot balls. It's a good comeback, good control by the experienced seamer. This is his 76th match of this format as he looks to get out of this over well. Approaches the crease, bowls it shorter, and Gay just tucks it behind square. A dab more than anything else, where it's fielded for 1 run. End of the over, 5 off it. Durham 162 for 1. Robinson on 33 and Gay on 52.
Yeah, good comeback, as you say, Sanjay, after that boundary first ball. Still not enough for Hampshire. I mean, that's gone for 5, so it's not bad in the context of a normal game. But when the required rate is only 3.5 and over, I just need a few overs of constant pressure here to Hampshire. It's going to be a change of bowling at the pavilion. It's going to be Felix Organ to return, replacing Tom Prest. Went for 27 in his 3 overs. Felix Organ made that breakthrough earlier on. Graham Clark for 68. Clark, who had a pretty good time of things against Hampshire across his career, as Organ into the left-handed Gay, driven and stopped by Organ. It's what I expected to see that one sailing through the covers.
Got a fact for you. Wes, you know you like a fact.
Organ right arm round to the left-handed Gay. This one played late off, more sort of guided than off the edge. That one from Gay, come through for a single.
Unlike my Graham Clark stat, which proved to be a bit rubbish. The reverse of this, even though Gay's not facing, Felix Organ is Amelia Gay's only wicket, and it was here in 2024. So no doubt there's some reminding of that going on. Yeah, Organ was got out to the bowling of Amelia Gay. So there you have it. That's my tremendous fact. That's his third 50 in this format, Amelia Gay. Oh, it's nice. It's 8th 50, sorry. It's got 200s. 8th 50 in this format.
Oh, he's on his way to a century at the moment. 84 still to win for Durham. It's Organ over the wicket now to the right-handed Robinson, who goes for a reverse sweep. Shout for LBW. Not given by the umpire.
Felix Organ was convinced there, and he's put his hand, he's asking the umpire why this is not out. It's not a good angle. This is a good angle for us on the live feed. Or it's hit him outside the line, if anything.
Yeah.
If anything. Yeah, that was close. Good bowling from Morgan.
In again now to Robinson. Conventional sweep this time. It's straight to Fuller at back of the square. There's no run, so Robinson trying to get a move on with things here. The intent from the Durham keeper. Just wanted to get after Felix Organ. In again now. Reverse. He gets hold of this one, though, does Robinson. Work for Orr, who almost another incredible stop. But it just slips away from him at the last second. And it's 4 more to Ollie Robinson. He moves to 37. Durham 167 for 1 now.
Yeah, the difficulty for Gubbins is control versus wickets. Not all Organ's the only one who's looked like getting wickets so far. Does he keep him on? That's the question.
Yeah, first over back for Felix Organ into Robinson, who Organ gets a hand on that. It would have been an incredible catch if he did make it, but that was hit hard down the ground by Robinson. It's a single to end the over. Robinson to 38, Durham 168 for 1. 79 runs required for victory.
Yeah, Felix Organ's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 34 now. He creates chances. There's a couple in that. There was a potential caught bowled, albeit it would have been an incredible catch off his own bowling. But yeah, he's the one who's just maybe holds the key to any chance Hampshire have of getting themselves back in this match. But it's going to be James Fuller to bowl from the pavilion, from the hotel end. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 29. So far, last over was pretty good. He's up now, bowls and into the leg side and tucked away. Robinson, Ali Orr comes off the boundary and just restricts that to a single. Gay facing up on a well-constructed 53 of 69 balls. 39. His strike rate, Robinson, in this formula game is quite decent as well. It's over 100, 104, and he's going 108 today, but it is Amelia Gay who will face up to the approaching Fuller. Bowls short and swiveled away. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Valiant attempt in the deep there by fielder Andrew Neil, but couldn't get anywhere near it in the end, and it's gone for 4. Gay moves on to 57. Durham 173. You can't bowl short.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the Hampshire things, Luke Robinson from the pavilion end going well with the short ball, getting a few to really zip, and Hampshire batters having to duck and sway out of the way. But yeah, short ball not the ploy at the moment.
Not at Fuller's pace, is it in? Bowls on the leg side and Gay tucks into the leg side, pushes the first one quickly, looking for two, but Neil's in off the boundary quickly and prevents any chance of a second run. So just a single, which takes Ollie Robinson on to strike. Durham 174 for 1. 6 off this over, off the first 3 balls so far. Yeah, Amelia Gay, strike rate is 92, surprisingly, in this format. Surprisingly high. It's going at 81, 82 currently. Fuller started his run up, but pulled out. More so him than Ollie Robinson moving away there. Walks back to his run, which starts just outside the 30-yard circle. He turns now. He's in. He bowls. And onto the back foot goes Robinson and just punches it with not much timing, but a lot of control to Andrew Neil on the offside, who comes in off that cover point boundary just for a single. Run rate 6.33. They need to go at 3.22. Whereas the target is just 73, 72 away at the moment. Gubbins has got a lot of thinking to do. He's standing hands on hips, double teapot on the matting. As Fuller bowls, that's just taken off slightly, and good tumbling stop of Ben Brown, but Amelia Gay looks at the pitch with suspicion there and puts his hands out to sort of ask what on earth that ball did. It sort of just spat off a length, didn't it? And Ben Brown did well actually to tumble to his left to stop any extras being added to the scoreboard. We'll see on the live feed if we can get a replay of that at some point to see if anything that came off the pitch or took anything out of the pitch. Fuller round the wicket now to Amelia Gay, and this is a more orthodox behaving ball that Gay defends. That's the end of Fuller's, what over is that? It's 5th over. He's gone for 36 off them. Durham 175 for 1. Robinson's got to 40 and Gay on 58. Just mid-70s, low 70s, James Fuller. I guess on that bouncer, that was the one that Gay pulled away was about 10 to 12 miles an hour slower than the one that Luke Robinson bowled. So you can see why the effect that it had on Amelia Gay. Did it take anything out the pitch?
Not anything out of the pitch, but that was cutter, I think, from James Fuller. I think that was only about 71 miles an hour, but really jagged away from left-handed Gay. It's going to be Organ to continue from the pavilion end. Durham 175 for 1, just 72 needed for victory here. As Robinson drives through the covers, Ali Orr does the fielding on that short boundary side. Comes through to a single. Robinson to 41. 176 for 1 now, Durham.
This partnership's 74 now off just 68 balls. So after that 101 run partnership between Clark and Gay, these two have certainly built on that.
Yeah, Hampshire in need of wickets here. As Organ goes to Gay, who flicks this one off the legs. It goes down to fine leg and come through for a single. Gay to 59.
Did you have any insights from within the club about injury situations? Who's on their way back? Who we can expect to see quite soon?
Not at the moment, sadly. Organ into Robinson. Tosses this one up and it beats Ben Brown. That sort of reverse ramp again from Robinson. And I think it's just going to trickle away over the rope for 4 runs. Another excellent shot from Ollie Robinson. Him to 45. Durham 181 for 1. And again, Robinson just toying with the spin of Felix Organ, as he did with Tom Prest earlier. And to manoeuvre the field. 2 men inside the circle behind the keeper. Short third and short fine. Organ bowls from Robinson. He goes for it again. Appeal for LBW, not given again by the umpire. I reckon definitely got outside the line on that occasion, did Robinson. In terms of injuries, I know Brad Wheel's still injured. John Turner's still injured after that stress fracture he picked up. I think it was a while ago now. It's Organ in to Robinson, cuts this one off the back foot, there's no run.
He's looked quite serene, Ollie Robinson, hasn't he? Been getting to 45. His strike rate is 110 virtually. Doesn't seem to have played a shot in anger.
He keeps playing those reverse sweeps, those paddles. As this one's punched back down the ground by Robinson. It'll be a single to end the over. Robinson 46, 1 hit away from a half century. Durham 182 for 1.
Yeah, if you contrast that with Graham Clark, who scored 68 off how many balls did he face? 58 through four sixes. It was muscly, wasn't it? Aggressive. There was a beautiful pick-up off his legs, that one bounce onto the concourse over the wings stand, I think it was, looking at the options that are available.
Court, yeah.
It was the wings stand. The wings nearly got it, but
the ball definitely had wings.
The ball definitely had wings, yeah, and a bit of spice on it after it left Clark's bat. It's James Fuller then, who's coming in to bowl to Robinson, who just defends off the back foot, and it's fielded for no run. Yeah, after that sort of aggressive knock that got Durham off to a great start. You've now got these two who have batted really well so far, but don't look to really be hurried or having to get on with things, and they brought the run rate down to just a touch over 3, and they're going at double that. So it's definitely all to do for Hampshire here, as Fuller then bowls slightly shorter and banged up in the air by Ollie Robinson. It's gone all the way. Is that a crowd catch? I think it might well be. Well done, sir. There's no sort of joy in the crowd on that, but it's gone straight to a chap, I think, in a grey t-shirt, who's just casually caught it and tossed it back. Well played.
And 50 up for Ollie Robinson.
And 50,
well.
More importantly, 50 up for Ollie Robinson off just 44 balls. There's a tremendous innings so far by the Durham wicketkeeper, Fuller. Pitches it up this time, and Robinson just pushes it onto the offside where Andrew Neil is positioned on the boundary rider in that sort of point area. And they just go through for a single. Yeah, Ollie Robinson, 53 or 40, well, 44 balls. Going to catch Emilio Gay up soon. 59 Gays on off 74 balls, but these two are putting on another solid partnership. Durham have batted well so far. The Seagulls are increasing in number. 3 we've got so far. I'm a bit of a Seagull fan, I've got to say. Wes, as Fuller bowls, it's short, and this time it's climbed into by Emilio Gay. It's gone in front of square all the way to the boundary for 4, and he moves into the 60s. 63 now he goes, and you can't drop it short at 73 miles an hour, Wes, on this pitch.
Yeah, we used to sing James Fuller actually being one of the quicker Hampshire bowlers, but yeah, not at his usual pace today. And yeah, as you say, if you're going to drop it in at 70 odd miles an hour, then Emilio Gay, England Test opener, is going to tuck in. And that's 11 runs off the over from James Fuller, just 54 needed now for Durham.
Yeah, he's approaching his own 50, an unwanted milestone as he bowls, and just outside the offside. That's a better ball. A little fiddle from Gay, but pulls the bat away before any danger or connection was made with the ball. So a ball left then of this James Fuller's 6th over, 0 for 47 so far. Expensive to touch over 8s. Man who's got wickets in previous matches, Sharma, only bowled 2 overs so far. Ashutosh, Fuller them. Short, and a ramp, that's a nice looking shot from Gay, but there is a fielder position down there, Alior, and he stops any chance of a boundary. That goes through as a single. That is the end of the 30th over, where Durham are 194, still the loss of just 1 wicket, exactly 50 runs ahead of where Hampshire were at this same stage. Wes has gone off to find out a bit more about some injury situations, and I'm joined by Kevin James.
Some injury situations.
Well, I was checking to see if our club insider knew when any of the Hampshire injured list will be back, but
What do you want to know?
wrong department. Well, Brad Wheel, really. I know that Turner's
Struggling.
Is he as well as Turner?
Yeah, struggling.
His,
Be very surprised if you see either of them this season.
okay.
Turner more than Wheel. Anything else?
Well, I'm just wondering what bowlers Hampshire can bring back at any point this season. That's the
Well,
main
yeah,
question.
I'd be very surprised if either of those play again this season. Here's Felix Organ then, and that's a whack on the leg side and a miss from Emilio Gay, and it's also missed Ben Brown. And, now, has that been pulled back by Sharma on the rope? Literally right on the rope. It looks as though it has. Yeah, John Turner's really struggling.
Is he?
He
That was a stress. That was the back injury.
back, yeah, and my understanding is that he didn't want an op.
Okay.
It was an option, but he didn't want to go down that route. So he's tried to rest and come back on a sort of a slow comeback, and it's just not really working. Brad Wheel also has back problems, and again is likely to be out for the rest of the season. 197 for one, his Organ, and Robinson hits that hard up towards deep mid-off. I say hard, actually, probably not as hard as I thought. What an innings he's played.
Who's the overseas on the championship side?
Delano Potgieter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, he came in after Cody Youssef, didn't he?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he'll be around for the rest of the season. Yeah.
Is it one or two?
Two.
Played two.
Abbott's the other one, yeah.
Abbott's the other one, of course. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's batted well, Ollie Robertson. Hasn't he?
It's been a-
Strike rates.
It's been a good
phenomenal.
partnership, this too,
Yeah.
isn't it? He put on 97 so far as Gay hammers that away on the offside off the back foot. He moves on to 65, and Durham now need just 48 runs from here.
Well played, the crowd, who are mostly still in.
Well, the biggest cheer was the catch.
Yeah,
That deep mid wicket in the last over. Was it over before? Yeah, the last over. Off
yeah, great catch.
You were mentioned Sharma earlier as well, wasn't it? Oh, that's an interesting one,
Yeah.
isn't it? There's Organ bowls. Robinson skies that now. Has he got enough on it? There's two players running up and they're going to collide.
And that's caused him to drop it.
Oh, I think the physio needs to come on here. Two of them after it, and their eyes were firmly fixed on the ball. And they are both in trouble. One of those is Tom Prest. It looks like
one's
he's
holding his head.
Yeah. The other one is not
Also
quite sure at
holding
the
his head,
moment.
back and top of his head.
It was skied by Robinson, and
One's Gubbins, isn't it? Yeah, Gubbins, the captain. We think Prest is the other one, don't we?
I think so.
Thankfully, they're both sitting up, but when he's Prest is, Gubbins looks in a bit more trouble. Head injuries will be taken, obviously, seriously. Concussion tests and the like. There was a drop catch.
Well, I presume so. I mean, it's I would have thought one of them might just have got there, but in the end, both of them hampered each other.
Yeah, I think Prest got there, caught it, and Gubbins, who also had his eye on the ball, just basically rugby tackled him. Check him out, but there was a third fielder quite close. I'm surprised. Well, he must have put a shout in for one of them to pull out, but very difficult, isn't it? When you're in that momentum, got eye on the ball, adrenaline of the situation.
But at the end of the day, somebody has to take charge.
They do. They're
But
both
we've
up,
seen that
which is
before.
good news.
We've seen that many times before, but somebody in the end does have to call.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the 200 up for Durham. Amongst all that, it's an opportunity for the players to take on board some more drinks and maybe reflect on a chance of taking a second Durham wicket. Probably it's coming too late anyway. But I think the crowd will look at that and say, do you know what?
Where is he?
It could have been
Yeah,
Ben
just-
Stokes coming in
yeah,
next.
Exactly.
I'm not sure he'll come in now.
No, I don't think he will.
I think we'll see Will Rhodes and probably
Yeah.
Colin Ackerman before
Yeah.
him.
So as you say, long way to come
Yeah, it is.
to do some advisory on the pitch. The young captain and young bowling attack.
Anyway, the good
Chill.
news, the good news is the two players are okay, which is the main thing. Drop catches or drop catch, but it's more important that the players are okay, which they are.
James Fuller appears to be going off. So Fuller is not recovering.
Maybe Fuller was Fuller one of those? I didn't think.
No, I didn't. I thought so. I saw 31 on the back of his shirt. Then, yeah, as you rightly say, Prest was the other one. So.
Right. Well, we're going to get a resumption, and this is a 99-run partnership currently between these two. Shortly, I'm sure, the way they're playing, it'll be 100. Organ in his 8th over, 1 for 44. Gay plays that away square on the offside.
Fletcher Middleton's on. It's a sub fielder.
47 needed from here. Yes, Organ from that pavilion end bowls. Gay off the back foot, works that away to Sharma on the 45 on the offside. Cut the dot balls to end that over. 200 for 1 Durham, with Gay on 65. Ollie Robinson's on 55. Graham Clark, the 1 wicket to fall for 68. And all the Durham batters have got in and kept going.
Yeah, run shy of the 200 run, of the 100 run partnership. 101 when Graham Clark was out. Seems a long time ago now that happened. 16 in the 17th over. We're in the 30. We've had 31, so the 32nd over will start. And Durham, 200 for 1. It's Andrew Neil who will bowl then from this hotel end. He's bowled 6 overs. 1 made 0 for 39 so far. Spin at both ends if Organ continues. He's certainly looked the most dangerous, if that's the word, really, when none of the Hampshire bowlers have looked threatening. Anyway, the left arm of Neil bowls and a nice looking drive by Robinson, which is half stopped at mid-off. And they just leisurely find their way to a single off the first ball, which brings Emilio Gay on to strike. He's on 65 off 81 balls. His strike rate's 80. His career strike rate in this format is 92, which I was quite surprised about as how high that was. Anyway, it's Neil. Bowls, left arm to left hand bat, and just a defensive shot. Gay for no run. Robinson, his strike rate's 117 against a career strike rate of 104. So he's going some. Neil bowls, flighted, and just squirted into the leg side by Gay. He's just very defensive in this couple of balls in his face. It's, round the wicket. Bowled, fires it down the leg side, and the umpire gives the obligatory wide. Tried a quicker ball there. Andrew Neil. Crowd, or some of the crowd anyway, burst into a bit of song. Neil flighted, leg side. No run. Good control, Andrew Neil, just 1 plus the wide off this over. They'll put a little bit of pressure on Durham, would be nice. Ball, the dot ball. See if we can get out of this over with just the 1 run and the 1 wide. Andrew Neil is 7th over. And he does. Well bowled, Andrew Neil. That's a good over. He's just gone for 2 off it. Durham 202 for 1. The 100 partnership came up in that.
Well, 2.5 and over from here on in. I mean, you can block your way to a victory here. Hampshire just haven't found a sequence of overs to ever put any of the batters under pressure, and a lot of that has come about because Hampshire are probably a good 60-70 runs short of where they should have got to. I mean, if you put 100 on the board, even from here, probably wouldn't test Durham too much, but even so, 45 from the last 18 with 9 wickets in hand. I didn't break sweat for that, really.
No.
So Felix Organ to bowl his 9th over with his off spinners, playing his first game as Robertson just pushes him into the covers. Fielded by Prest, no run. So it's all a bit one-sided, really, from the second half of the Hampshire innings. From then on, it's all been about Durham. Good with the ball. They're now good with the bat as Organ bowls Quicker ball down on leg stump. Called through for a single by Emilio Gay. Sharma fields. I still can't get over it. Sharma's only bowled 2 overs. Top wicket taker in the competition. You'd think in a game where Hampshire do need wickets, but I can see where maybe Nick Gubbins is coming from. I mean, 2 things on that. Either he's injured a little bit and he's struggling, or Gubbins feels that that pace that he bowls is not really going to do a lot. Goes down the wicket, hits it high. Abbott's running back towards the boundary, and it bounces away for 4. Certainly got underneath that. Oh, it's 6 actually. It's only just got over the rope. Got well underneath that. It wasn't out the middle of the bat. It's on the short boundary side, but enough on it to get it over the rope.
Yeah,
just.
Emilio Gay's reaction was interesting there, because I think he thought he was out. He just smacked his pads and.
Yeah. Well, Abbott hasn't got to run a long way there, has he, really? But running backwards, of course, is always more difficult. That's played out quietly, square on the offside. So 209 for 1. Durham need 38 here.
Anything but a short boundary, and I think Gay was in trouble. Short boundary it is.
He's 71 from 88. Just pushes her away to backward a point. Finds substitute Fletcher Middleton there. James Fuller is the player off currently.
Do we know why that is, Wes? Do we know why Fuller's off?
Bowls and Gay drives past Organ for a single. 210 for 1. And that is the end of Organ's over. He has 1 more to do. He'll probably bowl his last one, I would have thought, because it would need a spectacular collapse from here for Hampshire to come through.
We kind of saw one, didn't we? When Hampshire were batting, losing the last, what did we say it was, last 8 wickets for 70 runs. But Durham, having only lost the 1 wicket, and only needing 37 runs, it's very unlikely, you'd say, but anyway. Andrew Neil is to continue, left arm round to Gay, who advances down the track and gives it a good old slap down to Nick Gubbins, who's fielding at a deepish mid-off, but there is no run off that ball. Neil again, this time into the leg side, straight clip from Gay just for a single, and Toby Albert, who's fielding just in front of us here. In front of the hotel, in front of our commentary position, just throws it back in for a single, which brings Ollie Robinson on to strike. 57 of 50 balls. Robinson sharing his partnership of 110 with Gay as he goes on the back foot, and it just goes down to the fielder Jake Lehman on the long on boundary for a single. Dealing with singles here then.
Yeah, I mean, this is the trouble with 50 over cricket. When it's so one-sided, it just seems ages to get to the conclusion we all know it's going to happen.
Yeah. Pushed into the offside. It's fielded by Ashutosh Sharma, who doesn't look very injured, I've got to say. But, I think you're right, Kev. The pace that he bowls up, it might get taken apart, but goes on the reverse sweep. There's Emilio Gay and Andrew Neil thought was in with a chance there, but a bit unlikely, I would say. I think very much.
I don't think he'd get taken apart. I just think, unless players are going after him, I don't think he's that
Neil
potent, really.
To the leg side. There's a little push from Gay, and he moves on to 75 with that single. And at the end of that, 34th over, Durham at 213 for 1. I think at that pace, does he move it much?
I just think he's very clever with bowling cutters and slower balls and what have you. But I think in this situation, where batters are just playing very much within themselves, that it's it's not going to run through a side. Whereas I think when sides are looking to get going and get after the bowling, he's very good. But there may be something else out there that we're not sure about, or we don't know.
Yeah.
So what have we got? 16 overs left. Yeah, at least in T20 cricket, when a game's so one-sided, it's all over quite quick. I mean, this has been a slow death for quite a while.
Dragging it out.
This is a real slow death, this one. So Morgan will bowl out. And he will bowl to Emilio Gay, who's 74 not out. He's top scorer in this competition this season, playing in his 4th match. Pulls that away on the leg side, wide of Abbott, who will dive. And he's palmed it away. And because it's a short boundary, the ball makes its way to the rope. And that will be 4 runs. He did well getting down there and actually getting a hand on it, but
30 to win Durham. Gay needs 22 for 100. That's the game.
Yep, I think you're
suggest.
right. Yeah, I think you're right. Will Gay be sufficiently bothered? He probably will be.
100 to 100, isn't it?
Morgan bowls. Gay goes for a big one. Doesn't get hold of that at all. Fortunately for him, the ball just trickles harmlessly on the leg side.
That might answer your question.
Well, he probably wants to finish it quite quickly now. He's probably thinking, yeah, coach trip back to Durham at the moment. We're looking at midnight. If I can shave half an hour off it, then so be it. Okay, pulls that away over mid-wicket. That's going to be at least 4. It's gone quite flat. It's gone for 6. He has got hold of that one. Out towards the Shane Warne stand. Slap across the line. I think he's calculated that he wants to get home this side of midnight.
And that he wants to get himself 100. Yeah. So he's gone, right, okay.
84 he moves on to, and Durham from here need 24. He needs 16 of them. Organ bowls, and he goes for a sweep shot here, and he's got that fine, and that's going for 4. I think that's come off some part of the bat. Yes, it has, and he moves on to 88 now. And Durham need 20.
4-6-4 off this over. 3. Will he try and sneak a single off the last ball? This is what we're going to have to look out for.
He's going for the short boundary, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Having been very measured in his innings to date, he's decided to jump a couple of gears in this over at least. This partnership now worth 126, which mirrors the highest partnership in the Hampshire innings and the 3rd wicket between Albert and Lehman. Gay drives, this time through the offside, only be a single. I think he's calculated with 1 ball remaining. He'll just get up the other end.
So
that's good batting.
Tail ender, isn't it?
That's good batting.
Now, will Ollie Robinson play his part? Or will he try and get a single as well? We'll find out, isn't it?
Last ball of Organ's spell. Bowls, and Robinson drives out on the offside. He gets at least 1 here. They jog 1. And it'll be Robinson that faces the first ball of the next over. Durham from here need 18.
Durham need 18. Gay needs 11 for 100. He's faced 100 balls for that. Robinson only faced 52 for his 59. It's very much in sight, as it has been for a while now, that Hampshire total, which, as we have been saying, was subpar. Good 30-40 runs, but with still 15 overs left and 9 wickets, you wonder what sort of score Durham would have been comfortable chasing. Anyway, it's Andrew Neil to bowl to Robinson. Oh, he beats him outside the off stump, and Brown takes the bails off for good measure. But Robinson hadn't left his crease. 229 for 1. Neil's in his 9th over, bowls, flighted, and this just popped up a little bit off the pitch there, and it's sort of gone to a deep gully or backward point area. And he's looking suspiciously at the pitch there, is Ollie Robinson's. Hampshire probably wishing that might have happened a bit earlier. But he comes in again. Short outside the off stump and cut away by Robinson, and there's a fielder on the deep point boundary, and they come back for, well, they just go for a single. And the score moves on to 230 for 1. Robinson moves to 60. We're definitely not seeing Ben Stokes today, folks. If that was the hope, it's not happening. Gay facing up to Neil. It's down the leg side, and he cracks it off the back foot, but straight to the fielder, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Fletcher Middleton on the boundary at the single. Gay moves to 90. Neil then to Robinson. Driven on the leg side, squirted through the leg side area, where it's fielded by Ali Orr. He's been stationed down there on that short boundary for most of the day. Pulled off a couple of good stops down there earlier. Last ball of this over, then Neil to Gay. Shaw. And Gay on one that climbs into it. Oh, nearly an absolutely fantastic catch. A bit backward point by Tom Press, but doesn't get it, unfortunately. And they do get a single. And at the end of that over, Durham at 233 for one. Gay moves to 91 and Robinson on 61.
I think it's one of those that it hits you and it sticks or it doesn't. And then it's just as well it's hit him in the hand, because that was hit full pelt straight at him. And my word, that would have been an unbelievable catch. I think it's Wesley Spearman.
Oh, yes, hello. I was so enjoying myself that
You
I
were.
forgot to hand over to Wes.
And we were enjoying listening to you, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Kev.
Sanjay Murphy. He probably won't get a chance to come back on now because Durham just need 14. And here's Prest as Gay tries to heave that away on the leg side and misses. He definitely looks as though he wants to get on that coach a little earlier than planned, Wes, I think.
Well, he's running out of runs, isn't he, to get his 100?
He is. He needs 9 out of 14 as Prest bowls. He's gone for the reverse sweep this time. He hasn't really got hold of that. He will pick up a single. And he moves on to 92. Durham 234 for one. This is going to be a bit of a thrashing, whatever the outcome, whether Gay gets 100 or not. 13 needed. We're only in the 37th over here. I think we're all going to finish a little early, as we did here just over a week ago against Middlesex, as Robinson pushes that back to the bowler. It was convincing win by Middlesex. 50 over here. Cricket here hasn't really been a fortress for Hampshire, has to be said. It's more like a paper house, as that's hit away on the leg side for a single. Can't think of a better analogy, actually. There probably is a better one. As Prest bowls, Gay's on the back foot. He's got another single, 93. He's going to tease us here a little bit, Gay. 11 needed. I think the crowd will be thinking about gathering their belongings up and starting to think about heading home. Robinson pushes that on the leg side. End of Prest's over. 4 overs, none for 30. And Durham at 236 for one, need 11.
Robinson knew what he was doing there with that last ball.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Really
What a team man he is. Never let it be said anything other than Ollie Robinson is a team man.
To Durham, assuming they win this, 11 runs needed to win, provisionally go up to second place in Group B. Currently sitting on 12 points. Join Yorkshire on 16, as Neil is in the Hotel End. Reverse sweep from Gay, and that goes away for 4. So he's back with a point. Takes him to 97. Durham 240 for one, 7 runs to win.
Yeah, it does mean that Hampshire are 2 wins away from the top 3, aren't they, with 3 games left? Makes it a little difficult.
I think Hampshire would need to win their remaining games. Look at the table, their remaining games. Morgan here at Utilita Bowl on Wednesday as Neil into Gay, drives out to mid-off. Lehman shy at the stumps, misses. Gay gets home safely. He moves to 98. Robinson on 62. Yeah, Glamorgan here at Utilita Bowl on Wednesday, and a trip next Sunday to Hove to face Sussex Sharks, and then Derbyshire on the 11th. This one's defended back up the pitch by Robinson. So those are the 3 main games for Hampshire. 2 home, 1 away, and all of those teams are in the bottom half of the table. So there is a little bit of hope for Hampshire. Played off the back foot by Robinson into the offside, no run. Still a long way to it. Obviously, the net run rate isn't great at the moment either. I think it was a 160 run defeat to Middlesex last Friday. Robinson worked into the onside, another dot ball. He knows what he's doing.
It has to be a dot ball, doesn't it? If Ollie Robinson was a true team man, he'll play out a dot.
Get to 4 afford to get the 100 and the winning runs.
Oh well, I'll take back what I said.
Oh, you can hear the boos as well.
What is he doing?
Single to Robinson ends the over. He keeps the strike with just 5 runs required for victory. Emilio Gay, 98 not out.
I trust Ollie Robinson to get a single here. I don't think he's going to come down the track and hit it back over the bowler's head for 6. Well, if I was Emilio Gay, I'd just turn and head for home and never look at Ollie Robinson again.
Sits far away on that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. One at the front, one at the back. Keep the peace. Right, 12 overs to go. It's only 5 to win for Durham. Here's Ollie Robinson facing the off-spin of Tom Prest. He does come down the wicket, but he just works it to mid-wicket. He was definitely looking for a single there. 242 for 1. As Prest is in, bowls to Robinson. Robinson drives up to mid-off. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, he's a team man, definitely. And the crowd applaud Ollie Robinson single. But there's not too many times he scored a single and got applauded for it. Unless he's playing at Chester Street, I suppose. 243 for 1 then. So Emilio Gay is 98 not out, 4 needed to win. What's Gay going to do here? As Prest bowls and Gay drives, it's up in the air and it's going to be at least 4. And it might even go for the maximum it has. Which means not only has Emilio Gay got his 100, but it also means that Durham have won this game quite emphatically by 9 wickets. Gay, 104 from 108 deliveries with 9 fours and 3 6s, his third list 100, playing in his 42nd game. It means he's got 2 list 100s for Durham now and 1 for his previous club, Northamptonshire. And Durham have won this game quite convincingly with 11 and a half overs remaining. They finish on 249 for 1.
Yeah, emphatic victory for Durham. Hampshire not quite their best with bat or ball today, and fall to defeat after a tense win on the road at Chelmsford on Friday. But yeah, Hampshire, they were well placed, 176 for 2, as I mentioned so many times today, and a collapse of 6 for 31. Led them to be bowled out for 246 off the last ball of their 50 overs. But what an innings by Emilio Gay, 104 not out of 108 balls. Played second fiddle to Graham Clark. Starting innings, he made 68 from just 58 deliveries, smashed 4 sixes, well over the concourse here at Utilita Bowl. And Ollie Robinson, 64 not out, 65 balls. Just doing his job, didn't need to take any risks. Burst sweeps, paddles in there, just having a bit of fun. And here, Durham, far the better side today, Kev.
148 run partnership in 21 overs between Clark and Ollie Robinson. And really, from the fall of Toby Albert's wicket in the 37th over, it was all about Durham. Yes, Hampshire needed to get a move on at 176 for 2, but what happened after that really was a collapse. 8 wickets falling for 40. Hampshire not really accelerating at all, only scoring 102 off the final 20 overs, losing 8 wickets in the process. Luke Robinson looked very, very impressive, finishing with 2 for 39, him and Ghaffari. And Rhodes as well, all bowling well in the later stages. Never allowed Hampshire to get away, but they were also taking wickets. I just don't think Hampshire quite has an answer, especially for Ghaffari, really. I think from the moment he bowled that googly to Toby Albert, which turned sharply and actually did too much, and there was a big shout for an LBW, it just looked as though the Hampshire batters were never quite sure and weren't really able to maybe just put pressure on him as much as the other bowlers. Ghaffari finishing with 3 for 41 from his 10. Luke Robinson, who bowled some quick deliveries and got better actually as the innings went on. 2 for 39 from his 10, as I mentioned. 3 for 29 from Will Rhodes, bowled really well. He's been a good wicket taker for Durham this year. But I have to say, it was all about one side from about the second half of Hampshire's innings onwards. I don't think Hampshire can have any complaints, but they've been defeated.
Yeah, and all about one side. We thought it was all going to be about one man, Ben Stokes, but done nothing this game, has he?
Well, I was going to say, well, hopefully Hampshire are considering giving people their money back who came down here just to see Ben Stokes, because you wouldn't have seen him bowl, you didn't see him bat, and you saw him field a few balls here and there. There we are up in the top of the hotel there. I'll try and wave underneath the dark sunscreen there. See Holly there behind the camera, looking at her phone again. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. Thank you, Sanjay Murthy. Thank you, Wes.
Thank you, Kev.
We'll do it all again on Wednesday, where Hampshire will be looking for a win, because another defeat there probably will mean that they'll have to settle for something less than qualifying. But for Durham, it means that they have now got, what have they got? 16 points, haven't they? From 4 wins. And that keeps them in that top half and probably in the top 3. What did you say earlier? I think
it's provisionally second. There's still games going on. Worcestershire and Middlesex both in action today. But yeah, Durham at the moment level with Yorkshire in second place. Well, place for the knockout stages, and as you show, 3 games left for Hampshire. You think they need to win all 3? I know we mentioned those teams. They are playing all in the bottom half of the table, but after today's performance, Hampshire not at their best. I think we'll hear from whoever does the post-match interview will say they weren't at the best, but yeah, a lot of work to do for Hampshire, having been so not dominant, but getting through to the knockout stages of this competition post-COVID. The only year they missed out was 2021, making it through to the quarterfinals and beyond. Yeah, we'll be back here on Wednesday when Hampshire take on Glamorgan here at Utilita Bowl. That's an 11 o'clock start. Gate open at 10 o'clock. Tickets available online at utilitabowl.com and on the gate. But for myself, Wes Spearman, and Kevin James, get the ticket plug in there at the end. It's goodbye and good evening.